It's the 18th of March 2000. The electoral umpire, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Raymond Ita, a continuous coverage of the 2023 general elections continues. From where we last let you off, turns to over 30 states across the Federation where elections will be held for governorship and state assembly seats. Rachel David White joins me as well live in the studios this morning. A very good morning to you, Rachel.
Good morning to you, Raymond. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Akwa Ibom. Yes, this is another turn for Nigeria. Of course, almost all the states in Nigeria to put in place a new governor that will pilot the affairs of each state for another 4 years. Now, we sat here some time ago to talk about the presidential election, which we saw a whole lot of issues, and of course, we saw some credibility in other places. Well, let's find out what is going to happen today.
Well, Rachel, I wonder whether your optimism level about how this election will go has changed from what we had pre-leading to the 2023 Presidential and National Assembly polls on February 25. I know we all woke up with the expectation,
of course,
after all the promises that INEC had made that the elections would go as seamless, free, fair and credible, but it was largely marred by some level of irregularities that raised a lot of questions about the eventual outcome. Do you share such fears that we might have such scenarios, occur again today?
Well, Raymond, I tell you one thing for sure, I'd like to say that I agree with some persons that say that INEC has learned their lessons. Yes, I think the NBA president talked about that, said INEC has learned their lessons. So I think I stand with him that INEC has learned their lessons. I mean, they had wide criticism of a whole lot of pocket of irregularities that we had during the presidential election. And so we're hopeful, okay? But at the same time, I also like to go with some of my brothers that would say, this is Nigeria, anything can happen. Our brothers are quite smart. So we seem to see that some of these politicians have, this spirit that makes them feel that it is the seat is theirs. So they have to grab it no matter what it takes. And so at that point, I'd like to also tell the persons, the security agents, not to, have the kind of optimism I have, okay, thinking that it's going to go free and fair. So they should always, stay guarded and, of course, stay alert. Anything can happen.
Well, interestingly, a bulk of our attention would be focused on events back home, and that's the Akwa Ibom state gubernatorial elections,
and
where
course,
candidates across 15 political parties would be vying for the race to the Hilltop Mansion, while we'll also keep an eye on activities surrounding the elections into the 26 state constituencies here in Akwa Ibom State. We'll also turn our sight, of course, to events happening across the country, and we'll do well to visit the hotbeds of the likes of Lagos State, Rivers State. We'll go to Cross River State as well and get feelers on how the gubernatorial elections across these locations are concerned. But don't forget, as is the tradition, we'll give you an opportunity to join the conversation as well in due time to bear your thoughts on the expectations and the eventual outcome of the governorship and state assembly elections taking place across the country this morning. We'll also be joined by some of our correspondents across locations here in the state as we count down to the eventual announcement, which should take place sometime tomorrow, where Akwa Ibomites will know who will replace Governor Dom Emmanuel at the Hilltop Mansion come May 29, 2023. We'll also be joined by some seasoned political analysts in the course of today's election coverage to talk to us about some of these issues. The first of which would be Idion Ebong. He's a lecturer in the University of Uyo, Department of English precisely. He will be talking to us, while the founder of Open Forum Nigeria, in the person of Citizen Matthew O'Connor, will also be joining us live in our studios to bear his thoughts on this issue. But Rachel, let's begin from home, as is the tradition. We're not talking charity now, even though they say charity does begin
from home.
At home. The gubernatorial elections in Akwa Ibom State this year has been one of the most keenly contested races, beginning from the stage of the primaries for Akwa Ibom State, as many persons have posited, or it's just going to be one of those elections that we've seen? And by the way, we'll look at, a history of the elections we've had in Akwa Ibom State.
Okay, so before we talked about this, okay, now we have to also go back to the histories. Now, Akwa Ibom State had been a state where I would say PDP dominated for a very
they've
long
always
time.
dominated.
Yeah, so it has been like Akwa Ibom is a PDP state, okay? Now, 2023 election, both governorship and, of course, presidential, has been a time when Nigeria truly decides. Yeah, other years we've had Nigeria decide, Akwa Ibom decides, but I think this is one of the years that we've had so many persons come out to beat their chest and say, come on, I want to be part of this election. Now, we have, before now, had always been APC, PDP, yeah, so if APC doesn't come, PDP comes, okay? That's been in the mind of the people, but PDP has always won, been on the winning side. But this time we've seen the likes of Uduaghan Peter, yeah.
Labour Party.
Yeah, we've seen the likes of Uduaghan Peter from the Labour Party. Now, that's like giving a chance to something that had never existed. Yeah, when I say never existed, yeah, the party has been, but we haven't really had this strong, support from this party over the years. So we've seen the likes of Uduaghan Peter, who comes with so much, would I say, voices in his background. We've seen the likes of the YPP. Of course, in Akwa Ibom State, we know what YPP is doing. The campaign has been massive. Okay, so it has generated a whole lot of, it has divided a whole lot of supporters that we had for the PDP and even the APC as well. So we have people tilting to the YPP. We even have people tilting to, of course, the Labour Party as well and other parties. Now, this gives me, going back to the question you asked, I think it's not just going to be the normal elections for Akwa Ibom like we used to see before.
Okay, well, it's important to take a look at the elections gone by in previous years. As we've already stated, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, have been the leading party in the state for 16 years now. And we'll perhaps also give you some clips or images to since the return of democracy in the country. It started off with a PDP win with architect Obong Victor Ta winning the 1999 governorship elections in the state. He also won for a return to office in 2003. And in 2007, we had Senator representing Akwa Ibom Northwest, the person of Senator Godswill Akpabio, who was the governor from 2007, and he got a re-election in 2011, also on the platform of the People's Democratic Party. In 2015, it was the emergence of the incumbent, Governor Udom Emmanuel, who, of course, won the 2015 polls, and he did it again in 2019. So that means the last three dispensations have seen three governors on the platform of the PDP, all completing what should be 8 years of 2 terms. And it's important to also factor in that there's been some level of opposition, to each of these governors at the height of their respective victories. Counting back from Governor Emmanuel's win in 2019, the main opposition challenger then was Obong Sima Ikere.
I think we should even get
APC.
back to, we should start from when Godswill Akpabio, wanted to rerun for a second term, when we had a very strong force fighting. And then we even saw the force extend to Udom Emmanuel when Udom Emmanuel wanted to succeed Governor Godswill Akpabio as well. So it's not like, this force just emerged. It has been there fighting.
Well, I think the difference with what we've had between then and now is that the PDP was still holding sway as the leading party in the state, having won the 1999 elections with architect Obong Victor Ta, as we've already stated, and then he did it again in 2003. At that point, you could say it was difficult for all the state apparatus, and so it was so easy for them, to get get their way with these elections. But we're just counting back from Governor Emmanuel and the opposition that he had faced. In 2019, it was Obong Simaikere of about the opposition that others have faced in the past. In 2015, I think it was Obong Umana Konumana of the APC. That was just when the APC was formed, by the way, after the merger with other parties. In 2011, it was Udoideg, as I said, as the main challenger. In 2007, there were a good number of persons who had challenged Senator Godswill Akpabio then. And I think it's important to factor this in because when you consider, for instance, in 2003, when architect Victor Tah was chasing a second term in office, the quality of opposition he faced was more compared to his first term in 1999.
Of course, people started developing interest.
That's right, and it's the same with Senator Godswill Akpabio. Yes, coming in as a governor who wants to succeed another governor. Okay, when you have fresh persons on the ballot and no one is running for a second term, it's different from, you know, having a sitting governor who is actually vying for a second term in office. So I'm not surprised. I remember in 2015 we had a group known as the G22, a faction of the PDP who were not satisfied with the primaries of the party, and so they decided to form some level of opposition. So it wasn't just Obong Okonumana of the APC. We had the likes of Senator Helen Eswene, who defected from the PDP to the Labour Party. So it's not the first time we're having the Labour Party pull some sort of level of opposition. I think they finished third at the 2015 polls, just behind the APC and the PDP who won that election. So the difference for me here is when you have an election where people are hoping to succeed an outgoing governor, it looks like the opposition you get is completely heavy and hefty as compared to a sitting governor trying to go back to office for another term.
Raymond, I'd also like to say that sometimes I feel it's because at that point, it's fresh. Everybody wants to have a taste. And also, I think it's really hard, especially here in Akwa Ibom, to actually, you know, vote out a sitting governor. Yeah. So once you have a seat, you can be rest assured that, of course, you're going to run it for the next another 4 years to make it 8 years. But with the recent happenings in politics in Nigeria as a whole, so I'd like to say the ones that are going to be voted into office today shouldn't have that mindset because anything can happen. Politics that suddenly looked like football. Well, away from that, now, the question in the minds of people should be, now, we have lots of, you know, energy from other parties, other candidates of other parties. Now, don't forget, we have the likes of Nyaituk in the game, we have the likes of
there's 15
over a whole lot of them.
Who are vying for this election.
Of course, now, aside from the 15, we just have a handful that, okay, we can really say, if you mention them and their representatives, of course, people can actually say, oh, I know this one, or we can boast of up to 100 votes coming for that party. Now, the question in the minds of people should be, could it be that why suddenly, okay, PDP has a lot of divide, okay, lots of supporters from PDP going into other parties. Now, could it be that Akwa Ibom people are, Akwa Ibomites want to, you know, give another chance to another party, maybe APC, Labour Party, or YPP, any other party? Could it be that they've had enough from the PDP government and they want to change? Well, that's a question that
it's an important question indeed, and we'll perhaps talk a lot more about this because we're going to go for a very first breather, and when we come back we'll be joined live in our studios by Idion Ebong, as a lecturer in the Department of English, University of Uyo. He will be joining us to mirror through all of the activities surrounding the conduct of the 2023 gubernatorial and state assembly elections here in Akwa Ibom State, as well as the rest of the country. And if you're just joining us, it's a live broadcast of the election coverage of 2023. It's the second phase of it, as we're focusing on governorship and state assembly elections today. You can join us, of course, live right here on Spectrum Television, Start Times DTH channel 421. Follow us for live feeds via our Facebook and YouTube channel. And of course, for listeners on our sister platform, Planet Radio 101.1 FM Uyo, You can also listen online at www.planet101fm.ng. We'll give out the numbers where you can reach out to us live for your live feeds on today's election in due time. Stay with us when we come back. Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue.
As Nigeria prepares for the general elections holding from 25th February 2023, broadcasters are enjoined to make ethical reportage their watchword. All political programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and other extant laws relating to broadcasting. All broadcasting stations must adhere to the principles of pluralism and ensure equitable airtime to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to the general principles of legality, decency, and truthfulness. For the avoidance of doubt, the broadcast of a political campaign, jingle, announcement, or any other form of partisan party identification or symbol ends not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer Management. As Nigeria prepares for the general elections holding from 25th February 2023, broadcasters are enjoined to make ethical reportage their watchword. All political programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and other extant laws relating to broadcasting. All broadcasting stations must adhere to the principles of pluralism and ensure equitable airtime to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to the general principles of legality, decency, and truthfulness. For the avoidance of doubt, the broadcast of a political campaign, jingle, announcement, or any other form of partisan party identification or symbol ends not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer Management.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Spectrum Television and we're broadcasting live from Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State capital. It's the second of the 2023 general elections as Nigerians head out today in the hope that they would elect governors and representatives of their various states constituencies across the country. Special focus will be on what happens here in Akwa Ibom State as Akwa Ibomites head out to the polls to elect who will replace Governor Dom Emmanuel come May 29, 2023. We'll also check out how Akwa Ibomites are voting as far as the state assembly election is concerned across 26 state constituencies and would mirror through the different candidates of the political parties who will be contesting for that election. By the way, you can also listen to us live on our sister platform, Planet Radio 101.1 FM Uyo. Just go to the live stream on www.planet101fm.ng, and as well you can follow us for live feeds via our Facebook page and our YouTube channel, all of which you can find on our website. Just search spectrumtv.ng. Rachel David White is here with me as well, and we're also being joined live in our studios by our first analyst of the day to help us navigate through the entire concerns of the 2023 general elections today. Mr. Idion Ebong is a lecturer in the Department of English, University of Uyo. He joins us live in our studios. A very good morning to you, and thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, thank you. Thank you, Spectrum Television, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much as well. I'd like to start by asking you, how optimistic are you that today's exercise would be devoid of, to an extent, most of the lapses and irregularities that were reportedly recorded in the February 25 Presidential and National Assembly polls?
Well, lapses and irregularities has been part of our system since 1960. We seem not to get over it, so I might be, I love to rate myself, that my optimism on a scale of 1 to 10 So I think I'll put it at 6.
Wow.
Okay. Because we always have a problem of logistics. We always have a problem of, like, some are arguing about electronic transmissions. I know there are so many areas in Uyo that are radio dead, okay? So the transmission is going to be difficult in those areas. Okay. That's number one. And then the proficiency of the staff handling those machines, availability of INEC officials at the polling centers on time.
How about materials?
And then the materials. We are still going to have some problems, but if INEC was embarrassed in the last election, they might sit up to see how they can at least scrap some of their loopholes. But I'm not going to sit down here and say, okay, 80%, 90% now.
So before now, you had given them 3.
Well, from the last election, it was something close to 4.
Oh.
The last election.
That's interesting. It leads to the next line of questioning here. It seems to me like everyone is quite optimistic that INEC would do better in today's election. We've seen different statements from different organizations, even like the NBA, which we talked about a short while ago. They've said INEC have learned their lessons and would do better in today's election compared to February 25. The begging question here is, why could they have afforded to get it wrong in February 25, which in the views of many Nigerians was an even more important election than the gubernatorial and state assembly polls today, having had the number of time they've had and the budget accrued to them to prepare for the general elections?
I don't want to be over optimistic. You know, INEC had 4 years to plan for February 25th, and there were gross lapses, quarrels, and dissatisfactions here and there. Okay, so 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks after that is not going to be a magic. Yes, they might reboot their system to see how they can do better, but when the report starts filling in, we should expect that there will be lapses here and there, for sure. And then lapses, another word, may not solely be, there is something we call unforeseen circumstances, even though that phrase has been abused in Nigeria extensively. Unforeseen circumstances that the weather, there could be a weather factor. So one can sit down and say it's going to be better than the last one, but definitely there will be some intervening variables that they may not have seen it coming. So, but I just hope that going by the spirits of the election, everybody's poised. You know, this is a fresh election. It's not like nobody's returning to office. I think in the whole country we had about 11 governors doing going back to office. Okay, all others in the 28 states that we are having these elections are fresh elections, minus these 11. So anxiety and people are poised. And then over in the Akwa Ibom state, we have serious underlining factors that make people sit at the edge of their seats. So I think the resident electoral commissioners and then the allegations that are pouring in, even though most of them are unverified, attacking INEC. INEC should know that the whole universe is looking at them. First, to correct the mistakes of the past, and second, to deliver on their promises.
Okay, you've talked about Akwa Ibom State, so let's come back home now. By the way, we've heard that accreditation has been completed at Awa Ward 1 in Onala government area. That's the governor's unit. Well, coming back to Akwa Ibom State now, you talked about people sitting at the edge of their seats and, getting prepared. Now, it seems like I think Akwa Ibom State, Lagos State, Rivers State, Cross River State are one of those states that, some of those states that people are really waiting to see what is going to happen there.
Akwa Ibom State, I think Akwa Ibom States, Rivers States, Lagos States, I will call them hotspots in some respects.
Why would you call them hotspots?
Because we've never had this type of aura surrounding it's looking at the precedents from 1999. We've never had this kind of aura surround the gubernatorial seats the way it's pushing out now. Okay, it starts by the PDP presenting a candidate and claiming that this candidate came from God. Okay? Now, that was a strong, and there's so many dissatisfied people that even within their party structure, they had to fight to the Supreme Court on issues of who won the election and issue of candidate credibility. Yeah. That's a very sensitive issue. And then we had on the other opposition, of course, we have the YPP, who was a former member of the PDP,
Yeah.
who knows the nooks and cranny of politics as far as the state is concerned, okay, he rose through the ranks of politics and is a friend of the streets. Okay, that's a person on the YPP, even though he has been gone, that is right leg. Okay, fine. We move again to APC that has strong rivets in its political coffin, and these rivets are so held together that even 10 months after the result had been published because of series of court cases. All right, so everybody is like, no, we do not want to maintain status quo. Others are like, no, we want to maintain status quo. The two opposition parties, and then we have maybe UNPP there, that is of and you contest again, and people are like, okay, we are used to him coming and going.
Coming to his
So
court
you're referring
office.
to the NNPP.
PP.
NNPP, and we look at Yatuk, if I'm right, if I'm not wrong. Those are names that have been perennial in our political culture. So those who did not gather the kind of influence and ferocity as we see in YPP, and then the APC, this needs a different analysis to look at their political candidates. So because of all these things, everybody is like, what is this result going to be?
Okay, before we get down to Akwa Ibom again, let's go back to INEC now. We've had that's the whole umpire that will decide who actually sits next after the whole poll voting is done. So let's get back to INEC. We've had so much issues during the presidential elections. We've had issues ranging from not INEC uploaded. So we've had so many issues, and of course we even had issues in the past presidential elections in some polling units where you never really had security men there, positioned there,
Voter
just in case anything
intimidation,
happens.
so to say, where
let's talk
people
about
were
that.
coerced into voting for candidates they did not originally plan to do.
Now, there's a political system is a very sensitive system in an independent state. And I think Nigeria is yet to recognize that. Number one, so long as the boss of INEC is a product of the executive, we would always have issues. I don't know who is the boss of INEC in US or in London. Do you know him? Have you ever heard of his name? He's not as pronounced, as prepared as Nigerian own. We know who's going to announce his results and whose signature ratifies. But there's some kind of a systemic interlacing in other advanced countries that does not give so much kind of power to INEC, to the election umpires there. So that again, it's a very big minus in our own INEC, our own election setup. Okay, now INEC is not operating with his constant staff. They're using ad hoc staff. How long have they trained these staffs to function? Okay, they announced that recruitment is going on, and then we cannot ignore NF, Nigerian Factor, in the recruitment of this ad hoc staffs of INEC. Okay, so how prepared? There are some polling centers where there were issues where the BVAS machines wouldn't be operated by INEC staff.
Sorry to cut you. Nigerian factors like what?
Okay, Nigerian factors like the fact that those who had turned up for the recruitment may not be the ones shortlisted. Okay, so we could have issues like that would affect the whole election process. Okay, it will pollute the process of the election. And then voters' intimidation comes not from INEC. It is a product of political parties. Okay, there are some political to continue to enjoy what comes out of government. So they become overzealous. That's where we have the issue of thuggery, or that person who stood up and said, as you are coming here in Lagos State, if you're not voting APC, get the hell out of this polling unit. And I don't know, again, our own legal system, that man who made that statement, which court is he standing trial today? We have not seen. He made a statement on camera. If you're not voting APC, get out. And then we have some polling units in Lagos State in that election that Labour Party strongholds with materials were destroyed. Nobody has been arrested. We are not hearing anything, okay? So there is this kind of systemic failures that we have within the country political system that will now diffuse into INEC system and then corrupt the process. That's what we see there.
The use of the BVAS has equally been a hotly debated issue in the course of this election, as opposed to what we had in 2019 with the use of the card readers. But it appears to have generated even much more controversy than when we had the card readers at the last polls. The sanctity of the BVAS is what has been questioned in the aftermath of the presidential and National Assembly polls, especially when you factor in the small matter of reconfiguration of the BVAS by INEC, which eventually led to postponing today's election from the initial date of March 11. It appears that if we do not, answer the questions surrounding the validity of the BVAS with respect to authenticating just how many persons were accredited to vote and the eventual number of votes we had from a polling unit, we may never solve the issue around who truly has won an election or not. What would you say to Nigerians who have lost faith in the use of the BVAS? Because we all thought the BVAS was the answer to our electioneering problems, but it appears those hopes were dashed.
Okay, I'm going to answer that question from my little knowledge from web design, because that's my hobby, okay? The BVAS machine is in itself, it's simple, it's flawless, it would have been the answer to Nigeria's problem. The BVAS having recognized you, number one, as a registered voter, there is nothing that stops that machine from asking for your thumbprints and displaying a political party for you to choose the one you want to vote. And you use the same thumb and touch, and then your digital footprint is sent to INEC. And the result comes on screen live. So Nigerians will be lying down at their homes to look at their screen. They can bring out their phones and say, okay, come and see the graph run. It's a very simple, it's not a rocket science, it's something that can happen. But Nigeria always give room for argument. I do not know. Then, for me, let me not put so much light on the fact that we can do that because of radio dead zones. But if you had 4 years to plan, why wasn't your first step, like I often ask the CBN, why wasn't the first step concern network supply? That we still have to snap hard copy papers and upload as if you had children that are playing on WhatsApp. Okay? So fine. So that is the number two. If that machine hasn't been tampered with, the machine can be preloaded. That is why during the campaigns of voter education, voters will want when you go check and ensure that the digit is 0. If that system is preloaded, the preloading or preloading number one can transmit the result that has not been voted. Preloading or having to tweet to make sure that if you do a thumbprint, it generates 6. For example, if coded in such a way that if APC is thumbprinted, it generates 6 instead of 1. Okay, that could be another flaw to the
So why
BVAS.
did you use APC?
It's just an instance. Okay, that could be another flaw on the BVAS.
Okay.
But in the instance of having to recognize, capture you, and then send that result over there electronically, that machine has no trouble at all. The only trouble I know would have would be 2: the experience of the person operating it and the network availability, the network potency of that area. Those are the only 2 issues. That machine doesn't have problem. It is we, the operators, that have the problem.
Interesting. Before we now dwell into the political parties and the candidates contesting for this election, let's wrap it up on INEC by now asking, after our price, if at the end of the day we still record just about the same incidents we saw after February 25, which, by the way, were also, identified by a lot of the election observers, both local and international, albeit INEC decided to go ahead to announce the results in spite of the irregularities that were observed.
Well, from the experience we have with INEC, they don't respond to petitions and change their data on spot. They make the announcement and they go over to pronounce the winner. That's what they do. Except when it's been recorded that election did not take place in this unit, and the number of those registered voters in that unit is just what a candidate would have used to win, or the winning margin of the other candidate is small compared to the voters, those registered in that unit, then INEC might as well mention that the election result there is inconclusive. That is the only thing that is the only issue that we might have them responding. But for you to come up to collation centers to say, no, stop, this is what happened, this is what happened, INEC would not respond to that. And we have party agents who at the polling center would have raised these concerns, and they were there when the things were recorded. So it brings the question, what type of training has been given to party agents? Is it only stand there with your shoulder, if anything happens, start fights? Is that the type of orientation? Or have they been trained to say, no, we have counted, this is 14, why are you writing 3? And then you bring out the phones and then put it on live, stream it online. Have they been trained to do that? Or they have been trained to wait, if you see anything, scatter the place? It depends on the kind of education given to party agents. When once that result has left the polling unit to the collation center, it is difficult to effect any change there. Okay? And then last time we also had issues of mutated results. I hope INEC had worked on that, because just like us in the teaching profession, we are asked to publish students' results, and then there are mutations. You sign, and even in some cases, you add a cover letter why that mutation is there, so that you could be held against it. But there are some results that we saw in the internet that look like
TPEGs.
Yeah, TPEGs, and then like children fidgeting in primary 2 in an official INEC result. So I think they should I wish they had better trained their staff not to bring up that type of dirty result sheets again. It calls for question. Okay.
One of the reasons why it appears a lot of those incidents, which many have said INEC is largely culpable, were swept under the carpet because of the kind of reaction Nigerians had to the elections. Many persons, for once, decided violence is not the way to go. So most persons went back home believing that at the collation center, they would see a true reflection of the outcome of the vote that we had on ground. But that didn't happen. But looking at today's election now, we're talking about grassroots governance here, because the governorship and state assembly elections are a bit closer to the people. So it's understandable why a lot of persons would not take today's election with a pinch of salt. Most of what Nigerians have been saying is that this time they would not allow the INEC officials attached to each polling unit to leave the polling stations if they do not comply with the provisions of the Electoral Act by uploading the results or transmitting them electronically in real time, as Mr. Yakubu himself had told us. So when you speak on the other side and say, let voters remain calm, peaceful and all of that, people's feelings could be, incited if what they expected is not what they see on ground.
Okay, I believe we have a judicial process that looks for evidence. If at the polling units we have recorded evidence that this happens in this polling unit, that can be contested in court. Once we have a group of voters standing and the tensions are already high, and most of these we have coppers, these are youth, level of experience very low, children, let me call them like that, and then we have a voting population that is shouting at them, trying to cause a kind of a turmoil like that. That alone could constitute mistakes, in the process. So I think it's about getting the evidence and letting us talk about the evidence rather than trying to start a fight in the polling unit. And then the polling unit comprises of several political parties. All of them will be arguing on their rights. And then nobody will be there to judge. Neither will we have an atmosphere to judge. So it's better we get the evidence, and thank God for the phones. One TikToker had made a very funny video preparing for election. Number 1, charge your phone. Number 2, go with power bank. Number 3, go with a chair. Fine. So if we have that going, rather than making any statements to say that let electorals stand there and molest INEC official, that could be a grounds to destroy the BVAS machine. You will lose. Supposing there is you start and say, okay, let's move, and then you carry that BVAS machine, and then moving over to discuss in a temperate environment.
Okay, let's even come back to Akwa Ibom again. We've seen a video of a large voter turnout, a great one happening live in Afarafion Ward 12, where we have seen that, of course, voting has already begun. And this would mean that I think this time INEC, as I would say, they are doing their best.
Well,
because
maybe they have, but I also know on our way to the studios we passed by some voting units, and it appears there were no INEC officials.
Officials, we
neither were
had
there
lots
voters,
of
but
voters.
I'd like to believe maybe most of them would have turned up as the hours, of course, roll by. We've already confirmed the governor's units in Ona, Awa, Ward 1, Unit 1, voting already commenced. And that leads us now to the politicking in Akwa Ibom State proper, where we're going to have to review the political parties who are contesting for this election, at least the leading candidate, going into this election. But before we come to that, the campaign in itself somewhat got to a momentum, or reached a crescendo, when the NUJ in Akwa Ibom State invited some of the candidates for a political debate. That was on the 30th of January, and only 5 out of the 7 invited candidates turned up, bar the PDP and the APC governorship candidates. While they gave their different reasons for not attending the debate, perhaps their absence also informed the choices of that Akwa Ibomites would likely make today, because the other 5 turned up eventually and inundated the public about their programs, plans, and policies. Do you think Nigeria has reached that level where these political debates do matter to an extent that it would convince the voters about the choices they would make, or the option of just waiting for the manifestos of these parties during the bogus campaign rallies and campaigns that we usually have during
Nigerian politics? Now, am I being too extensive? Akwa Ibom politics has never been a manifesto-driven politics. Since 1999, I stand to be corrected. Nigerian politics, Akwa Ibom politics has never been a manifesto-driven politics. It's a social-driven politics. It's a money-driven politics. The languages 90% of electorate in Akwa Ibom State understand is: has he consulted the party? Yes. What is he? He's coming to consult the party. And then what is he coming with? How much has he given to the party? That's the immediately a youth stands on the street and you stop. Where were you going to? I went to see Umoino came to consult the youths of Aba. Okay, how much did he give? That is the question we ask. Nobody would ask, what did he say? What did he talk about unemployment? What did he talk about industrialization and education and health care? All these systems are fast.
Did you feel it's a problem of the people now and not the elites themselves?
It is a problem of our political culture. It has never been manifesto driven. Number 2, even when we have manifesto pictures, because there are something we call manifesto. What is manifesto is not what we understand as manifesto down here. Like Buhari coming to say he's going to do this, he's going to do this. How many of those things he said did he actually do? You said them the first time and you did not do them. People lose faith. So it has never been a question of manifesto. That is why our debates does not carry weight compared to US presidential election debates or midterm election debates. That's the reason. Number 2 reason is, you mentioned that, this one I'm quoting you, that NUJ had invited 7 aspirants. Why 7 out of, is it 18? So NUJ has sat down and recognized these 7 as those who are worthy to present their debates. Well, you have shot yourself
not holding fort for the NUJ, but when we spoke to the political committee of the NUJ who handled that debate, they felt of the 18 political parties in the state, they had carefully selected the ones who had fulfilled, everything required to ensure that their candidates and their parties are actually on the ballot. As a matter of fact, we're told the candidates of the APC got the latest invitation of all who were invited, because we know at that time they had a pending case at the Court of Appeal with regards who was the flag bearer of the APC.
Just before you react on that, we have reports, tripling in, and of course we had complaints from Etinan. I don't know where exactly, but election materials have been diverted, and voters cannot vote. So, well, when we have much sources, we'll talk about that. But just go back to.
Okay. It is not the work of NUJ. I don't know what our background checks they did, but I feel if INEC has published a list of 18 people or 17 people or 10 people, NUJ should invite all of them without doing any kind of pre-analysis. That gives some kind of, because if you move to the street, it's like we have 4 or 5, but someone has published his posters as it is, and even those you've placed concentration can decide to fling that invitation and then make a mess of the process. But if you had said we have a political debate and you open a large stage for all those who have their names on the INEC portal to start talking, it would have been a more, and then make a kind of a very wide invitation spectrum for people from all walks of life, education sector, people from all walks of life to be on the audience. I don't think it was organized that way.
Okay, let's look at the elections in Akwa Ibom State now in previous years, since we've delved now to issues here in the States. The PDP has held sway since the advent of democracy back in 1999 up until date, and in the views of many, they still look like the party to beat going into today's polls. The level of opposition we are also seeing can be said to be a first of its kind. Perhaps not only because some of the leading opposition candidates are those who have defected from the People's Democratic Party. We have Kanemo Dofia of the APC and Obon Basi Albert of the YPP. These are persons who left the PDP to pick up tickets at other parties. And it gives credence to the argument of those who say every single person or political party in the state had its roots in the PDP. Would you see that as an overwhelming advantage for them going into the polls, or perhaps people would just go out there and make up their minds based on policies alone?
Talking about PDP, there is only one thing that is giving the PDP candidate a very large edge as far as this election is concerned. And what is giving him a very large edge is that he's coming in with the power of incumbency. There is a power of incumbency aura turning around the PDP presidential gubernatorial candidate, okay? And not only that, his party is in power, and he's also that he's using resources, because you find him go with Prado Jibs, and that government aura is what is pushing the PDP candidate. And I'm sorry to say, that seems to be the only lifeline or lynch hole that is holding on to the PDP governorship candidate, okay? He doesn't have that popularity among the people, popularity in the sense of acceptance among the hearts of the people. But you know what incumbency does? It promotes you and it can mar you very much. So being somebody that is associated with the ruling party, he enjoys the ruling party's aura, and he goes with that. That is what you see. It's not so much that there are people who came out from the party that defecting and so no. There is an incumbent or power of incumbency aura retreating against Umoina. Okay. And then talking, okay?
No, go
and
ahead.
then talking about the PDP in the state since 1999, I think this is the first time we are meeting a very strong opposition to the PDP. In 1999 elections, we were hungry for democracy. We've been ruled by the barrels of the gun for some time. So we were like, let's see how to put our state together. So Governor Atta did not have much to fight with in 1999. When he wanted to go for second term, people came out and claimed agreements that we doesn't hold water. And of course, Imam Mana then was the most formidable against him. So, but again, leveraging the fact that the society did not lose faith in Governor Atta. Okay? The society still had some soft spots for Governor Atta, and then a little bit of power of incumbency, very little, maybe 10 to 20%. Atta retained that seat, and the moment was flushed down. Okay, but when it was time for Godswill Akpabio to come again, this was a fresh person coming to system. We had a whole lot of political turmoil then, and then the governor had favorites. But then Atta politics is not like the type of politics we had now. He had favorites still able to clinch the party tickets, so that an outsider who had street credibility, who had the masses credibility, came in and was able to navigate himself through the cordon and then snatch that ticket. It wasn't not so much of a fight, because this was PDP in thing. As he left the PDP corridors to the social political corridor, it was simple for Akpabio to have taken. But Akpabio's second term made a strong opposition, but definitely not like this. Okay, Akpabio's government was one government that so many people. First, it was the first time power had shifted from Uyo senatorial districts to Ikot Egbene senatorial district after, I think, Etiebet who was the governor of Calabar for 3 months only. So the people of Ikot Senatorial District were very excited that their own is on that seat. We had a whole lot of social control tilting towards Governor Akpabio. So then even when they did the first primaries and was cancelled, the second one came. Even if they could do it 20 times, he would still clinch because he was a favorite of the people. Okay, so when the opposition came and then stage came with violence and all what he shouldn't have done, he lost out. All right, now use that favorite line to move to 215 when Udom Emmanuel came in. When Udom Emmanuel came in, the aura around him was not so much of incumbency power. It was not so much of menacing political threats as it was the fact that this is one governor that we have been intoxicated by everything about him, the way he talks,
so whatever
the way
he
says, he will say, okay, like this is Gospel.
Okay, let's just take a break there. When we come back, we're going to talk more about that because we'll have to look at a video from our Ward 1 when Akwa Ibom's, one of Akwa Ibom's celebrity in the Nollywood industry, Iniedo, calling on INEC, of course, to use this time to restore back the confidence people had on them.
They don't have in this particular unit. We don't know what's happening in the other units, but as far as this unit is concerned, you can see how peaceful it is.
What is the expectation from INEC today?
I'm expecting them to be accountable, to put their integrity to work. For once, there's a lot of I'm looking at social media. I'm seeing a lot of rancor and chaos going on, a lot of irregularities. I'm hoping that for once they're able to redeem themselves with this election because Nigerians at this point are at the point where we've totally lost confidence in the INEC body, and it's very unfortunate. So I'm hoping that they're able to, at least to some level, redeem themselves today. So I want to have ourselves to blame.
Okay, please, you were also here during the last all of that.
Well, when we came out for the presidential, I think we came quite early, a lot earlier than this. I know that the people may feel a bit discouraged considering what happened after the presidential election, but I'm still sure that people will come out in their numbers.
Right.
Welcome back. You're still watching live coverage of the 2023 governorship and state assembly elections across Nigeria, and we've been focusing keenly on what's happening here in Akwa Ibom State. We just saw footages from Ward 1, Unit 1. That's the locality of Governor Udom Emmanuel. But a short while ago, we heard from Nollywood actress Iniedo talking to the press and encouraging INEC to do right by, and Akwa Ibomite, of course, taking part in the governorship and state assembly elections. We hope to have Xavier up any moment from now, just so he gives us feelers from his... we do have Xavier. All right, it's Rachel actually here with me. Don't get it twisted, Xavier.
Morning, Raymond.
All right. First of all, can you just start by telling us where exactly are you at the moment, and just give us feelers on what is taking place right now at your current location?
Okay, I am currently at Ibiono Ibom, Ward 1, Unit 5. This is the unit of the governorship is currently ongoing, and the atmosphere I must say, is quite calm. They started accreditation and voting simultaneously quite early compared to what was obtainable during the presidential election and the National Assembly. So I feel everything is on point right now.
Okay, interesting. We understand, as you have said, that is the unit of the YPP governorship candidates. From what you're seeing, is there a sense that voters around that unit are being allowed to vote, without any fear of intimidation, considering, as you've said, it's the locality of the YPP gubernatorial candidate, an opposition party in this election? Do you have any sense that people are being coerced into voting a particular candidate, or they're being allowed to vote for candidates of their choice?
I can confirm. I mean, I can't see any security personnel on site and trying to maybe influence whatever is going on here. I see people doing what they are supposed to do willingly and out of their own desires. So I don't think there's any cohesion whatsoever around this premises here today, currently.
One of the issues
I must also add, I understand there's been reports of skirmishes that happened within Ibionibom local government area earlier today. And we are still tracking that report at the moment. We understand that the 2 people were allegedly killed.
All right, I think we lost Xavier.
Yeah, go ahead with the point you were making.
Okay. I was trying to draw your attention to an earlier report that emerged that there were 2 people who were allegedly killed in Ibionibom today as a fallout of today's election. And we understand that there were videos circulating on social media to that effect. And I would be bringing on somebody from this particular unit who would maybe have 1 or 2 things to say as regards that incident, to either to confirm or to debunk whether
during the presidential and National Assembly polls was a malfunctioning of the beavers, and equally cases of misplaced beavers, with beavers perhaps meant for polling unit A being deployed to polling unit B, and there's disenfranchising.
I would believe that one of the very significant differences of today's outing compared to what was obtainable during the presidential election is that the issue of beavers is not playing its negative role as it did during the presidential polls. I feel everything here, including the beavers, is moving on smoothly.
All right, interesting thoughts indeed. We'll of course get back to you, Xavier, as soon as we can, because we're still expecting to get a full grasp of standing of the allegation on ground about the alleged killing of 2 persons in that area.
Okay, yes, I have him. The next person you'll be speaking to would be Etienne from Ward 1, Unit 5, right?
Good morning, sir.
All right, yes. Good morning to you, Etienne.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Etienne, if you can hear me, let me just start by asking you, how is election going on in your unit?
It's very, very successful.
Okay, we just had reports that 2 persons were allegedly killed in your area. I don't know, can you give us any confirmation that something of this nature must have happened?
That's open, yes.
Happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have him back. All right, go ahead.
That thing happened yesterday night. Some police security came. We joined patrol. Then he started to arrest him. He started to shoot him.
All right, so you're saying that the Nigerian police opened fire. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, what did the people do? Why did they start picking people?
Pardon?
What did they do? Why did they come to pick people?
Okay, we're just still having issues getting clarity from what they're saying, but from what we've gathered so far, he said the police turned up at the area yesterday and started opening fire after they had an interface with the people there. We'll just allow Xavier to wrap up on that point. Xavier, if you can hear me, I just want you to make some sense of what we've gathered from what Mr. Sien said there. First, that the incident actually took place yesterday on the eve of the elections. And from what he has said, the police arrived at the area and started arresting people indiscriminately. And okay, it looks like we're still having issues with getting to Xavier. We'll do that later, but let's dwell on that conversation.
I think we should also ask Xavier, are they transmitting the result electronically?
That will be after the voting is done, so we cannot know that.
Okay, let's get to.
All right, we have Xavier back. Xavier, just confirm if you can hear me. Good. Let's come back to you, Mr. Idion. You've just heard there, when we started, I was asking whether or not the irregularities that characterize the February 25 polls will not repeat itself again. It's barely hours into today's exercise and we're already getting disturbing reports, even going as far back as the election eve.
Well, since the report is not about INEC officials coming late and fighting with Beaver's machine, I think the problem we have is not from INEC in this case. Okay. The problem is from political parties. And then while we're going through reports this morning, we identify may not be in Nsiribom, okay? It may not be. Now, hotspots, how do we identify hotspots? Local governments of, one local government of breaking at all costs, okay? When we observe elections in US, we have something called the red states and the blue states. These are states, you know, that these are predominantly Republicans, and when they do their campaigns, they were like, oh, you may not likely be able to win in a red state, because we know many people, they believe in the philosophy of republicanism. It's not like that in Nigeria. As is, I want to, you want massively. That's the language you want. So you are breaking into a place we know that this place is a stronghold of YPP, for instance, and you are trying to make sure that he loses to humiliate that candidate. That is simply the only reason why police, as you have heard the report, would drive into the place and then make arrested. Is there anything similar about them? Do they belong to a political party? They were just random picks. And then, for God's sake, if you are not receiving fire, why are you opening fire? This is one question we have not asked as security. If you are not receiving fire, why are you opening fire? It's a very serious indictment. You don't go to people that are armed with sticks and stones and then you are opening AK-47 on them. So I think if that thing connects properly, we should ask him so that we can get more facts from what is happening. But rest assured, why I say the Ibionibom may not be a hotspot is that we know that the Ibionibom, we know that APC level of campaign and APC level of social rapport is at 40%, at 30%, at least. But when you get to Oron, when the APC deputy governor is a social mobilizer, the former Okabadiswa, if you can remember that campaign, the Orange September, it tells you the degree of social control that Anti has over Oron Nation. And if you want to break that cordon aggressively, not through lobby that politics was known to be. Politics was known to be a game of lobby. But you want to use police, you want to use army.
Political parties and their candidates converge at the police headquarters in the state, to sign the peace accord agreement where they all promise to uphold INEC's core values as far as this is already. It means someone somewhere has already fallen foul of the laid down guidelines. But in the lead up to this as well, I think that was on Thursday, we saw a live video footage of the wife of the deputy governorship candidate of the YPP, Mrs. Janet Amber, calling out the deputy governorship candidate of the PDP, Senator Akodeyayi, and accusing her of allegedly importing thugs from Bayelsa State to front about, you know, the nefarious activities that go on behind the scene in the lead up to elections. And when you have, you know, someone of a well-known person in society coming out to make such remarks.
No,
it would
not just
constitute-
well-known,
yeah.
politically affiliated.
It would amount to inciting people
there is
to
something-
perhaps
Just a
take
moment,
volley.
just a-
Don't you feel it constitutes?
Not complete. And PDP supporters came with violence and beat up APC agents.
Onion.
Yes.
That is Uyo local government.
Onion Unit
Is
4.
that not Waiba?
Materials, are not complete, and PDP supporters came with violence and beat up APC agent, one in Niang, to drive away APC supporters.
Well, we've talked business that was supposed to be thumbprints and leave the place, okay? So that is where we have that one. For the General Amba thing, there is something we call the psychology of rumor, okay? Rumor may not be true, but it points hands to truth. Unverified, rumor, Bush radio. It may not be true, but it points hands to truth, okay? So for someone to have come to make such a strong claim, if we had active security agencies that are at the tip of their toes, there should have been a reprisal team sent towards that angle to do two things. One, neutralize, confirm if it is true. Two, neutralize. But we did not see any reactions. It was just a Kunayayi coming to the bong, right? Isn't that what happened? She came and said, that's a wild rumor, and this one is coming, it's not a rumor, and then the banters go on. And this, like you see, these things may be happening in the background. And of course, when that happens, voter intimidation and then salty stories as you are receiving that from your studios, okay? So when we have an mention a synonym again, if there is an attempt to break into the place, one, for ourselves, and you try to superimpose.
As we progress, don't forget, we equally give you an opportunity to join the conversation as well by reaching out to us on the numbers that will be displayed on the screen from wherever you're listening to us from. You can equally listen to us at www.theplanet101fm.ng for our listeners on our sister platform. But right now, let's take some clips as voting is ongoing. First off, from Ikodokoy Tao, the elections are taking place in that area. When we come back, the conversation will continue. Do stay with us.
Here at Ward 8, Unit 5, Ikodokoy. The election processes are going on smoothly, peacefully, quite orderly, as it is right now. You can see voters are coming in, getting accredited, and afterwards move on to the voting lines. They're doing it one step at a time, at proper order. And as you can see, supervisors are all around watching the processes. For the agents for various parties are also around, comfortably sitting and watching the processes as the process is taking place at the moment. No hijis in this particular election, and it's quite orderly. For others outside, the people are still coming in while others are going, and the process is orderly.
Yes, I'm from this unit, and then this unit. My assessment is that relatively we have a degree of peace here, and a degree of orderliness. Yes, I'm from this unit, and then this unit 12. That's our Ward 1. Right. My assessment is that relatively we have a degree of peace here, and a degree of orderliness, and there is transparency. It's here. Accreditation is being done on the instance. You move ahead and then cast your vote at the same time. But what I notice is that it's only one person that is doing the, the clearance, and the machine is only one person on the beaver. You cannot be on the beavers as a person. It would have been up to two people, so that if this machine has to run them, the other machine would equally continue. It's slow. That's the only observation. It's slow. It would have been dual, not single. INEC can rushfully bring a sane beaver. What I mean, I mean not a corrupt beaver, and then hand it over here, and then two people could run it immediately, and we have a better result. But that deadline of 2 o'clock might not be a reality. because of the slowness. One person cannot really handle the crowd. Look at the crowd there. I have not yet voted. Look at my hands. The presidential election was quite sound. The presidential election, the materials were on board, and the staffs on board worked as thoroughly. But here, there is a lapse in the sense that the beaver is just one. Just because outcome of the result, I can't jump to the outcome. The only thing is that what can be done at this very moment is to get to the INEC office, get a nice beaver, and then run the stops. And then we all live here before too.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Nigeria Decides 2023 from the studios of Spectrum Television, broadcasting from Uyo, the Akwa Ibom state capital. We do also visit other states across the Federation, to get feelers as well from correspondents who are standing by. While, of course, in Lagos, we'll be joined by Victor Anilaju, founder of IPE, former presidential aspirant, People's Democratic Party. Assembly polls are concerned. You can also join the conversation, by the way, by calling in to give us reactions as to how elections are taking place in your respective states, and you can do so right here on the numbers displayed on the screen. 31011 at 090 222 31011. You can also call 0817 6. Before we came back from that break, we saw a footage from Unit 12. That's Ward 1 of Farfion in Nsidi-Bum local government area. That's the stronghold of Obama Odofia, the candidate of the 8th. There were little or no official on ground. Do you consider that's, a problem, considering INEC had said logistical issues in the build-up to this polls?
You see similar thing. It has always been a problem in this country. Prepare, convey your staff, the materials, everything that is necessary for the success of that thing is what we call logistics. So we do not pay attention to it. Have that problem across. It's going to be good to see it in other states. It's a normal thing. What my sister had asked me the meaning of NF. Okay, that's the NF.
Nigerian factor.
The Nigerian factor. We always play down. If we had an announcement about optimum health for all Nigerians on national television, 20 achievements in the year 2020, this is 2023. We still have problems. We still have a kind of educational system we can't invest on. So there's going to be a lot of disenfranchisement because we want to get dark people who leave for security reasons. There's going to be serious handicap in those local government that we have logistical.
Do you suspect possible connivance between
of unholy intercourse between INEC reps and governors of some states, and sadly that wasn't addressed. Okay, we had those coming in that they are collaborating too much, and then in Akwa Ibom states that I think they even had a vote of no confidence against our own rep, okay, because he's not coming out to address core issues that he should come out to address. So I'm not the one suspecting. It could be part of their power play. It could be.
Interesting. Okay, Rachel, let's head to Ona now. Looks like we have some information from there.
Okay, yeah. his own candidate.
Okay, let's get to hear from the Chief Executive Officer of Akwa Ibom State, Governor Udom Emmanuel, who is speaking to the press shortly after casting his vote at Ona in Awa Ward 1, Unit 1 precisely. Let's hear from Governor Udom Emmanuel.
What interests me most is the peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the place. They just told me now one Rita Okie Mese, a DC president, that came in from Abuja with a truck of police, serious action against her. Police is made to ensure free, fair, and credible election. But what she's doing right now in Naked, if people want to follow about that, it's going to create a whole lot of problems. But I've reported accordingly, and I expect action to be taken. But outside that, and few issues, also here and there, the system is 100% perfect. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think my local government here, I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the place. They just told me now one Rita Okie Mese, a DC president, that came in from Abuja with a truck of police. She's all over Ike now, disrupting elections. Rita Okie Mese, I've reported a credible election. But what she's doing right now in Naked, if people want to follow about that, it's going to create a whole lot of problems. But I've reported accordingly. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think it will still be excellent. I mean, as far as the system is run by human beings, it can never be 100%.
You saw Akwa Ibom to peace and
All right, that was Akwa Ibom State Governor, Mr. Udom Emmanuel, speaking to the press shortly after he cast his vote at his ward, Awa Iman, Ward 1, Unit 1, precisely in Onaloku government area. From all he has said, which are joining us, as well as our listeners joining via Planet Radio. If you've got reactions to make, feel free to join us right now on the numbers displayed on your screen. But we'd like to advise that when you do join in, remember to keep our sister platform, Planet Radio. These are the numbers you can reach out to us, 090 222-31. Twitter and Instagram handle. Leave us a message. We'd love to read from you as well. The conversation continues on social media. All right, let's welcome our first reaction of the day. Hello. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Welcome. What's your name and where are you joining us from?
My name is John. I'm calling from
Bits.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I'm actually casting my vote from my polling unit. So, the Burma election, but here in my ward, at work from today's election, everywhere is calm, no violence. The security people have been tight. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Don, for joining in. You said the voting is going on seamlessly from his location, though he has mentioned the fact that some persons have not turned out.
Now, that's the voter intimidation and apathy we talked about, and that based on, according to him, based on lots of experience in the presidential election. Well, let's take another call now. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning. All right, you may have to reach us back again.
In Ghetto 1 precisely.
What's your name?
Hello?
Yes.
From Ghetto 1.
All right, we got that. We just want to know your name first. Just tell us your...
At the unit where I'm of Samsonite and reside. Please, I wanted to inform you that there is no vote going on here. The materials, we've seen a ballot box that has been brought from people from another community, and it has been brought to where our unit is. And that was taken by violence, and the ballot box has been broken.
Which community is that precisely?
So there is no election going on here.
Which community is that precisely?
Pardon?
Which community are you referring to? What's the name of the community you're referring to?
But after a while, the ballot box has been taken away by some men to the Bush under government.
Okay.
But the other one where I'm coming from, there's no election going on now.
Okay. Can you send us a video, just any footage? Is it possible to do that on WhatsApp via this number?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
I will try to do that.
Want to misguide the public with regards to this. So we're going to react to all of these issues with our guests in the studios, but let's chip in more reactions. Hello, good morning. All right, still expecting those calls to do come in, but maybe while we're expecting the reactions to come in, Ms. Studio, let's start off from the last remarks made by the last caller there. Voting hasn't commenced, and the usual problem of ballot box snatching. It looks like it's something we'll always see in elections in Nigeria.
Should we say it's in the DNA of electoral process in Nigeria?
It is because the issue of
Just a moment, we're taking a call. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Please, my name is I'm from Modern.
All right, tell us what's the situation over there.
And what's your name?
I'm Solomon from Abiyahalari, Odon.
Okay, we've heard you. Go ahead.
Solomon.
I just want to thank the election and the INEC. So in my community, election is going well. So everything is very well and security are tight. So I myself speaking with you, I'm also among the security. So security, we are trying to secure our election very well. So there is no problem in our forward.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I just want to say to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Solomon. Just play your
Roman,
civic role.
it seems, you know, electorates have suddenly, you know, become so vigilant. They don't want to secure their votes.
Been made over time. After voting, stay back and ensure
secure your votes. So I think this time they don't want a repeat of what happened. So they are not just voting and going home. Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to wait to collect their vote as well.
Are passionate about this election.
Yeah, but then as passionate as not just them, every other voter is, the call from Ikodeka snatch, you know,
ballot boxes.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. What I wanted to say was that the issue of ballot box snatching would be a continuous thing in our system because of politicians' desperation. And why are politicians desperate? Because as a country, we invest too much in politics. That's the problem we have there. We do not invest rich. Okay, when you have a technocrat spending 20 years to achieve a particular thing, and a politician spends 3 years or 2 years to achieve 10 times what a technocrat had, the investment we give into politics is too much, and we're making people be unnecessarily poised, you know, towards having to win by all means, and not only winning, staying in the system. They have to go to second-term legislators. They want to go to the fifth term and the sixth term, and these political stalwarts who are eating from the drips that fall will be ready to fight so as to sustain them. That is the reasons why we do not have this story so much like this in advanced nation is because over there, a country like Canada, but people, there are so many professionals working there. Nobody cares who sits there, except they are concerned about who sits there in terms of the policies he's going to make, not the money. So one can just die, but this one, the economy is too much. The Senate that is opening now, there are houses that will be given to them, even though they already have houses, the cars, the entitlements and other things. So people will fight and want to be there. Yeah. And stalwarts, stalwarts are a group of people, number one, largely illiterates, okay? Largely illiterate. And then they are getting this money from their paymasters as minimal, as small as 10,000 naira, as small as 50,000 naira, they can get it and then they kill you. So that is why we have these issues of ballot box matching in our political system. If we make it a social mechanism where our leaders are elected and changed in due course, there wouldn't be this problem.
Well, when it's already become a source of study in school, you have people studying political science. I always ask, to what end?
To a philosophical analysis of the thing. Yes, not to establish structures. It's only in Nigeria that I've heard of career politicians. I will be corrected when you argue that Sanders in US has been a Democrat for a very long time. But their own mentality is different. The type of money that is pumped into the U.S. House of Reps is not the type of money we have in our reps. It's not in the U.S. House of Reps. So as we are seeing us as a profession, as what we are going to sustain a living on, not what we are going to serve. So that's making people over-agitated about it.
Okay, Raymond, let's not also forget about the video we saw from Awa. The governor spoke about one Rita in Eket who came in with truckload of course, security persons to, of course, cause chaos over there in Eket.
Yeah, and equally said he had reported the matter
to the AIG,
the AIG in charge of Zone 6. So we'll keep following up on this. Hopefully we get in touch with Jane Owa, who's our correspondent in Onan, has been with the Governor's Trail to equally give us more feelers on that report. But as promised, we'll equally look at what's happening across different states of the country, and we'll turn to Les Parent on the People's Democratic Party ahead of this year's election. He'll be talking to us about what should be on paper a keenly contested race between Badebo Vivo Rhodes of the Labour Party and incumbent Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the All Progressives Congress, and we do have him up right now. Good morning to you, Victor, and many thanks for joining us on Spectrum TV.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me on your show.
Thank you very much, as always. Let's just start by, asking what's the mood like in Lagos today? Is it anything different from what we saw on February 25, where it appears that Nigerians were quite ecstatic about, voting in leaders of their choice? And the results we saw from the February 25 polls in Lagos, was one of the most surprising outcomes of the president. Mood like in Lagos State today?
Okay, so based on the from voters coming up very slow in terms of being at the polling units at this time. February 25th, most of the polling units were already jam-packed with voters. But this morning, the voters are not responding because of the how am I going to put it? Did I call it the fraudulent acts of APC and INEC, not allowing the wish of the people to count. So a lot of young people that we've been able to talk with this morning had said they are not coming out because the last time they voted, their votes did not count. And because of the fate I have in Nigeria. Not because of INEC, not because of our so-called corrupt politician, right? Because the people are already disenfranchised by announcing somebody that they did not vote for as the winner. So that have made INEC to lose the trust of Nigerians. Like I said before, election is a game of trust. You can't, people say election is a game of number. No, you can forge number, but you cannot forge trust. Election is never a game of number because people can forge numbers. But you see, when there's trust, the people will come out. As we speak right now, I don't want to go into more detail. I will tell you that we are having some polling units where nobody is showing up. We're still having some polling units where they've gone ahead this morning, the APC-led government has gone ahead this morning to threaten voters, to snatch ballot boxes, to disrupt peaceful election that is going on. If you allow me to say this, I want to call for an interim government as we speak right now, so that we reconfigure everything and redo this election for the sake of doing so.
Well, Victor, I like to ask, as you said, people were dissatisfied with what they saw on February 25 and said their votes did not count, and that could have informed the reason of most voters not to come out. There's a general sense of belief that Lagosians voted massively for the Labour Party in the presidential polls, and that's somewhat reflected in the results that were announced, where the Labour Party actually won in Lagos State. If that's the case, shouldn't that have been enough to convince more persons to come out in the belief that they can actually vote against the wishes of the leading party in that particular stronghold? I mean, why aren't we seeing the numbers double or triple if, you know, at the end of the day, from what we saw on February 25, it wasn't the ruling party who won?
Let me tell you something that we all should understand that is going on. Even if I know we all understand this, we're trying to be diplomatic. We're trying to cover up a lie that was sold to us on national TV by our INEC chairman and the leading party. And it will not take us anywhere. It will not even take the leading party anywhere. We are just taking the entire country backward. We live in a society. Election is a public display of trust. You can't breach the trust people have placed on you and expect them to still come out to vote. I will be lying to you if I sit here and tell you that there's a lot of people there. Do you know the amount of people who voted for Labour Party during 25th? There were over 1 million people. But at the end of the day, what was announced? It was announced that there were 500,000 people voted for him. And you think that people don't know who they voted for? My brother, vote is something that you are going to do by yourself. When your vote is not, when the vote of the general people is not reflected as the end result, there's no other English you are going to speak that will make people to trust the electoral system. The reason why you could see that February 25th had more turnout was because there was a level of trust that was built by, and after we have done all of that, it was announced by INEC chairman that he was not the winner. And today we are seeing the reflection of that announcement. And I tell you, and I said this on your program, that the INEC chairman would have been sacked. If you had sacked that INEC chairman, or seeing this right now, they feel that as far as you have the same INEC chairman that announced the February 25th election is still in that office, they see that their vote does not count. And I do not blame them.
Well, with respect to that, it appears the governorship polls across the country, usually supervised by the respective resident electoral commissioners in the different states. Yeah. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen Mahmood Yakubu supervise an election across the country. He did same in 2019, but it appears that he had little or no influence in the outcome of the gubernatorial elections across the different states of the country. The then resident electoral commissioner in the state, Mike Igini, was in the eye of the storm because of allegations that he had connived with the ruling party in the state. Ubu would have an effect on how the governorship elections in around 28 states of the country turn out.
Yeah, but one thing you should know as of today, chairman in Lagos State, and there is national INEC chairman, right? As far as you are hearing that word INEC, everybody wants to believe that it's the same thing that played out in February 25th that is going to play out today. And I don't blame anybody for feeling like that. I don't blame anybody who is feeling like INEC is not going to allow their votes to count, right? Now, talking about the INEC chairman of Lagos State, even before that 25th, there was a lot of petition that was written that the INEC chairman of Lagos State should be sacked or should be suspended because he had made some statements that seemed as if he was supporting the ruling party. So, and what you need to understand, election is a game of trust. Like I always say to people, if you don't trust the process, the system, you can't do anything. You can't do any other God and then come out more persons will come out to actually cast their votes. But I will still have to put this on INEC. INEC has not done well. This is the worst election we have ever had as a country. Not even talking about now that we're using a digital platform. One hopes that by now the election would have been much credible. But as we speak, there's a lot of disenfranchisement, a lot of voter suppression, a lot of thuggery, a lot of snatching of ballot boxes, a lot of threats here and there. And I don't understand what the APC-led government want to achieve with all of this. Well, we pray and we wish Nigeria the best. We hope that better days are ahead of us. But I want to let us know that Nigerians will not just fold their hand and watch all of this happen. One, so let us wait.
Okay, since we lost pictures to Victor Nilaju in Lagos, we're just wrapping up on
next direction we go as a people, right? So let's wait till the end of the election today. You know, that will inform us to know the next direction and the next decision we are going to take as a people. But as I'm speaking on behalf of the young Nigerians, we are not happy. We feel so sad that, about what we are seeing. The numbers are not meeting up. We spend a lot of time to mobilize, encourage, inspire young people to get them to come out. The problem they used to say before that the young people don't participate in election. This year we took up that courage. It's 2020. We started encouraging young people to come out in mass and vote. Imagine I haven't voted. These are older, incompetent politicians, older men, sit down and tell us lies on national TV. So this is where we were, let me say, in 2011. Now, and for reasons that I still don't understand, why can't you just allow this generation backward? So in the next election, I don't know how we are going to do it, but I still feel that INEC need to do something better.
Okay.
To be able to build the trust of the people.
All right, Victor, interesting thoughts there. Should we have reasons to get back to you, we'll gladly do so. We hope you oblige us more time. But thank you so much for joining us from Lagos.
I will when I get to the polling unit, I will let you know. So we could have like a live view from.
All right, thank you so much once again. Victor Nilaju, founder EPE, former presidential aspirant to the PDP, joining us from Lagos, where it seems like voter turnout this time is nothing close to what we saw on February 25. From what he has said, people do not have enough trust in the process again. I'd like you to respond to that quickly before we call up for the next footage. From what he has said,
this is a Lagos experience. I want to call it a Lagos experience. Lagos it's not that we don't have that voter apathy in Akwa Ibom. We've not had a few reports.
No, we haven't. Yeah, we haven't.
It's a Lagos problem. I was sitting down, I just remember what caused the Rwandan genocide. A journalist went into the radio and referred to Hutus as cockroaches and said you have the right to kill cockroaches in your house. Silly, unguarded statements like that. I think that problem started when people came up and said Lagos is no man's land. And they used it as a rhythm. Before, strongly giving an Igbo coloration to Labour Party in Lagos, creating a picture that showed that Lagosians or Yorubas were not in support of the LP. So LP had an Igbo identity in Lagos. That is when all these problems started. And now it has gotten to a point where announcements are made on streets by government officials like MC Olomo that if you are not voting APC, do not come out. And then they are bringing in a festival in 5 local governments of Lagos, including Surulere, that these festivals, if you're not a true Yoruba, which one is true Yoruba again? If you're not a true Yoruba, do not come out. And then there is a strong ethnic tone into Yoruba politics. Because you stepped into someone's land and said this is a no man's land. And these ones are retaliating. And then I get back to NPN, Shagari, which election, that we had the Wild West, where the people were burnt in their Mercedes-Benz because they attached Mercedes-Benz to Elisha Shagari. When we don't teach histories in our school, there are some statements that shouldn't be taken to the social spectrum. I'm telling you. So Lagos, this is a sad, very pitiful experience that are having there. If they are reporting, of course, when the footage from the field comes up, we would confirm if there is actually a voter apathy. But they have succeeded in molding an ethnic discord into a land where commissioners would be appointed from anywhere, where the governor could come from Ogun State, where we had a councillor from Akwa Ibom serving in Lagos.
That's their civic responsibility here in Uran local government area as well. The chairman of Tough Media Group, and the person of Mr. Tony Afia, also went out to exercise his electoral franchise by casting his vote. Would find out how things went down at his unit, but let's hear from him as well.
001. This is Tony Afia, Chairman Tap Media Group, owners of Planet Radio, Spectrum TV, and Tangsia. My name is Tony Afia, Chairman Tap Media Group, owners of Planet Radio, Spectrum TV, and Tangsia. So this is my unit, Yakuran 001. I've just voted, see? I've just voted. I use this finger so that I will not cross the line. It's good, it's part of my job that I have to come here and vote. As you see, it's very peaceful here. I think since they started separating, creating more units, so it's not so crowded anymore. And it's very peaceful. I'm sure there's not going to be any issues here. So, and I think there are a couple of security out greeted them and leave. I think it's very peaceful. This is a peaceful area. Maybe because we are here. Tap Media is here. So, yeah, very much. I just checked my section, gave it to them. They found me. I went over there, did a fingerprint. They saw me on the camera. I think that's the Beavers, right? And then from there, they gave me a card and vote. Everything works. I just hope that they would transmit it here to INEC centers.
So the machine is working. Then, as you can see, the whole process is peaceful. The security aspects, everything is calm, and this is how it's my boss, the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, for making Akwa Ibom to be a peaceful ground. As you can see, it's not like before that people will be running up and down. Before people you came here, then you can't even vote. But now everybody has that privilege. You have when you come here, you have to vote because of the peaceful ground on the election ground. So everything is fine. As you can see, people are still. I've done my own. I finished my voting. Then other people are still voting. Yeah, I think the performance machine is okay. At least it's 80%. It's working. That's because right now I've not heard any complaint.
Senator, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
All right. We've just witnessed you voting in your unit, Unit 6, Ward 10. I hope I got that correct.
What is Ward 6?
Ward 6, Unit 10. Okay. So I'd like for you to comment on the general atmosphere of the election here.
Well, listen, it has to do with individuals. Like now, I am not overzealous. I am not forcing people to vote my party. I have allowed the process to go on. We have signed peace accord. Some people have, will I say, keep to the terms of the peace accord. Some have forgotten that. The peace accord is to allow citizens to decide who should be their governor, should be their House of Assembly member. This is their right. I'm not forcing it. This is my village. I allow people to vote. The Igbo people are here. You know, the Mekane village is here. Exclusive right by voting for whoever they want.
Okay, sir. Do you see any breakdown of order going on here?
It is overzealousness of the candidates or those who want to prove a point to their principal. Once you remove that, citizens will vote the way they want.
Okay, earlier we saw you having a conversation with the INEC officials. There seemed to have been a problem. What was the situation like?
The arrangement, I was not comfortable with the fact that after accreditation, you stand online. I'm worried, how will you identify those after taking the Beavers listing? You verify. When they now say to me, you have to verify your name. It's now left for them to be sincere. You know, to be sincere, whether they will be, you know. So I was worried about that. That's why I asked the question.
All right. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Council Media is over this
Welcome back, and we just saw footages of how the elections taking place, and former National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress, Senator John James Akpanadoidere, casting his vote and, of course, giving assurances that everything went on as peaceful. It's now left, as he said in his own words, for INEC to do the needful. That was at Farfort, by the way, in your local government area. And equally, we saw voters at Ibiakpan Ward 2, Unit 6, that's in Sudubium local government area, which, by the way, is the local government of the people heard so far. Let's come to you, Mr. Dior. I'd like to start off from the allegations made by Governor Dom Emmanuel about a certain Rita Okiemeke, who he said came in allegedly from the FCT with a truck letter to the AIG. What would you respond to that quickly?
We follow up the report and see if it's true. We don't have any evidence to talk about it.
Okay. Well, let's just keep.
In a video time like this, it would have been a video clip for us to be sure. So we are just hearing it from Dom Emmanuel. We don't know if it's true or if it is false.
At least it's giving us the benefit of the doubt that he has reported officially to the police authorities.
So we follow up the police angle, and then the Rita has no surname.
Rita Okiemeke, as he put it.
Well, let's just take a pause, guys. When we come back, we'll talk more about that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Idiongo, for being part of us. He's a lecturer in the English department, University of Uyo. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us. It was a great analysis.
We'll talk more on this, of course, later. Don't forget, the news comes up at 12. You can join us for that here on Spectrum TV, as well as listeners on Planet Radio 101.1 FM Uyo. And for those who are more tilted towards indigenous content, you can join another of our sister platform, that's Tanksio 102.7 FM for terrestrial users, as well as those who can follow via a live stream to get all the updates you need about the 2023 governorship and state assembly elections. Don't forget, we'll also look at some state constituencies here in the states, the hotbeds, and also talk more about that, while we equally visit some states across the country for more updates. Stay with us. Nigeria decided.
As Nigeria prepares for the general elections holding from 25th February 2023, broadcasters are enjoined to make ethical reportage their watchword. All political programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and other extant laws relating to broadcasting. All broadcasting stations must adhere to the principles of pluralism and ensure equitable airtime to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to the general principles of legality, decency, and truthfulness. For the avoidance of doubt, the broadcast of a political campaign is prohibited. Be professional. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer Management.
We are now at Alpha Alphion Unit 12, Ward 1, and as you can see, people are voting. Voting is going on here. It had started since 7 o'clock in the morning, as reported here by someone.
United the pocket.
And there are harassment in this particular unit. We don't know what's happening in the other units, but as far as this unit is concerned, you can see how peaceful it is.
What is the expectation from INEC today?
I'm expecting them to be accountable, to put their integrity to work. For once, there's a lot of, I'm looking at social media. I'm seeing a lot of rancor and chaos going on, a lot of irregularities. I'm hoping that for once they're able to redeem themselves with this election, because Nigerians at this point are at the point where we have totally lost confidence in the INEC body, and it's very unfortunate. So I'm hoping that they're able to, at least to some level, redeem themselves today. So I want to encourage them to please just do the right thing, because the world is watching, and besides, this country is ours. If we leave it in the hands of the wrong people, then we'll have ourselves to blame.
Okay, please, you were also here during the last election, the presidential election. Have you noticed any kind of striking difference between this and that of the presidential election? Especially in the area of turnout and the responses from the INEC and all of that?
Well, when we came out for the presidential, it was, I think we came quite early, a lot earlier than this. It was a little more crowded than this. Like I said, I believe that, with time, because, as hours coming and going, we're having more and more turnout. I know that the people may feel a bit discouraged considering what happened after the presidential election, but I'm still sure that people will come out in their numbers.
Right.
Here at Ward 8, Unit 5, Ikore Puritan. The election processes are going on smoothly, peacefully, quite orderly, as it is right now. You can see voters are coming in, getting accredited, and afterwards move on to the voting lines. They're doing it one step at a time, at proper order. And as you can see, supervisors are all around watching the processes. For the agents for various parties are also around, comfortably sitting and watching the processes as the process is taking place at the moment. No hitches in this particular election, and it's quite orderly.
What interests me most is the peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the place. They just told me now one Rita Okie-Mese, a DC that came in from Abuja with a truck of police. She's all over Ike now, disrupting elections. Rita Okie-Mese, I've reported her to the AIG. I hope the police authority will take serious action against her. The police have reported accordingly, and I expect action to be taken. But outside that, and few issues also here and there. No system is 100% perfect. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think it will still be excellent. As far as the system is run by human beings, can never be 100%.
You saw quite a to please them.
Yes, I'm from this unit, and then this is unit 12. That's our Ward 1. Transparency, it's here. a current person that is doing the people, so that if this machine has to run them, the other INEC can rushly bring it immediately, and we have a better result. But that deadline of 2 o'clock might not look at my hands.
I wanted to ask already know
The presidential election, as I said, but here there is a lapse in the sense that the beaver is just one. Not on the outcome of the result. I can't jump to the outcome. The only thing is that what can be done at this very moment is to get to the INEC office, get a nice beaver, and then run the stops. And then we all live here before too.
My name is Tony Afia, 001. I've just voted, see? I've just voted. I use this finger so that I will not cross the line. It's good, it's part of my job that I have to come here and vote. As you see, it's very peaceful here. I think since they started separating, creating more units. So people, they don't have guns. They're just there to direct people. I've not shown any incidents. When I went there, I just voted and greeted them and leave. I think it's very peaceful. This is a peaceful area. Maybe because we are here. They saw me on the camera. I think that's the beavers, right? And then from there, they gave me a card and vote. Everything works. I just hope that they will transmit it here. Well, this is now we are voting. But at the end, I hope they will transmit as we've been told. They're supposed to transmit from each of the units. And
as you can see, the whole process is peaceful. The security aspects, everything is calm, and this is how election should be. I really thank the president, the INEC peaceful ground. As you can see, it's not like before that people will be running up and down. Before people you came here, then you can't even vote. But now my voting, then other people are still voting. Yeah, I think the performance machine is okay. At least it's 80% is working. That's because right now I've not heard any complaint. I've not heard any complaint from those officials that our machine have given them any issue. So
The Senator, good morning, sir.
Good morning. What is Ward 6?
Ward 6, Unit 10. Okay. So I'd like for you to comment on the general atmosphere of the election here.
No, listen, it has to do with individuals. We have signed peace accord. Some people have, will I say, keep to the terms of the peace accord. Some have forgotten that the peace accord is to allow citizens to decide who should be there, and people have bought land here, they build their houses.
Breakdown of all that going on here.
It is overzealousness of the candidates.
INEC officials, there seemed to have been a problem. What was the situation like?
The arrangement, I was not comfortable with the verify. When they now said to me, you have to verify your name. It's now left for them to be sincere. To be sincere, whether they will be, So I was worried about that, that's why I asked the question.
Okay, but generally, are you satisfied with the atmosphere in your polling unit?
It's peaceful. Then
As nice word, all political programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, equitable airtime to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to the general principles of legality. The identification or symbol ends not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC.
There's a drastic, so I commend INEC in totality. I think it's quite, there's a drastic change, drastic improvement, drastic enhancement of the process, and then the drastic and prompt responses on the part of INEC compared to what we had the last time where material got here about after 1. So I'm sure today's exercise is an improvement of what transpired in the last time. My heart bleeds because I called the CP when I heard it. I tried to reach out to you. Nobody can hide this. I think it's quite, there's a drastic change, drastic improvement, drastic enhancement of the process, and then the drastic and prompt responses on the part of INEC. So I commend INEC in totality. Yeah, I think the materials got on the units before 8 o'clock, and that was quite drastic compared to what we had the last time where material got here about after 1. So I'm sure today's exercise is an improvement of what transpired in the last exercise, and that's so kudos.
Okay, sir. On what happened?
When I heard it, I tried to reach out to the director of SSS when I heard it, and then I think there is an SSS report to that effect.
What interests me most is the peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the elections. Rita Okiemes, I've reported her to the AIG. I hope the police authority will take serious action against her. Police is made to ensure free, fair, and credible election to be taken. But outside that, and few issues, also here and there, no system is 100% perfect. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think it will still be excellent. I mean, as far as system is run by human beings, it can never be 100%.
You saw quite a to peace and there are harassment in this particular unit, being accountable to, put the integrity to work, for once. There's a lot of, I'm looking at social media, I'm seeing a lot of rancor and chaos going on, a lot of irregularities. I'm hoping that for once they're able to redeem themselves with this election, because Nigerians at this point are at the point where we've totally lost, because the world is watching, and besides, this country is ours. If we leave it in the hands of the wrong people, then we'll have ourselves to blame.
Okay, please, you were also here during the last election, the presidential election. Have you noticed any kind of striking difference between this and that of the presidential election? Especially in the area of turnout and the responses from the INEC and all of that?
Well, when we came out for the presidential, I think we came quite early, a lot earlier than this. It was a little more crowded than this. Like I said, I believe that, with time, because, as hours coming and going, we're having more and more turnout. I know that the people may feel a bit discouraged considering what happened after the presidential election, but I'm still sure that people will come out in their numbers.
Right. The Senator, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
All right. We've just witnessed you voting in your unit, Unit 6, Ward 10. I hope I got that correct.
What is Ward 6?
Ward 6, Unit 10. Okay. So I'd like for you to comment on the general atmosphere of the election here.
Well, listen, it has to do with individuals. Like now, I am not overzealous. I am not forcing people to vote my party. I have allowed the process to go on. We have signed peace accord. Some people have, will I say, keep to the terms of the peace accord. Some have forgotten that the peace accord is to allow citizens to decide who should be their governor, should be their House of Assembly member. This is their right. I'm not forcing it. This is my village. I allow people to vote. The Igbo people are here. The Mekane village is here. And people have bought land here. They build their houses. So they can exercise their citizenship rights by voting for whoever they want.
Okay, so do you see any breakdown of order going on here?
It is overzealousness of the candidates or those who want to prove the point.
What's the situation like?
The arrangement, I was not comfortable with the fact that after accreditation, you stand online. I'm worried, how will you identify those after taking the beavers this thing? To verify. When they now say to me, you have to verify your name. It's now left for them to be sincere. You know, to be sincere, whether they will be, you know. So I was worried about that. That's why I asked the question.
Okay, but generally, are you satisfied with the atmosphere in your polling unit?
It's peaceful. Then it's there for the INEC to do the needful.
All right, thank you so much, Your Excellency.
My name is Tony Afia, Chairman TAP Media Group, owners of Planet Radio, Spectrum TV, and Tanxia. So this is my unit, Yakuran 001. I've just voted, see? I've just voted. I use this finger so that I will not cross the line. It's good, it's part of my job that I have to come here and vote. As you see, it's very peaceful here. I think since they started, and I think there are a couple of security people. They don't have guns. They're just there to direct people. I've not shown any incidents. When I went there, I just voted and greeted them and leave. I think it's very peaceful. This is a peaceful area. Maybe because we are here. TAP Media is here. So, yeah, very much. I just checked my section, gave it to them. They found me. I went over there, did a fingerprint. They saw me on the camera. I think that's the beavers, right? And then from there, they gave me a card and vote. Everything works. I just hope that they would transmit it here. Well, this is now we are voting, but at the end, I hope they would.
Spectrum.
which is the only one allowed by grossly abused. Our governors have to share police powers with the president as stipulated by the constitution. We do not have a federal government police force. We have the Nigerian police force, which shall be administered, organized, and supervised by the Nigerian police force.
No, my lord, I want to say something. I want to say something here. Perhaps it might also enlarge the scope of people who should be invited here for examination. My lord, if we cannot find those who literally murdered Abiola, who are those people who could be said to be the beneficiaries of the death of Abiola?
Rogers has linked you with some of the killings he did.
He never did.
He linked you with the attempted murder of Hebrew.
He did not.
My lord, the Matters Council is leading the evidence in our matters.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my lord, but we can't be talking about cases which are in court, my lord.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my lord. These cases are in court, my lord. I'm just reminding your lordship.
My lord, sorry, my lord, I think I'll be in cross-examination.
Legally Speaking, a program that deals with legal issues and questions we face as citizens of this amazing country, Nigeria. Legally Speaking. Join us every
Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
for Legally Speaking.
up-to-date information on topical issues affecting the common Nigerian. From issues on politics,
Hello, Nigeria. I remain committed.
Security, education, health, lifestyle, and so much more. Join Janice Kobum and Uyai Anyeken every weekday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Rise and Shine Daily, exclusive on Spectrum Television.
One truth not often told is about the transformation that Africa has undergone in recent decades. Africa is shaping its own destiny and should be referred to as the African opportunity. On Spotlight Africa, we paint the African picture the African way, laced with truth, detail, and the color of the African continent. Join Uyai Anyekan every Tuesday and Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Spotlight Africa, telling the African story.
Spectrum TV, broadening your horizon.
Nigerian police, which is the only one allowed by grossly abused. Our governors have to share police powers with the president as stipulated by the constitution. We do not have a federal government police force. We have the
I want to say something here. Perhaps it might also enlarge the scope of people who should be invited here for examination. My Lord, if we cannot find those who literally murdered Abiola, who are those people who could be said to be the beneficiaries of the death of Abiola?
Rogers has linked you with some of the killings he did.
He never did.
He linked you with the attempted murder of Ibro.
He did not.
My Lord, the Matters Council is leading the evidence in our matters.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my Lord, but we can't be talking about cases which are in court,
Is
my
this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my Lord. These cases are in court, my Lord. I'm just reminding your Lordship.
My Lord, sorry, my Lord, I think I'll be in cross-examination.
Legally Speaking, a program that deals with legal issues and questions we face as citizens of this amazing country, Nigeria. Legally Speaking. Join us every
Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
for Legally Speaking.
Spectrum News within the week. I am Rachel David White, coming to you live from Uyo, the capital city of Akwa Ibom State. Let's take a look at the headlines. Federal Executive Council approves Nigeria Agenda 2050 polls plus. UK Supreme Court backs Ukraine over Russian Duress loan. Details of the stories and more in a moment. First, in the news within the week is from the Federal Executive Council, which on Wednesday in Abuja endorsed the Nigeria Agenda 2050, a plan aimed at increasing real GDP growth by 7%, creating 165 million new jobs, and reducing the number of people living in poverty to 2.1 million in 2050, from the 83 million people estimated in 2020. This comes 4 weeks after the National Economic Council endorsed the agenda and 29 months after President Muhammadu Buhari inaugurated the National Steering Committee for the preparation of the Medium-Term National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 and Nigeria Agenda 2050. According to reports, its overreaching goal is to take Nigeria through an upper middle income country and subsequently to the status of a high income country by 2050. In another development, President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday sworn in 7 reappointed board members for the Independence, Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission at the Council Chamber of the State House, Abuja. The members include Justice Adamu Bello, Katsina State, Hanatu Mohammed, Jigawa State, Olubukola Balogun, Lagos State, Obiora Igwedibia, Anambra State, Abdullahi Saidu, Niger State, Yahaya Dauda, Nasarawa State, and Grace Chinda, Rivers State. All 7 board members were first inaugurated by Buhari in 2019. Their renewed 4-year tenure will end in March 2027. Away from that, the Ministry of Police Affairs within the week assured of its readiness to support the assignment of the Transition Technical Task Team (TTTT) of the Presidential Transition Council (PTC). The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Police Affairs, Abel Enitan, gave assurance during an interactive session with the Council. The PTC delegation, led by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Policy and Development, Ibrahim Hassan, was at the Ministry's headquarters in Abuja. Enitan noted that with both human and material resources, the Ministry would ensure the timely submission of its report to the Council. The Ministry, he underscored, has the mandate to protect Nigerians and provide a conducive environment for socio-economic development and sustainable livelihood for the citizenry. Enitan said the directive of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation (SGF) to the police included transition security and collation of information on all President Muhammadu Buhari's administration's policy, programs and projects. Further speaking, Ibrahim Hassan said Executive Order Number 14 of the 2023 signed by the President on February 9, 2023 provides the legal framework for facilitation and managing presidential transitions at the federal level. The ad said the 2 key documents for the 2023 presidential transition process were a compendium of policies, programs, and projects implemented in the 9 priority areas of the outgoing government. In another development, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo during the week launched a $600 million program for young Nigerians in the technology and creative sectors, with a call on African governments and the private sector to do more to support growth of innovation in Africa. Osinbajo spoke at the official unveiling of Investment in Digital and Creative Enterprises (IDICE) program in Abuja. According to him, the program is to support young Nigerians aged 15 to 35 who are entrepreneurs in early stages in creative, innovative, and technology-enabled ventures. He noted that $271 million is expected from private sector and institutional investors to scale up the programs. In the meantime, federal government said it is yet to harmonize efforts with states to set up palliative measures ahead of the June 2023 headline for the discontinuation of petroleum subsidy. However, it said the concerned committees would soon conclude discussions with key stakeholders as the administration wound down. The Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Claim Agba, revealed this to the State House correspondent shortly after this weekly Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by the President, Muhammadu Buhari. He noted that a committee led by the Vice President, Yomi Oshim. Meanwhile, the federal government and the World Bank during the week collaborated to improve the knowledge of teachers in the federal technical colleges in the country with the 21st century skills that will digitalize the structure for in-service training of technical and vocational education and training TVET, teachers and instructions on Wednesday in Abuja. Adejo, who was represented by the Director of Technology and Science Education, Grace Jacko, said there is the utmost importance of strengthening the technical schools with the aim of increasing the availability of competent and motivated technical teachers and instructors. He explained that the workshop came on the heels of generally on education and more specifically on skills development in technical and vocational education. Pre-population and housing census earlier scheduled for March 29th has been shifted to May 2020. President Muhammadu Buhari in Abuja, according to the Minister, the Decisional Commission, INEC, from March 11 to 18th. He also disclosed that the concept of the census. Away from that, the federal government Chizoba Favor Eze in an Ethiopian prison. This was disclosed in a statement signed by the spokesman, being killed rather, or to have died rather, in Kaliti prison, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia on March 12, 2023, following alleged fiscal and expressed concerns over the reported. In a separate development, the federal government, in collaboration with the License 17, to uncover the culprits behind an organized oil theft in the field, are currently being investigated. Reports say the investigation was necessitated after the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps uncovered an illegal local refinery at Otamiri Eche local government area of Rivers State. The spokesperson for the NSCDC in Port Harcourt, Olufemi Ayodele, said the investigation was ongoing, adding that Hires Holding Oil and Gas Limited was working with the Corps to unravel the gang behind the theft. Moving now to judiciary, where ECOWAS Court of Justice within the week dismissed a suit by 4 individuals seeking self-determination for the Yoruba people of Nigeria. The 4 are Riscott Badmus, Ademola Felati, Yemisi Fadahonsi, Ogunlana, and Adigun Makanjola, all members of the coalition capacity to sue for themselves and on behalf of the Yoruba nation. In the lead judgment by Justice Dupe Atoki held that as individuals, the applicants failed to prove their ability to act as bearers of the right to self-determination ascribed to the Yoruba people, and relied on the definition of the African Commission of the concept of a people as a group of persons bound together by their historical, traditional, racial, ethnic, cultural, linguistic, religious, ideological, geographical, economic identities and affinities. Justice Atoki found that the 4 applicants did not qualify to be the bearers or holders of such rights and declared that they did not have the capacity to sue the respondent state for themselves. Still in judiciary, the Federal High Court in Abuja on Wednesday fixed May 22nd for hearing in a suit instituted by a member of a Seventh-day Adventist church, Ugochukwu Uchenuma, seeking to stop the conduct of elections and examinations on Saturdays in the country. Justice James Omotosho fixed the date when the matter was mentioned before him. At Wednesday's proceedings, the court granted President Muhammadu Buhari and Attorney General of the Federation permission to regularize their processes filed against the suit. The grantings of the permission followed an application argued by Osasoje Owaifo on behalf of Buhari and AGF, who are the first and second respondents in the suit. The court also granted the same applicants by the plaintiffs' counsel, Benjamin Amafule, and deemed their processes as duly filed and served. In education, the 2023 mock UTME earlier scheduled for Thursday, March 16, 2023 has been shifted to Thursday, March 30, 2023. According to the examination board in a statement on Monday, the shift in date is partly owing to the change in the date in 2023. The mock UTME is an optional examination introduced by the JAMB to provide its readiness and that of its partners for the main UTME, which is scheduled to hold between April 29th to May 12, 2023. Still on electoral matters and National Assembly elections. This was as he said the governorship and state houses of assembly elections will be expectedly more demanding than the presidential poll and urged the security agencies to be on guard. The INEC bosses spoke at the meeting of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security in Abuja. Yakubu said the governorship and state assembly elections today involved more constituencies than the national elections held about 3 weeks ago. According to him, the state elections will involve 1,021 constituencies, 28 governorship and 993 state assembly seats, as well as more candidates to participate and more collation centers to protect. Still on 2023 elections, where not less than 25 broadcast stations were sanctioned for failing to adhere extant broadcast law on coverage of the 2023 general elections. Rabe Ilela stated this in Abuja ahead of the March 18 governorship and assembly elections. Ilela informed 25 stations were sanctioned by NBC in the course of monitoring the 2023 presidential election, while 16 stations have been given a final warning. The NBC boss said one station was sanctioned for broadcasting 5.33 of the NBC code. Back here, Akwa Ibom State Governor Domimano has pleaded interview with journalists shortly after the monthly governorship house prayer service in company of the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 6, Jonathan Touru. The governor appealed to eligible voters to obey all instructions of the security. Election was not war, but a normal democratic process of recruiting leaders to various elective offices. Also speaking, the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 6, Jonathan Touru, charged the people to remain peaceful as the police and other security personnel have put measures in place for a peaceful election. He noted that there were bound to be winners and losers in the election, and who may wish to seek process and redress do so peacefully and appropriately. Still on electoral matters, no fewer than 2,500 men and officers of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) have been deployed to various locations across Taraba State. The development, according to the Taraba Commandant Yakubu Ibrahim, is to ensure a peaceful and crime-free governorship and State House of Assembly elections scheduled for today. Speaking through the command's public relations officer, Iliya Samaila. During a media parley, the commandant noted that apart from the 16 councils, men and officers of the Corps have been deployed to special development areas in the state. The NSCDC boss, who said the command is fully prepared to tackle every situation before, during and after the polls, assured the people of a peaceful exercise. In Imo State, the suspension of the strike was announced by a statement issued by the NLC National President Joe, well-meaning Nigerians from within and outside the state during today's governorship, and has reversed its anti-labor policies. The body would resume the industrial action in the state.
I don't want additional hardship on my people. Politics or not politics. We want to contest and win elections. Even some who want to come here to take over from me. But they should follow due process. I'm appealing to my people in Imo State. They have seen from 1999 to 2020 when I came into Imo State as the governor. They have seen the difference.
In the meantime, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) with concerted efforts are being made to resolve the challenges on the application portal with a view to make the process seamless any moment from now. Early hours after the online application portal was opened on Sunday, 12th March, it began to explain. Babafemi, in a statement on Tuesday, disclosed that to resolve this, the agency upgraded the infrastructure to accommodate the large volume of applicants after over 53,170 applicants had successfully logged into the portal. Back here, resident of No Dosen of Obiofort on Monday called on the Akwa Ibom State government to resume the construction of No Odosen Road. They described the road as a disaster during the rainy season, noting that it is always flooded, making movement difficult for both pedestrians and motorists. They disclosed that the project was abandoned 8 years ago by contractors who were handling the construction and solicit quick response from the government.
Now, apart from this done this road almost 7 to 8 years now. Apart from this stone base, so they just abandoned and leave. In this season, we have suffered about how to cope with it. We are not happy about this area.
Still to come in the news. NCC directs telcos to implement harmonized short codes. Do stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. Moving now to Africa, where the United States Vice President Kamala Harris will travel to 3 African countries this month, a statement said on Monday as Washington looks to strengthen diplomatic ties on the continent. The trip to Ghana, Tanzania and Zambia from March 25th to April 2nd comes after a December summit hosted by President Joe Biden in Washington with Harris. The tour aims to strengthen the United States partnership throughout Africa and advance shared efforts on security and economic prosperity. This is due to meet with President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, President Samia Hassan of Tanzania, and President Hakainde Hichilema of Zambia, with topics include democracy, economic growth, food security, and impact of Russia's war in Ukraine on the agenda. In Africa, Tigray forces, during lengthy talks with the European Prime Minister Anthony Blinken, said there had to be accountability for atrocities perpetrated by all sides during the 2-year November. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed said the two men discussed strengthening relations, which had cooled during the conflict between federal forces, their Eritrean allies and the Tigrayans, in aid for Ethiopia. Meanwhile, the United States contained their jihadist threat as extremist violence in their West Africa's Sahel region spreads south towards coastal states. Soldiers from several African countries, 1,300 military personnel from 29 countries are training in Ghana and Ivory Coast amid surging jihadi violence linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group, but killed thousands, displaced millions. 800 people in central Mozambique are in dire need of food after being cut off by the devastation brought by tropical storm Freddy. They have been surviving on wild fruit for the last few days. According to reports, their well-being is not fully known because transport and communication networks have been almost completely destroyed by heavy rains which have hit the region for weeks. Local authorities say they have sent food to the town of Marimo in Sofala province. They did not say how it would be transported to the desperate people. About 20 deaths have been reported in Mozambique to discover from the destruction. Elsewhere, 2 of 4 journalists who were detained in January after a video appearing to show South Sudan president wetting his trousers at the release of Victor Ladu and Mustafa Osman. In December last year, a video shared on social media appeared to show Kerr urinating on himself as the national anthem played at a function. 6 staff from the state broadcaster were later arrested, but 2 remained in detention. In the meantime, a Zambian man, Demba Dube, within the week sentenced to 8 life sentences and an additional 88 years by a South African court for murder and rape. Dube, 36, was accused of kidnapping and murdering 7 women in Limpopo province. He was convicted to have entered South Africa without a permit or a passport in 2008. He was initially arrested in 2021 for possession of a phone suspected to have been stolen from a kidnapped woman. Meanwhile, he denied all the charges in court except for contravening immigration laws. On the foreign scene, Russia said its forces shot down 3 missiles over southern border region of Belgorod. The latest spillover of fighting from Ukraine, Belgorod mayor that no one had been hurt. Gladkov has regularly accused Ukrainian forces of shelling his border region and in January said more than 24 residents into Russia, including earlier this month when Moscow said it was forced to respond when a group of Ukrainian saboteurs breached the frontier of the southern Bryansk region. In a related development, U.S. military has said that Russian fighter jet has dumped fuel on an American drone over the Black Sea and collided with it, causing the drone to crash. National waters, and one clipped its propeller. Meanwhile, Moscow has denied causing the crash of the drone, which the Pentagon said was on a routine intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance mission. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said it had summoned Russia's ambassador to protest after judges ruled on Tuesday that a long-running financial dispute can go to a full trial. The Supreme Court in London rejected a bid by a Russian-backed investment trust to throw out the case, which concerns a $3 billion loan taken out in 2018. Without a trial, he said the court had ruled that Ukraine's defense based on Russia's threat of aggression will have a full public trial. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom Finance Minister Jeremy Hunt on Wednesday announced that most working parents in England will be offered 30 hours of free childcare for the under fives to ease cost of living pressures on families. The policy, part of the government tax and spending plans unveiled in the budget, will eventually apply for 38 weeks in the year, from when a child is 9 months until when they start school age around 5. It comes alongside a host of childcare measures aimed at encouraging more women back into the workplace or to remain working after having children, while better % of a family's income compared to just 9% in France. Mobile networks in the country. With this development, MTN to be used as the harmonized code for call center help desk on all mobile networks. 301 for voicemail deposit, 302 for voicemail retrieval, 303 for borrow services, 305 for stop services, 310 for check balance. The new direction, 321 is for share services, while 323 is for data plan balance. The code 996 is now for verification of subscriber identity model registration / NIN SIM linkage. Still in business, the International Air Transport Association IATA on Wednesday disclosed that the trapped funds belonging to foreign airlines operating in Nigeria have risen by 12.39% to $944 million in January 2023, from $662 million in the corresponding period last year. IATA discloses in a later address to the Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika, signed by for the resolution of the issue of airlines blocked funds in Nigeria. While highlighting the socio-economic impact of the airline blocked funds in Nigeria, Fatakun said the increasing backlog of blocked funds of international airlines will impact negatively on the foreign direct investment in the country. At the moment, the country was expecting investment in the concession of some of its major airports. He also mentioned that the continued trapped funds violate the bilateral air service agreement, saying that the country was flaunting its contractual obligations by not facilitating the repatriation of the airline's funds. Complete delivery of product to many filling stations. Dealers under the aegis of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, said there had been a lopsided pattern in the distribution of PMS lately, stressing that this would NNPC retail subsidiary had not been delivering the exact amount and number of trucks of fuel that were meant for independent marketers. Reports say independent marketers operate about 80% of filling stations nationwide, both in villages and other remote areas, making them the largest downstream distributors of petrol. Still to come in the news. Gianni Infantino re-elected as FIFA president until 2027. Do stay with us. On Tuesday said that no less than 55 countries are struggling with serious health worker shortages as they continue to seek better paid opportunities in wealthier nations. According to World Health Organizations, African nations have been worst hit by the phenomenon, with thus achieving universal health care by 2030, a key sustainable development goals pledge. Meanwhile, to help countries protect their vulnerable healthcare systems, World Health Organization has issued an updated health workforce support and safeguards list, which highlights nations with low numbers of qualified healthcare staff. Supporting the call for universal healthcare for all countries, Ghebreyesus called on all countries to protect and respect the provisions in the World Health Organization healthcare workforce support and safeguard list, noting that healthcare workers are the backbone. Produced 2 insecticide-treated nets to contain mosquitoes. In a statement, they're glosing that all of these nets were treated with only one insecticide, the pyrethroids. It notes ITNS versus pyrethroid-only nets to prevent malaria in adults and children in areas where mosquitoes. Gianni Infantino on Thursday re-elected to his post for another 4 years. The Swiss Italian 52 became head of world football's governing body when he succeeded SEPP Sepp Blatter in 2016. He retained the role in 2019 and after standing unopposed for re-election, will continue to lead FIFA until 2027. In another development, FIFA President Gianni Infantino on Wednesday unveiled Kigali Pele Stadium in honor of the Brazilian football legend who died in December last year. The multi-sports ground in Italy, initially known as Kigali Regional Stadium, holds 22,000 people. The inauguration of the stadium, which happened on the sidelines of the 73rd FIFA Congress in Kigali, was presided over by President Paul Kagame. President Kagame thanked Infantino for giving the country an opportunity to honor Pele by naming the stadium in his name. Infantino said the move was the best way to keep Pele's football memories. Meanwhile, Real Madrid and Napoli on Wednesday secured their places in the quarterfinals of the Champions League after beating Liverpool and Eintracht Frankfurt respectively. Madrid defeated Liverpool 1-0 rather. Sorry about that. In Champions League second leg to go through 6-2 on aggregate, while Napoli won 3-0 to secure a 5-0 aggregate triumph in the last 16. Karim Benzema scored the only goal of the game in Spain as the record 14-time European champions eased into the last 8 following a 5-2 victory at Anfield in February. For Napoli, Victor Osimhen struck either side of half-time and Piotr Zielinski added another from penalty spot for Syrian guitarist Lokosa Ya Mbongo within the week died at the age of 77. Lokosa, who was 77, died on Tuesday night at a hospital in Nashua in New Hampshire, U.S., where he had been living since 1996. Late last month, fellow guitarist Dali Kimoko told newsmen that Lokosa's health was fragile as he was battling diabetes and complications from a mild stroke he suffered in 2020. Born Denis Castilla, who stars alongside fellow guitarist Ngoma Likoto bass and Dali Kimoko lead, and vocalist Yondo's sister Balo Kanta, Nell Zitani and Shimita. The band, formed in Paris in 1989, battled for attention such as Bonnie Anne, Monica, and Maria Jose, shows around which Dali Cameroon Afrobeat star Adekunle Gold announced in a statement by the company's chief executive officer and chairman, Tunji Balogun, as reported by Billboard. So revealed how he had been planning all along to bring Def Jam label into the Afrobeat space as soon as he started working at the label in 2022. In his remarks, Gold expressed excitement upon signing with the label, conceding that the move is the right one for him at the present stage of his music career. Lastly, on news within the week, sensational rapper Jado P has released his first single on 2023 titled One of a Kind, in which he features superstar Fireboy, combines for a new captivating record. The record ignites recollection as the duo goes back as far as their university days in Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife. And that's all we have for you at this time. Do ensure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel, all of which you can find on our website spectrumtv.ng. You have been watching Spectrum News within the week. I am Rachel David White. Enjoy the rest of your day. Voting exercise continues, and of course, Nigeria Decides Studios still goes on. Just stay tuned.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Wait.
No, please, can you come down for Mike's sake? For Mike's sake. Please, you have to
It's going on well. You are the journalist. You are the ones to tell me. But from our polling unit here, it's peaceful. I pray we have it peaceful. What's your life? I can only talk about what happened to me. That was I want to journalist is journalist. There will be no separate time for after the match, we can't score them now, but I believe they're doing their best. In this country, if the institutions want to work, they work. And I just pray that INEC will live up to the billing and promises they gave to Nigeria.
I hear that this polling unit has not experienced this sort of turnout before. So, do you know the reason?
This is my village, and I'm loved by my people.
Talking about your village and also education, because voting, just like you've done, is also as important as voting education. How were you able? How were you?
With media, everyone, there was a lot of voters education. You can even see even the old women. They know what to do. They know how to use their index finger. They know. So
there were lots of issues.
No. Life is about hope. I have hope that it will be better. Thank you.
What's the
Good afternoon, amazing people, and welcome to an exciting time in social media reactions, coming to you live from the Nigerian Decide studio of Spectrum TV. I am Blessing Dixon, but you can call me Lady B. This is social media reactions, and I'll keep you updates and comments of Nigerians on social media. Stay with me. I'll be going on this short break, and when I return, it's
As Nigeria prepares for the general elections holding from 25th February of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and order to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to announcement or any other form of partisan party identification or symbol ends not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer Management.
You are there staying with me, listening and watching. This is Social Media Reactions, live from the candidates across the country. This is that program that'll keep you updated on the comments, the tweet, the post on the interactive space. To get into the interactive space, all you need to do is connect TV so we could read your comments and see your live update from your polling units. Moving on to business, the first hashtag that is trending today is Nigeria Decides. Yes, Nigeria Decides. Media to just share comments, to share posts, to share reactions, to share live updates of what is happening in their area. In Lagos, there's an ongoing protest as talks have of assembly elections. It's everything that is on that hashtag Nigeria Decides. Nigeria Decides. How is the elections going? Twitter and on Instagram. Let's scope. Well, the first hashtag we have for you to Nigeria, who took to their verified page to share updates on various polling units across the country. They tweeted this: governorship state in Eastern local government area of Kwara State waiting for registered voters. Hashtag Nigeria Decides. We start with Lagos, where the rapper and musician Falz reported from his polling unit. At Falz the Bad Guy took to his verified Twitter handle to share this report live from Ikate, Lagos. Standing by, he said he is it from Falz. I'll be going on this very, very short break, and when I come back, it's everything trending on the socials. This is Social Media Reactions live from Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides studio, and I told you we'll be keeping you updated on all the juicy posts and the live updates have Nigerians getting to choose who would lead them. I told you that Falz told us that he is having everything under control. Military men are on ground, VGC, and they set it up at the Express. Let's see this video from her.
Hey guys, so it's 8:30 a.m. and they are not coming into VGC. They're going to set up on the Express. Like, I don't understand. Why would we, you know, thousands of people in here to vote, and then you want us to go to the Express? This has never happened before. They're saying they're not coming in. So please tag INEC, tell them we're all set up, we're election cycle, we're here. Now they said they are going to the Express to set up, and we should all come out to the Express to meet them. How would thousands of people vote at the Express? Does that even make any sense? Please, INEC, please now. We thought we were not going to have any drama this.
Well, she made this video with this tweet. She said, please, I don't need stress. At INEC Nigeria, at CNN Africa, at Stephanie Busari, what now? It is too early to be tired. Well, early this morning, she also posted at around 6:30 a.m. alongside with the media personality Ike Osakidowa, calling on people to come out and vote. Let's see that video.
Hey guys.
Yes, so I started.
We're here. It's 6:30.
Yes, we are for me.
We are already here.
Yes, to make it a better day.
Yes, it's time for us to exercise our right to choose our
Come
leaders.
out and vote.
Listen, come out and vote. Don't feel any type of way. Yeah, we're all set up.
Ready for you guys.
Yeah.
Well, that's IK and Omoni telling people come out and vote. Let's see some other tweets. JP at JP General shared this on his verified Twitter handle saying actress Chioma Akpota has just been attacked by APC thugs at her polling unit in Lagos. Hashtag Lagos Decides 2023. Hashtag Nigeria Decides 2023. Let's see that video.
Everything. I'm driving when I had to run out. They destroyed my side mirrors, hit my car. I don't even know. But why not up? Why not up? Now they wanted to stab me and all of that. Thank God I came with some people to help me. So I'm driving.
That guy go pull out that.
Who did you give? Oh God. Guys. Oh my God. I'm going over to where the army are because we went to turn at VGC. I'm going to go and tell them don't stop. Go. Okay. God, I'm tired of these things. I don't even know what to say. I'm tired. I'm tired.
I don't understand.
What happened to the free and fair election that they promised us? Nothing is free and fair. You want? Why? Why you're intimidating people? I just brought out my phone. I made a call and tried to tell people that I'm at the polling unit. I'm ready to vote. Let's scatter this. They were directly attacking me like it was just me. So I'm here. Let me. Good morning. Please, I need your help. I need your help. No, they attacked me. They attacked. I'm so scared. I can't go back. I can't go back. Look at what they did to my car. They almost, I thought they even smashed my screen. They are going there now. No, if you come to them, they are coming. I'm not. The camera is on me. Okay, more. I can't go. I can't go. I can't go. Because anything, they were...
You have children. Your children should be is your priority. Your children are your priority. Touching for anything.
People won't come out at all.
Ah, God.
Here they even be safe. And I was
Well, this is not fair. It is a threat to democracy. If you're in Lagos, please stay safe. And we're sending out hugs to Chioma Akpota. Please stay safe. Your children, like someone in the video say, need you. Well, still in Lagos, we have a conflict. Go out and vote. Don't be afraid. They just want to make you scared. Go out, vote, and make rigging difficult for them. And so many persons, so many Nigerians need a lot of evidence. Moving on, Yemi at Baby Giwa tweeted, walking to my polling unit, Nigeria Decides 2023. Well, it seems like a lot of people have it easy where they are. Go out and cast your vote. Your vote count. And I'm joining Wale to call on every well-meaning at Deji Adesogan tweeted, fake NSCDC personnel arrested in Kano today by the police. We also had such report here in Akwa Ibom of a fake rated. It means they are keeping security and making security their watchword. Amidst all of this, there's been a lot of videos online of thugs threatening people in Lagos. And like I said earlier, for a free and credible elections. The second hashtag we have today is hashtag situation report, earning 60,100 tweets, with Nigerians sharing videos and photos of the elections in their dog on standby at Oshodi. Any thugs that try to misbehave at my polling unit today will have himself to blame. Some voters away. Not many persons like dogs, but well, it is his choice and he's taking every precautionary measure to ensure that he is safe. Let's take a look at some other tweets. Judith Chidera at Ada42 says, Lord, let these people rig us out. I'd like to see some pictures. I'd love you to see some visuals of the Okpara Square in Enugu. This was the gubernatorial and the State House of Assembly elections, and you can see that the turnout is really at this situation report. Governorship House of Assembly elections, arrival of Governor Udom Emmanuel at Awa Ward 1 Unit 1, and I'd love you to see some of those pictures there.
Peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the place. Rita Okiemes, I've reported her to the AIG. I hope the police authority will take serious action against her. Police have reported accordingly, and I expect action to be taken. But outside that, and few issues also here and there. The system is 100% perfect. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think it will still be excellent. I mean, as our system is run by.
Be 100% perfect. More so, Crocs at El Cross Media Hub tweeted, I will be monitoring the Gerber result in this state along with House of Assembly result in Anambra State. So he mentioned this state. Abia went up to ask him, how would you monitor this? I mean, a lot of persons are checking the INEC portal and saying there's no fault. I'll be going on a very short break now, and when I return, more trendy hot topics will be served. Stay with me. Lights 2023 studio. Thank you for staying with me. Well, to be part of the conversation, I told you connect with us via our socials using the hashtag Spectrum TV. I'll definitely read your tweets, your comments, and your post. The third hashtag today is hashtag done. Hashtag Akwa Ibom Twitter, hashtag Akwa Ibom Decides 2023. What got a lot of netizens' attention was the fact that she's a nursing mother, but she went out despite, you know, the usual to just vote, cast a vote. So what's your excuse? If you are at home, go out and vote. Numbers have greatly reduced. See my polling unit that had over 50 cars, school polling unit after emails. Hashtag Akwa Ibom Decides. Please go out and vote. Let's see some other comments. Baba India at ZIDV said, "We must stand united in Akwa Ibom." The fourth hashtag and the last hashtag we'll take now is hashtag Akwa Ibom Decides 2023, earning 3,000 tweets to ensure that the forthcoming elections is peaceful and credible. Let's support security officials. Let us support it be made by you and I. So if you sit on the fence, guys, please go out and vote. It's been an amazing show, and if you haven't voted, I'll still stay out of trouble. Use the hashtag Spectrum TV to give us live updates from your polling units, and I am signing out. Au revoir.
We can see them everywhere. However, some of the reports I'm getting from Ika local government and Etimekbo are not very comforting. It might not be in the entirety of the two local governments. A lot of units have been disrupted by appointees or immediate past appointees of the current state PDP government. It indicate that they use soldiers to go cut away materials, destroy them where they think the APC is winning, and in destroying those victories. We can see them everywhere. However, some of the reports of the two local governments, a lot of units have been disrupted by appointees. I like to see the visuals. The report seems to indicate the case the All Progressives Congress APC will win everywhere.
Yes, it's quite there's a drastic change in totality. Yeah, I think the materials got on door. So I'm sure today's exercise is an improvement of what I'm able to get on that. I had police, and there's an SS report to that effect. 3 people were killed. I will never go in vain, meaning in a state of calmness, peace.
Betaina and Eastrom, and the villagers there who were voting made some very the materials were lit up.
I'm concerned. The right to do so. So I earlier on to too many people. They are peaceful in nature, and I just believe and hope to say yes, we will win, and we will win. Apart from electing their governor for the first time.
Yeah.
The election processes are going on smoothly, peacefully, quite orderly as it is right now. You can see voters are coming in, and as you can see, supervisors are all around watching the processes. For the agents for various parties are also around. AGs in this particular election, and it's quite orderly. For others outside, the people are still coming in while others are going, and the process is orderly. Here are Ward 8, Unit 5, Ikorekpoitam, the election process.
Yes, I'm from this unit. My assessment is that relatively we have a degree of peace here and a degree of orderliness. And there is transparency is that it's only one person that is doing the so that if this machine has to run down, the other machine will equally continue. It's slow. That's the only observation. It's slow. It would have been dual, not saying beaver. What I mean, I mean not a corrupt beaver, and then because of the slowness, one person cannot really handle the crowd. Look at the crowd there. The presidential election was quite sound. The presidential election, the materials were on board. It's just one. Just because it's only one person handling the papers. My advice is, yes, not on the outcome of the result. I can't jump to the outcome. The only thing is that what can be done at this very moment is to get to the INEC office.
It's peaceful. The security aspect, everything is calm, and this is how election should be. I really thank the president, the INEC, they really done well. Even I also appreciate my boss, the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, for making Akwa Ibom to be a peaceful ground. As you can see, it's not like before that people will be running up and down. Before people you came here, then you can't even vote. But now on my own, I finished my voting, then other people are still voting. Yeah, I think the performance machine is okay. At least it's 80% is working. That's because right now I've not heard any complaint. I've not heard any complaint from those officials that our machine have given them any.
I think it's quite. There's a drastic change, drastic improvement, drastic enhancement of the process, and then the drastic and prompt responses on the part of INEC. So I commend INEC in totality. Yeah, I think the materials got on the units before 8 o'clock, and that was quite drastic compared to what we had the last time, where material got here about after 1. So I'm sure today's exercise is an improvement of what transpired in the last exercise, and that's so kudos.
Okay, sir. On what happened in the early hours of today, what feedbacks have you been able to get on that?
My heart bleeds. I think there is an SSS report to that effect. 3 people were killed, and they left with the corpses just to kill the traces. But I can assure you,
what interests me most is the peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray for one Rita Okie Mese, a DCP that came in from Abuja with a truck of police. She's all over Ike now, disrupting elections. Rita Okie Mese, I've reported her to the AIG. I hope the police right now in Naked, if people want to follow about that, it's going to create a whole lot of problems. But I've reported her for it. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think.
But as far as this unit is concerned, you can see how peaceful it is.
What is the expectation from INEC today?
Looking at social media, I'm seeing a lot of rancor and chaos going on, a lot of irregularities. So I'm hoping that they're able to, at least to some level, redeem themselves today. So I want to encourage them to please just do the right thing, because the world is watching. And besides, this country is ours. If we leave it in the hands of the wrong people, then we'll have ourselves to blame.
Okay, please, you were also here during the last election, the presidential election. Have you noticed any kind of striking difference between this and that of the presidential election?
It's a little more crowded than this. Like I said, I believe that, with time, because, as hours coming and going, we're having more and more turnout. I know that the people may feel a bit discouraged considering what happened.
We've just witnessed you voting in your unit, Unit 6, Ward 10. I hope I got that correct.
What is Ward 6?
Ward 6, Unit 10. Yeah, okay.
I am not forcing people to vote my party. I have allowed the process to go on. We have signed peace accord. Some people have, will I say, keep to the terms of the peace accord. Some have forgotten that the peace accord is to allow citizens to decide who should be their governor, should be their House of Assembly member. This is their right. I'm not forcing it. This is my village. I allow people to vote. The Igbo people are here. The Makani village is here. And people have bought land here.
Any breakdown of all that going on here?
It is overzealousness of the candidates or those who want to prove a point to their principal. Once you remove that, citizens will vote the way they want. That after accreditation, you stand online. I'm worried, how will you identify those after taking the beavers this thing? You verify. When they now say to me, you have to verify your name. It's now left for them to be sincere, to be peaceful. Then it's left for the INEC to do the needful.
All right, thank you so much, Your Excellency.
My name is Tony Afia, Chairman TAP Media Group, owners of Planet Radio, Spectrum TV, and thanks you, so that I will not cross the line. It's good, it's part of my job that I have to come here and vote. As you see, it's very peaceful here. I think since they started separating, creating more units, so it's not so crowded anymore. And it's very peaceful. I'm sure there's not going to be any issues here. So, not shown any incidents. When I went there, I just voted and greeted them and leave. I think it's very peaceful. This is a peaceful area. Maybe because we are here. TAP Media is here. So, yeah, very much. I just checked my section, gave it to them. They found me. I went over there, did a fingerprint. They saw me on the camera. I think that's the beavers, right? And then from there, they gave me a card and vote. Everything works. I just hope that they would transmit it here. Well, this is now we are voting. But at the end, I hope they will transmit as we've been told.
Welcome back. You're still on to Spectrum Television, and this is Nigeria Decides 2023, the second phase of the general elections that we were largely anticipating leading up to the year 2023. Of course, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, had already conducted elections into the presidency as well as the National Assembly on February 25. That election observers had reported irregularities in the course of that election, matters that are now pending at different courts as we follow up governors of their choice as well as representatives of various state assembly constituencies across 28 states. in Nigeria. Well, if you joined us for the first part of today's broadcast, we inundated you about voting commencing in locations across Akwa Ibom and the rest of Nigeria as well. We did have Idion, a political analyst, to help us navigate through the day's concerns, which is, of course, monitoring what is happening across Akwa Ibom State and by extension the rest of Nigeria. Good afternoon once again. I am Raymond. Have been, very good. Reports of ballot boxes been smashed, damaged in several locations, especially in the commercial hub of Lagos.
Of course, we've had reports that, of course, in the Alimosho area of Lagos, we've had that some Igbos are being denied entering into the polling units. Reported or alleged APC thugs have been gone down. We've seen so many issues. We even had that over 22, reportedly 22 beavers have gone missing in Rivers State, and a whole lot of issues. Even here in Akwa politics is like football. You should expect anything can happen. We were expecting these things, but we still had to, give a benefit of doubt that it may not come. But agents or even INEC officials in polling units or reports that maybe voting actually started very late, like we had in the presidential election.
Well, that seems to be the case, but also we've equally had reports of areas where INEC officials were seen sleeping on. Some INEC officials did not allow people to cast their votes, and for several other reasons, which we will focus on in this next segment of our electioneering broadcast. But quickly, let's introduce our second analyst of the day. It's a very revered person as far as mirroring the activities of government across the state and by extension the rest of the country is continued. And dare I say, a happy election day to you as well.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
Thank you very much as well. I always like to start by asking about your optimism level with respect to the exercise we're witnessing. You saw what happened on February 25. I'm sure you've been following up on the reports trickling in on today's exercise. Can you say there has been considerable improvement, or are you worried by the pockets of reports from some quarters where it appears the process has been marred by, obvious irregularities?
Thank you. First of all, I am an incurable optimist. I have faith in God. Anybody that has relationship with his creator will be at peace even in the midst of turmoil. Whatever I see, whatever I do it such that I can stand even before God and man to defend. So coming to this election sincerely, whatsoever be the outcome now, whatsoever will be the final outcome, Nigeria cannot remain local and international observers observing the presidential and national assembly elections. I don't think the world has such a history of that number of observers. So, but what is one thing that is peculiar to us? It is the Nigerian factor. The Nigerian factor where you must not do the right thing. Nigerian factor where you must, if you are in power, remain there. Where political offices have become like the civil service, where people go and it will take them 35 years to retire or 60 years, depending which comes first. And that is not supposed to be the case. Politics have been turned to a profession. No, it shouldn't be so. It is the citizens that determines who gets into public office or who gets out. And that is the simplest definition of the politics that we know, democracy that we know. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. But what have we had within this period with the great optimism of the most wonderful electoral acts that took virtually every citizen talking, calling on Mr. President. Signed in 2019 was almost, we were almost there, but it wasn't signed. And then again, it was almost, not possible ahead of 2023. But thank God, Mr. President signed it, and that is to his credit. no matter the forces, no matter the even going to go back, do amendments, or even going to court and all that. We have an electoral act that is supposed to be a guide that determines the process. But has it been followed? The big question is, okay, now let's have some boxes having to do with INEC. Let's see, you have about, even it's 5 boxes. The first box will be arrangements towards the election. How was the preparation? Did INEC make complaints and the government or whatever authorities did not respond to it? Yes, INEC made complaints. The Naira crisis, which from day one I said, the man that has announced this policy of Naira change or redesign, I don't have anything to look back and say, oh, I have confidence, let's go to sleep. You work with antecedents. So how come somebody that has never been able to give you hope just wake up suddenly and bring a timeline, something that will affect every citizen, including the dead? I said, no, this man is going to plunge us into a mess. I've been vindicated. I prayed for him. I prayed for Mr. President. I prayed for myself that let's not go through this. It's going to be worse than COVID. And it turned out, look at the mess we are in. The ones that were withdrawn, whatever you printed, we don't even know. Now we have both the ones you printed and the ones you did not print back into the economy. And people have died. INEC went to the CBN governor and said, Mr. CBN governor, we are going to have problem organizing these elections because of Naira crunch. Fuel crisis is also there. We are going to have problems. What did INEC get? Assurance. The assurance that could not be given to citizens who are going to be the ones to vote. And they have to be in their right frame of mind. INEC got the assurance. Citizens could not get any assurance. INEC, that box is ticked. They complained, and their complaint was considered. There's no issue that you don't have money. There's no issue that you don't have fuel for anything that you need.
Or you won't have network.
Yes, no, there was no problem about that. Box 1 that is ticked. So the next box is what? You need to move materials. Early arrival of materials. Did we have that in the first election? The answer will be no. So it was very bad that there was so much complaints of materials not arriving or arriving, and then ill-trained ad hoc staff. Some, like some people will say, maybe they were changed along the line because some didn't even know what to do with the beavers. And then that box is 0.
Okay, well, so those are more issues we'll likely touch on as we continue with the conversation. But earlier on, we brought you footages showing Governor Dom Emmanuel when he cast his vote at his unit in Ona. We equally saw that the NNPP gubernatorial candidate, Senator John James Akpanu-Addo. We've equally had it on good authority that the candidate of the PDP, Pastor Moino, his deputy Akone Ayi, also cast their votes. So did distinguished Senator Bassi Albert, the governorship candidate of the Young Progressives Party, whom we're going to hear from now. He was speaking to our correspondent Xavier Bassi shortly after casting his vote. And here's what he had to say, including responses to the allegations of the murder of some persons, numbering 3 from his position in the wee hours of the election. Let's take a listen.
During the presidential elections?
Well, like I said earlier, I think it's quite there's a drastic withdrawal in totality. Yeah, I think the materials got on the units before 8 o'clock, and that was quite drastic compared to what we had the last time, where material got here about after 1. So I'm sure today's exercise is an improvement of what transpired in the last exercise, and so good.
Okay, sir. On what happened in the early hours of today, what feedbacks have you been able to get on that?
I had bliss because I called the CP when I heard it. I tried to reach out to the director of SSS when I heard it. And then I think there's an SSS report to that effect. 3 people were killed and they left with the corpses. just to kill the traces. But I can assure you, nobody can hide it. I believe that this death will never go in vain. So God will show up for Ibionibon people, because I think it was an attempt to disrupt the elections in Ibionibon. But I must commend the people for remaining in a state of calmness, peace, and tranquility.
How is that? No, we are just coming from a local government area where Senator Itainan is from, and the villagers there who were voting made some very curious claims that the senator tried to scuttle the processes of voting in that particular village, that the materials were littered on the ground. People there were stopped from voting. I don't know how true that is, but then what would be your reaction?
I haven't seen pictorial evidences on that, and because I know that Senator Itainan is a countryman, he should have just gone out there, exercise his franchise, and then leave other Nigerians the right to do so. Because every vote you destroyed is a vote loss that would have led to a win, or maybe augment the gaps of losses. So I don't think every vote should count. That's my opinion. As you can see in my village, it's very peaceful, very, very peaceful. I just came out to vote because earlier on there were too many people. So I had to allow my people the opportunity because they're all excited. I don't want to see government come from this land. So I must commend the process. They are peaceful in nature, and I just believe and hope that at the end of this exercise, people's will happen.
You have confidence in?
Distinguished Senator Bassey Albert, the gubernatorial candidate of the Young Progressives Party, speaking to our correspondent Xavier Roberts. Earlier on this morning, we got that report that late yesterday evening, the police reportedly stormed an area in Ibionibon local government area, where it was reported from the first alleged or assumed eyewitness that 2 persons were actually killed. But from what the distinguished senator has just said in his position, he was free. And he said he had notified the director of the DSS, the commissioner of police in the state, about this. This reports are disturbing. And in his own views, having said those who were killed had their corpses whisked away by those who perpetrated the act. And he has said, of course, he would not allow such a matter to be swept under the carpet. What would you say to, a very disturbing report as this, and the fact that it's happening in the backyard of one of the leading opposition candidates in the state?
So sad a thing to hear. In fact, I saw it online, and since it didn't carry pictures, there was not much details. I thought it was propaganda. And some persons called me to find out, have you seen this? Have you heard this? I said, no, I can't even talk about it because it is too sudden. The election has not commenced. And for some, the story was that 2 persons were killed in that very one that I saw. But hearing the candidate of the YPP, the Civil Senator Bassey Albert, talk about it and mention the number, I'm sure he has the facts. And when he juxtaposed that with the fact that His Excellency Governor Dino Emmanuel has spoken also about some security issues.
In Eket.
Yeah, in Eket, but he never mentioned that something like that has happened at Ibionibon. I didn't know what to think of it. I didn't know what to make out of it, because the one of Eket has to do with one Rita, I don't know the surname, who's supposed to be, I think, a police officer coming for election duties here. I don't know if it's illegal or whatever, but that an officer is here with truckloads, as His Excellency said. But there's no story, there's no information that anybody has been killed or people have been whisked away and all of that. Then you compare that with where people have been shot dead. And the allegation is that that has been done by security agencies. Is that right? We need to be very human. We must feel and we must know that the life of every citizen matters, just like every vote should count. I have been a victim of election violence. I escaped death. I still run a hashtag looking for justice over that, because these things are perpetrated not by ghosts. Every sector, every constituency, those, if you are on ground as a leader, you will know what is applicable in sector constituency A, constituency B. You know the politics there, and you know the problem, this crisis, you know how to handle it. But where something happens like this, and somebody that's supposed to talk about it doesn't talk about it, it's a problem, because I've suffered that. 2 people died in the course of just mere campaign, consultation to traditional rulers. And these hoodlums and cultists were unleashed, and I managed to escape with my son. My vehicle was burned. 2 people died in the process. Until today, we're still talking about, and you can be sure that others may even die without people getting to know about it. It is high time, and we mount our level of religiosity, but if we do not show that we love humanity, if we do not show that nobody must be hurt over this. Jonathan was seen to be clueless, was seen to be weak, but he made case here. People may mouth, oh, peaceful, this and that, but their heart, their body language does not say it. So I just hope the media will do follow up, because those cops have been taken away. Nobody can come and say nobody was killed. In elections, I don't know. I don't know how such cases are treated, because it's like it was election matter, and the thing just dies like that.
Yeah, but I wonder what you make of this in relation to the peace accord that was signed within the week. I'm sure you were privy to that, having been in attendance as well. Yeah. And this also comes in the back of a statement made by the wife of the into the state. We'll hear from Senator Akon Eyayi in a short while, because just after she cast her vote, she responded to those rumors and said they were actually baseless. When we're hearing scores and reports of violence marring these elections, I mean, it makes utter nonsense to, violence in the course of this election.
Peace accord is a new development. Innocent coppers were killed because somebody did not win it. One thing led to another. Some of them are becoming problems to us in the country. Fast forward to this peace accord. I'm not against signing of peace accord, but with the lessons we've learned on February 25, not only the candidates should sign peace accord, INEC must be made to sign peace accord or due process accord. You must sign something for us that if you do not follow the law, you will not follow it, you will be held liable to plunge the country or any constituency into crisis. The police, the military, anybody that's going to participate in other. On February 25, the videos, we saw how voters in their hundreds or thousands were shouting at uniformed persons, taking INEC staff away. And we saw some known faces who are known as, or what I may call, over-pampered cultists, who go to a unit and declare, if you are not going to vote for our party, you leave this place. As if that was not enough. Even this election, they made clear video statements. If you are from this part of the country, if you are from here, you are from there, or you are not going to vote for our candidate or for our party, don't bother to come out. The video is there. They did it 25th, and that person did another video for this election. He's free walking. And these are known faces. So the peace accord is not enough. And for one, that you know that people, like it's been said, I'm not the one that said that, in Nigeria, people begin meetings or events with prayers.
Okay.
They end with prayers, but between the opening and the ending with prayers, they lied all through. It's not enough that people go out to sign peace accord when they didn't even have anything. They didn't even know anything about peace.
I'll just pause you up on that. We'll revisit that conversation as we progress. But we have to find out what's happening across other parts of the country as Nigerians head out to cast their votes to elect governors and state assembly representatives. We go to the nation's capital, Abuja, where Ntenek Bang, seasoned journalist, is on standby, and will also be in Lagos to rejoin Victor Anilaju, founder, EPE, and former presidential aspirant of the PDP. But first off, let's head to the nation's capital, where Ntenek Bang joins us live on our election coverage. Very good afternoon to you, Ten, and many thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, as we know it, there are no elections in the Federal Capital Territory. I'm sure Nigerians over there are following keenly what's happening across the country, especially considering that INEC's Collation Center, the National Collation Center, is in Abuja. What are Nigerians saying about the elections there are?
Per se, because there are no elections like you did mention. Area councils elections in Abuja were held sometime last year, specifically on the 12th of February. So that has passed. Presidential was where we had our own in Abuja. Today, it's like any other day, you know, in the nation's capital. As a matter of fact, some people even thought there were going to be elections today. People who do, you know, in local communities, we saw people sitting down. If you go to places like Wagwalada, Abaji, you know, close to Niger State, people like, today, are they not coming? Early in the morning when our reporters went out, no damn elections today. So, you know, it's this calm atmosphere in Abuja. People are minding their business. But there is this kind of air in the city that we see such that people were quite disappointed with the outcome of the presidential elections, so to speak, some people. So some of them were like, even if elections were held in Abuja, we will not have bothered to go out to vote today. So we have that kind of, you know,
voter apathy.
That kind of whatever in some parts of FCT. But everywhere is quiet and people are minding their businesses, as it were.
All right, well, with that being the case, we know one important thing about this election is the guarantee from the government that there would be adequate security, you know, provided for the citizens so they could go out to exercise their franchise in the most serenest of atmosphere. But across the country, we've had reports of skirmishes recorded in lots of polling units across Nigeria. And I'd like to draw your attention to a scenario that is playing out here in Akwa Ibom State. The state governor, Mr. Domi Manuel, shortly after he cast his vote, alleged that a certain Rita Okiemeke or authorized to take part in any of the electioneering processes across the country. But she is alleged to have come into the state with a truck of police officers to truncate the electoral process in favor of another political party and not the ruling PDP here in this critical period as this. From what you are hearing, and I'm sure you've put your ears on the ground, of course, are there any orders given by the IGP to dispatch police officers to different locations across the country, you know, on the election day and not before the election day?
You know, of course, you know that the police hierarchy issues orders from top to bottom. And before now, the IG expressly gave orders to commissioners of police across the states. Right. So if there is a deployment or whatever, it's supposed to be done from the point of view of the commissioner that is in charge of every state. Now, we do know that specific officers are sent to, you know, to bolster the support of commissions across, you know, when I say commissioner, commissioners of police across the federation. But deployment on election day that is supposed to have restriction of movement is not, like I say, it's supposed to be viewed with some sort of a pinch of salt. So on to a few questions from you guys. We haven't had such a directive, as it were, or a formal information from the police to say, because questions, you know. So the police deployment, as reported in Akwa Ibom State, is suspect, because prior to the election, few days before, the commissioner, the IG of police instructed commissioners of police across board to ensure security, to ensure that everywhere is calm, elections go on smoothly and all of that. So we may have to say that probably there's a bit of suspicion in that kind of deployment on election day, as it were.
Well, there's also been concerns by many about INEC and the state of preparedness for this election. Shortly after the February 25 polls, there's been calls from several quarters for the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, to step down or be sacked prior to the governorship polls that we're having at the national level. We also know that the resident electoral commissioners across all the different states are solely responsible for how elections in their respective domains would play out at the end of the day. What is INEC at the national level doing, aside giving assurances that any erring rec or official of the commission who doesn't, we saw on February 25, and that today's process would be viewed with satisfaction by the electorates?
Well, I think that if you know the country we live in, that wouldn't happen. Even calls to say our government take out the INEC chairman, like not like a sniper taking him out now, relieve him of his duty because of the not satisfactory performance of the 25th February election. That wouldn't happen, especially when he in court, conducted an election that led to the emergence of the candidate of the party in power. We know that will not happen. INEC is battling with a battered image right now. People are so dissatisfied with the outcome of the previous election, the first election that was held on the 25th. People are right now, there's voter apathy. If you look around from your report as you're getting, there are a lot of states where INEC officials go to polling units, they are waiting for voters. Voters are not coming out. Monitor people's posts on social media. They are saying they were more concerned with the presidential outcome, the presidential election. Their vote didn't count. A lot of people feel so, those who are on the other divide. And so they feel that there are, there's no need to go out to vote. Look at Lagos State, what is happening. Look around Rivers State. Look at Bayelsa. Far away in Kano. Far away in northern Nigeria. We are collating, videos from across northern. We have 28 reporters in my station that are working across the federation. And there are cases of vote buying, cases of ballot box snatching, burning of ballot papers where candidates of rival parties are doing better than what they had expected and all of that. So right now, if there's something people expect is just disbanding the entire vis-a-vis the provisions of the Electoral Act as amended, especially when it comes to transmission of results. So what are you telling people? This is the same INEC that went to court and say, in fact, they got judgment to say they have the prerogative of deciding the mode of transmission of results when an electoral act, which is supposed to be like your compass, said do this from the point of view of, from the polling unit. So people are kind of giving up what's going on. No matter what you do, you might not get what you went out to do. People are already giving up right now. Like in VGC in Lagos, out of the entire 10 polling units, INEC officials didn't come. At the end of the day, they made people to go out, but we would have seen the result later. But it's just now that people have to go and prevail on them. Materials are coming back, officials are coming back. So it's just like that. INEC, I don't think that we have seen a worse INEC than this. Until after this election, that's when people will come out and begin to speak up. But right now, I think that INEC is just waiting. At the end of the day, they announce and just go out and face whatever consequences, if there are any, from the Nigerian people. But from the authorities, from the leadership of the country, expect nothing. After all, when the president voted earlier this morning, he said that he is confident that the outcome will favor his party. If the president says that, do you expect consequences for the person who announced results that are going to be even beyond that?
Interesting claim. So just before we let you go very quickly, just one other pressing concern, which was at the height of the conclusion of the February 25 polls, the transmission of results or uploading the results in real time as INEC had promised. As a matter of fact, Google was inundated with words like real time on its search basis right after the presidential elections in the country. All of its recs across the country. Are results to be transmitted electronically now, or of INEC being given some court's pronouncements with regards transmitting election results in some states across the country? Lagos is one of them. Are you aware of any of such directives?
Yeah, a few flashpoint cases like Lagos and any other. The point is, INEC is bound by the Electoral Act, which says transmit results. But challenges can come up. Okay, internet-based challenges. Those are beyond legal whatever. If, for instance, you want to transmit and probably internet is down, you're not able to, there is also room for manual transmission of that. So at the end of the day, it becomes a matter of discretion by virtue of circumstances within the polling unit where you find yourself. Now, there have been cases like today, we've seen videos where in our office as we speak now, what do? Someone has been instructed by INEC that at the end of voting, do not transmit results electronically. Come to the office or come to the collation center later. And you know that with every passing minute, it can be compromised. So right now, Nigerians were just like waiting. Okay, whatever it is. At the end, they will justify why this was done, why this was not done, and all of that. But the intent is, let's just wait and see whatever they give to us. Like we used to stay students. I was expecting an A, but they gave me this. Let's see whatever INEC brings up at the end of the day. There will always be justification. We expect to hear from Festus Okoye in the evening or maybe sometime tomorrow morning and all of that. But that is how it is right now. And there's so little we can do about it as Nigerians in the interim.
All right, interesting thoughts indeed. Thank you so very much, Ntene Gbang, for joining us and giving us real-time feelers, the live studio. Rachel, very disturbing report. Election is not taking place in Abuja, but what I call them now, the Abuja lights.
Now, observers has certainly become, like he said, you know, some people came out and waited to vote, of course, and only to be disappointed. Just happening. You know, here alone, it's happening in other places. And yeah, these are issues to talk about. These are things we could collect resolve electronically. So everything he has to say. Let's just get to that.
Qualities. And for you to be able to, I advocate for those who want to maintain the status quo. Those that want to maintain the status quo, party ticket, and then win election. They don't know how to think. Once he adopts it, it's going to be good for him. It's a policy and pushes you out. But they are very active is during election. They just books anybody believes in the book, which is Electoral Act. It will become our standard. We must not allow you to come and teach me new things, you know. But what happens? Blowing sirens in their localities, they know them. No, I think it's very true. I was unused, allowed to have its way and all of that. And impunity is where, that's one road that we must not continue. That's why I said, whatever incident is not going to lead the whole Nigeria. Whosoever that person is. Why? You say you are a president. Moral impurity. Anybody that judges his psychiatric hospital.
We'll talk more about that now, but we're going to have to link up with Barrister Imoh Gbang, who is the issue that was making the rounds just before the elections and is still causing some sort of stir amongst voters today. And that's the matter responding to, or with regards rather to whether or not Akanu Dolfia had, you know, turned over his support base to the white. Back to Lagos now, where we're being rejoined by Anilaju Victor, founder of EPE and former presidential aspirant, People's Democratic Party. Is also understanding of what's happening across the country in general. But let's come back to the state. We promised to bring you the clip from distinguished Senator Akanu Yayi, the PDP gubernatorial, deputy gubernatorial candidate, shortly after she cast a vote. And there she responded to the state into a quorum to truncate the electoral process. Let's take a listen to what she had to say shortly after that question was posed to her by our correspondent.
Our defense is low. You can see the
allegation going across the state and even beyond that. Some Bayelsa boys are not run to kill people. Is there anything like
maybe that? In your house, or maybe you're the one keeping them. Because I'm not aware. If you are keeping them, fine. Whoever is keeping them, I'm here. You can see the compound. So whoever is harboring them. Oron is known to be to disrupt the election. I don't think it will work in Oron because we won't allow
the allegation going across the state. And
not aware. If you are keeping them, fine. Whoever is keeping them, I'm here. My house is there, open. I'm on the road, a major road. The government in Akwa Ibom State we stand out. So whoever was planning to bring people to disrupt the election, I don't think it will work in Oron because we won't allow it.
Thank you very much. Allegation going across
in Akwa Ibom Southeast in the National Assembly, responding to a correspondent about the allegations of importing thugs into the state. I'll let Citizen Matthew respond to that later, but looks like we have Victor Anilaju now ready to join us as we go back to the commercial hub of Lagos State. Let's talk to Victor now. Hopefully he can get us clearly. If you can, Victor, good afternoon and thanks for rejoining us.
We can hear you, Victor.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, and when we do, we promise to bring him back up. While we're doing that, let's quickly give you a chance, Mr. Kofi, to respond to the comments made by the deputy governorship candidate of the PDP. Those were very strong allegations, by the way, from the wife of the YPP, deputy governorship candidate. And it came just a couple of days after the peace accord was signed, where her husband, in this case, was present alongside the YPP candidates and candidates of other political parties. Do you think this was just unnecessary rhetoric to push around when the elections were just around the corner?
Well, people, like I said earlier, every constituency, that constituency, they know the peculiar things that happen. For you that is not from there, it will be difficult to just say, oh, somebody made an allegation and the person accused has refuted it. Some things you have to take into consideration are, who is the person talking? Princess Janet Amber is immediate past President General of Oral Union. Oral Union should be over 100 years, and immediate past is not known. This is a public figure. I actually saw the video, and it's one of the greatest videos where someone is making allegation, and she couldn't hold back herself. She used very strong terms, and it should be done without evidence. It's just natural. She can houses on the road.
Because we have Barrister Imokpan Lagos as well in a short while. But let's start off with Barrister Imokpan, who joins us from...
It's my pleasure to be with you today.
Congress in Dofia. A couple of weeks to, tilt their support over to the other. So indeed, Abba Kanimo Dofia has turned ovations.
The candidates of the APC are for anybody. We have heard that with people allegedly following rules, and we're a party that is, they must remain at the realm of rumors. The video footage, which you allude to, showing audio, what are they saying? What transpired is maybe for people who are mischievous to gain advantage over the other. I don't see that advantage playing out. We're in this contest, and we will see to the end of it. We're not stepping down for anybody. In fact, if it is where rates that ought to surrender and giving to the candidate that has a better worldview of what Akwa Ibom State desires and deserves at this point in time, and not the other way around. So there is no...
to believe that we'll take this into consideration as well. But let's quickly, pre or during or post-elections. One of such was the fact that a particular agent of a political party was discovered with over 2,000 PVCs in the build-up to this election. Up until date, we haven't heard anything about whether reports about the state of elections in your place.
From my very peaceful circumstances, most desperate of personnel, for instance, in quote, that there is a casualty already. There's a dead body lying down somewhere as a result of attacks from persons suspected to be thugs. I have also received reports from Ukbab in Ward 11 in Itak that thugs suspected to be machines, ballot boxes, and then ballot papers. And I'm told that the youth copper managed to escape, So you have these incidences scattered here and there going on, and we're trying at this moment to continue to collate information pertaining to some of these flash.
The PDP may have had a hand with disrupting voting in the location you just talked about. What evidence do you have to buttress?
Well, yes, we made all the reports that need to be made. I have also received reports that photographs of materials littered here and there. Where you have video shots in the midst of that kind of pandemonium. These are also reports that can be independently verified. Because of the People Democratic Party, we know them, we know, and violence on election day. We have alleged a lot of things that continue to show and free, peaceful voters. And today is no different. In the last people who were arrested in fake military uniform know that nothing more has been on the fact that this is what has got to the fact that there are
interesting thoughts indeed, but we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Mr. Imokban, spokesperson at Tondo. Likely have house is no more on the ballots. I mean,
that is why we things that we do in our NGO, because politicians, maybe 20, 30, 40 politicians, is not in roads or water or other. So there's something that we must no way to secretly, and no party does such a thing. Going against, not just he's been campaigning, he's been desirous of leading. He's not coming so that you are now on the last elections. Aids have been given.
Okay.
It's unthinkable that I have see it. So if people could have that kind of heart to generate such, to do things and you give fake promises, what do you talk about?
Lagos now, where Victor Anilaju is on standby to.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
All right.
We can
yes.
hear you, Victor.
We can get you better now. Can you just confirm to us your current position? What's the state of things? You already expressed that fear when you started that not a lot of persons are coming out to vote in Lagos, particular political party. What are you hearing?
That's why I've been off and on trying to take your voter sheet from you and drive you away so that you'll be able to talk to you people. Now that's where we find ourselves. If anybody will come on air being fair to yourself, to Nigerians, you are only interested in your job, keeping your job, or you simply want to know that they are everywhere. They're not just everywhere, like one or two. That you could have like 10 to 15 talks to 20 persons coming to tell you that you can't cast your vote. I even asked them, what's the issue?
Wow, we shouldn't lose Victor at this point.
Yeah, we're just having issues with the clarity of the operatives doing about this. While we know...
They are saying it now. I even spoke with the policeman that was standing there. Like I said, I'm just trying to understand.
Honestly, let's not get to that.
Let's not talk out of turn. Let's not for a coup. You cannot call for a coup when we know a bulk of Nigerians may not want it.
From casting their votes, a coup is better than that. A coup, nobody will harass you. Nobody will intimidate you. They will only go to the people on top and take over power from them. Now, if you cannot allow me to vote, why am I here? Why am I a citizen of this country? If I cannot just cast a vote, and you feel that a coup is far, far better than this. If not a coup, let it be military takeover. Let us have an interim government, because this is not right. If I can't vote, I don't understand. What else can I do? If I can't vote now in the country where I belong to, I'm not in Singapore, I'm not in Australia, I'm not in Ghana, I'm in Nigeria, and I'm a Nigerian. And a Nigerian is saying to me that I can't vote. I don't know what else is, as if maybe nothing like that. People should say what did happen. Report the issues that my life was standing in between 10 touts today just because I want to go and cast my vote. Do you know that they are nowhere around?
All right, very disturbing reports
we
there
even had,
coming in from Lagos.
Pictures where we saw dogs being unleashed on electorate as well.
Saying pets were not allowed around polling stations, but some Nigerians said That's not the concern of INEC. If we want to bring our pets to the polling unit, it's not a problem. They should be more concerned about thugs coming to snatch ballot boxes. But now we've seen how it may have spoken a little bit out of turn. And we may never have seen this, except perhaps...
Being in Victor's shoes, it was worse than Victor.
Let you go. What do you think is going? But you were still optimistic that the people of Lagos State will deliver a kind of optimistic, even in the face of what you have seen and reported, that at least the true state.
One prayer that I pray today, that every can broadcast what you ought to broadcast very well. Whatever be the outcome, it is now known that in Lagos, APC are leader. It is now in the history. I'm going to write a book on it. I will publish it. I'm going to let the world know. I'm going to raise the camp. 1 or 2 months, I'll be releasing my book. And I'm going to tell.
Well, before Victor comes back, I think I wanted to counter him when he says he prays for everybody to experience that.
The day of election, I don't know how you feel, how you have campaigned. I'm still thinking if I should go back there and try to cast my vote again. But you see, it's now APC use thug in Lagos to scare voters, to beat up voters, to kill voters. APC have, let me say, this is also a coup. This is cool. Now they are toppling government.
The boxes, but they were, stopped by, the voters themselves in that particular location, and voting went on. As a matter of fact, from one of the footage we saw, it appeared that particular thug was gunned down by security operatives who later arrived at the scene. That was voters standing up to thuggery. I'm not saying you should put your life on the line for cases like this, but to what extent did most of the voters in some of the areas you visited also try to deter the thugs from having their way? Because we're talking about fellow human beings here.
Well, my sympathy is with that young man that have lost his life. We just lost a precious Nigerian. Whether he was sent by APC, that shouldn't happen. If APC had not sent him, he would have gone to intimidate voters. That's where my anger lies. The people who came today and asked us not to vote are Nigerians who are even going through the same pain that we all are going through. But because they are being empowered by APC, which is the ruling party, so my sympathy goes to his family. A family has just lost a precious, drinking the most expensive Chelsea inside AC. These boys that they turned them into town, but let them allow people to vote. You just announced now that a young man like me has lost it. How is his family going to come in it again and vote? It was zone in Nigeria. I saw that today. I was standing in the center of over 10 guys, looking straight to my face and telling me that I can't vote. Even when I try to make sure I vote or do anything, they will tell me that I can't cast my vote. So imagine if I brought out arms or something and we would end up killing or injuring ourselves. But it's not about that. It's about the life that we have lost. And that is why I'm saying that the media houses should sit up and announce and make this news as clean as it is. Let us not try to be diplomatic. Diplomatic is what have helped us and brought us to where we are today in this country. Our parents kept quiet. They were covering up things. I don't even enjoy doing this. I don't even enjoy coming out in the public saying this. But if I keep quiet, if we all keep quiet and we don't speak out against evil, Nigeria will burn down. And do you know the most painful thing? This man that is causing this crisis right now, they will fly out of this country. There will be nowhere to, their children are not even yet to vote for them. Did you see someone lose children coming out to vote today? Did you see the wife coming out to vote? Did you see his cousin, his brothers and sisters coming out to vote? You will not see any of them. They are abroad. But we are here killing ourselves.
All right, so we're just going to have to pause it there with Victor. If someone had enough from Lagos. And
it seems in Lagos the fight is actually between of course, Sanwo-Olu and
Viva Roads of the Labour Party.
Badebo of Labour Party.
Just the APC trying to, ensure the mistakes of February 25 doesn't happen again. But the disappointment here is the ethnic tone that has been attached to the elections in Lagos State. And it appears people are not, saying much about it. The government is not saying much about it. When you have the likes of MC Oluomo coming out in public to threaten non-Yoruba voters, that's a source of concern.
Well, I grew up in Lagos. I went to Lagos about 1971, 72. And then I know a bit about Lagos. I know a bit about Western Nigeria. And going back history, the First Republic, we had what was called Wetie.
Okay.
But Western leaders and different platforms, their factions fight was such that they were going from house to house, pouring people fuel and burning them, burning houses. Wetie in Yoruba just wets the person with fuel.
Referred to as back then.
Wild West. Now, for me, before this time, I used to see the West as a model when it comes to the practice of democracy. If you talk about rigging, to me, it wasn't really much in the West, but the West has a peculiar thing. And what is that? The use of people who work in motor parks or area boys, like in your state. You can't be governor, you can't talk about election without NURTW. You can't. And that has been replicated in Lagos beyond any level. They can't even go along with the national body. There's no more NURTW in Lagos because of the same person. And they are making billions. Their state, in fact, the election of February 25th, what they never thought would happen, happened. Not because it was only Igbos or non-consciousness, an idea that you can't shoot with gun. You can't even cut with machete. You can't stab with the bottle. So, and it's across parties, across the country. Nobody knows who national chairman is. Even in Akwa Ibom here, nobody knows where their secretariat is or who's the state chairman. Their collation center, in their own collation, whatever, that aside, the signal now came. What they said, there was no structure, you don't have structure, only 4 people tweeting in a room. He now went from church to church, standing by the door, shaking people's hands. He went to the mall, licking ice cream and greeting people. I don't have any problem with Sanwo-Olu. After all, when G5 were fighting PDP, they went to Lagos. The change now, it is the touts who have the grip, who are able to even deliver more than those. But what's also the lesson they have to learn from there? That you can give somebody mandate and it is half budget, they won't deliver. So it's an indictment on people that are supposed to be leaders, people who are supposed to be elected.
All right. Okay.
They now want to take power by force. It's a coup. It's a coup. I'm not calling for military coup, but touts and their masters have staged a coup.
Honestly, I wish we could talk more about that. Let's just get to...
Let's get to Calabar now, the Cross River State capital, where Williams Odida is on standby to talk to us and give us feelers about the exercise in Cross River State. And he does join us now. Good afternoon to you. What's the mood like in Cross River now with respect to how the elections have been conducted so far?
Actually, it comes with mixed feelings. At the moment, the election is going on successfully, and I think this is right now voting itself has come to a climax. I started by saying it comes to mixed feelings because we're optimistic about the process. INEC went out on time as compared to February 25th. We all know what happens nationwide. During the voting process, an INEC staff that was deployed to Bakassi. Bakassi is a right area just few kilometers away from Calabar metropolis. One of the other staff was shot. I think the bullet came from afar because she's still alive. I saw her. I'm not talking of this or online publicity. I was in the hospital with the wreck, and I think the wreck spent a couple of hours there. But she's getting much better. Outside that, the test going on well. But obviously we have poor from expressing their displeasure with INEC for the outcome of February 23.
Oh, that's
February
okay.
25th February presidential result. They were saying on their own that they weren't pleased that INEC did said much and did.
All right, we may have lost contact with Dida. We'll hopefully get him back because he just made a very striking point. Another report of skirmishes recorded in Calabar, Cross River State. Okay, looks like we have Williams back on the line. Okay, winning in Cross River State with respect to the presidential election. By your projections, how do you think Cross Riverians turned out to vote today? And are there allegations of possible election manipulation with respect to the 5 polls in Cross River State from what we had on February 25? Going by your projections, units in your state.
Well, I'm not holding brief for INEC, but so far so good. I'm not a prophet, but I will tell you categorically that it's a 50-50 race. We have many governorship candidates contesting. We also have state house of assembly election going on at the same time. But the major opposition party in the state, which is the PDP, will take the day. But I can't predict who is going to take the lead or who the result is favoring at the moment.
So have we also had complaints about possible skirmishes in this country? Reports of snatching ballot boxes, voter intimidation, as we've had from states like Lagos. Are those things you've also seen or heard about in Cross River?
Lagos is Nigerian, permit me not to mention, was apprehended for vote buying, which is not in accordance with the Electoral Act. But he was apprehended and he was pleading for forgiveness. But I can't tell the outcome of it because we see this to pass. Election abnormalities will keep increasing, be it by-election or major elections in Cross River and in Nigeria as a whole.
Interesting thoughts indeed. Thank you so very much, Williams. If we have a need to revisit you quickly for more updates, we'll gladly do so. But thank you very much for joining us.
I appreciate it.
All right. This is just to remind our viewers and listeners in our sister station, of course, Planet 101.1 FM Uyo, that they call us and also tell us what is happening in your polling unit. And if you're listening to us from radio, the numbers to call are 0902 223 1011. Also, you can call 0817 624 8565, and those are the numbers you can call us if you're listening to us from Planet. If you're watching us live on Spectrum TV, the number is displayed on your TV screen. All right, now let's get back to our guests in the house.
Okay, so from all that we have collated, characterized with so many irregularities, if not more than what we saw on February 25, because I always like to maintain that being the governorship and state to degenerate into a state of near chaos, violence, and deaths, then it means this election and all the whatever we had from it has been defeated.
Well, just before he takes line, let's get to a caller who has joined us right now. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tell us your name and your location. And what is your name?
Yes,
your name.
Please tell us your name
your
first.
Name.
Okay, my name is Netie Udofia.
All right, go on.
Yes, the election went on smoothly. We are still counting the process. There was nothing, no fight, no violence. And in the next minutes, we will send the results to the Beavers. That is the situation report for now.
Okay.
Wow.
Kind of the reports we want to hear. Thank you so very much, Udofia, for joining us. All right, just go ahead.
First, I want to comment about the report we got from Cross River State. I don't know if it's fake news. We've talked about fake news and fake promises. This morning, I saw a post online, which is allegedly from the People's Democratic Party National, and it's the notice of suspension of Senator Sandy Ono. He's the candidate of the PDP. And when I saw it, I don't know the signature value, but it's right here.
Well,
so
we know there are some states in the country, the candidates of the PDP in Cross River and River State had filed a suit in courts to challenge proposed plans by the PDP to suspend them from the party ahead of this election. And we know there's an injunction in place by a court stopping the parties from doing so. I'll let you respond to that. We do have another caller. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
All right, let's get back to the House so we can wrap up.
Yes, I was surprised when I saw it because PDP now says, or allegedly for now, that they don't have a candidate in the governorship election in Cross River State. If that is true, that's quite disturbing because such a thing should have been done not on the eve of the election. It shows that we still have issues with parties being able to organize themselves. You see, this leadership recruitment starts from the parties. If a party cannot adhere to its own party guideline, and then INEC that is supposed to supervise even the party primaries, the next moment they will say, the court will say, INEC, you don't have any say. Whatever the party chooses, what it should do. What's then the essence of having it in the Electoral Act that INEC is to supervise? If you supervise something that is wrong, once you come back and say it doesn't matter, so we need to strengthen that aspect because it's quite disturbing. But generally speaking, there's no difference between the national election and the local elections because it's the same voters, the same leaders that conduct these elections to Aso Rock.
So they keep coming and going.
Yeah.
At that level, they don't know what goes on. What matters to them is who is the governor.
Okay, we just have to take in this report because we have Xavier Roberts on standby, and it's the last feelers we'll be getting before we wrap up this particular segment of our election coverage. Xavier Roberts rejoins us. Welcome back, Xavier. Thanks for joining us again. And what's the latest this time? Hello, it's the latest from your current position.
Okay, I am in Ikotek Bene, where we have with the senator-elect Godswill Obodo-Kpabio, and the atmosphere is almost like what transpired at Tibion Ibom, where we reported calm and proper conduct of electorates and the beavers. Everything seemed to be working smoothly as expected and as planned by INEC, and a couple of people here have also acknowledged that fact, including the senator-elect, who says that the outcome of this governorship and House of Assembly elections this time around is, he reads it better than what transpired during the presidential elections and the National Assembly.
So interestingly, no worries or no skirmishes reported from that area. But I also like to ask you as well, because I do understand, since you've just factored in the fact that that is the polling unit of distinguished Senator Godswill Obodo-Kpabio, we also know that one of his kindred in the person of the former Commissioner for Labor and Productivity, Barrister Prince Ukpong Okpabio, is a flag bearer of the PDP for the Esienudum State's constituency. When you have this brother on the platform of the APC and the other on the PDP, it should make for a event in that area. And by your projection, how do you see this one playing out?
Well, Raymond, since we are not allowed to announce the election results as presented by INEC. INEC is the only one responsible with that duty. According to what the presiding officers were able to arrive at, we have the figures, and it indeed reflects the fact that it is dramatic to see the outcome, the general outcome of the electoral process here in Okana West Ward 2.
So since you've acknowledged that counting is actually going on or about to wrapping up, what do you have by way of confirmation with respect to how the results would be, transmitted? Is there going to be an election or electronic transmission of the results,
or a manual one?
A manual one.
Okay, we actually had a brief chat with the presiding officer of this polling unit, who confirmed to us in confidence that definitely it's going to be a BVAS transmission of results, and it's not going to be manual. We made sure we confirmed that from him.
Interesting thoughts indeed.
Wow.
No, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Xavier, once again for joining us.
Many thanks, Raymond.
Just before we wrap up on this segment, I'd like you to respond to that quickly.
Yeah.
You know, why does it actions to almost all Nigerians? Why did it appear that they got it wrong there and are so keen to get it right?
And not just that, okay? So you just put it at once. It looks like INEC really, yeah, like Raymond said, you know, the electorate as well, maybe the supporters, the thugs, rather than the side of INEC.
Before I take that, let me just react to the report about Ukana West. The chairman of the campaign organization for YPP's governorship candidate is also from that family.
Wow.
And it's got to be that same unit. So the Akpabios have something very peculiar. The four of them, then you have Gospel Akpabio in APC, and then you have Prince Akpabio in the PDP. Like he said, that the outcome is dramatic. I can't wait to see the outcome, but it shows you how a family can play all parties and nobody has gotten killed in that family. While some innocent persons are dying for people that will never be ready to even look at them, talk less of dying for them. Now, back to INEC. INEC will naturally, or anybody would naturally be ashamed when you are caught in the act. Now, let's assume, going by the uproar across the country and even the voter apathy that has greeted this very election, you can be sure, like in Lagos State, clearly, and some other states, the turnout will be the same, because even some person that spoke to me personally said they won't go out to vote. Why? Because their vote won't count. They couldn't have voted the last time and they didn't see what they voted for. And I just have to encourage them that the worst you do, which is what politicians want, is to discourage you from having interest in the process so that they can do whatever they like. Because where people come out to vote like it happened, they find it difficult to be themselves. They cannot function. So, but for INEC or for whosoever, whatever influenced the last outcome that is being queried here and there, is because the presidency is everything. That's where the buck stops. States, no matter how gifted you are, you can't make progress. Because a policy from the center can just put you off completely. The Naira crisis that we have didn't come from any state because it's exclusive. The fuel crisis is exclusive until we practice federalism. And I want to say this again loud and clear. Any of our leaders who cannot tell the world the kind of system of government we are practicing should be ashamed of himself. We are Federal Republic of Nigeria. But what are we practicing? A unitary system. Why should we be going to Abuja every 21 days or thereabout, caps in hand? No matter what you make, send it to us. We'll come and share. And it's not everything that people make that has been sent to the center. The gold in Zamfara, Yobe and others, have been mined by the people. In fact, someone has said in a video that the terrorism we are having there is not just about religious. It's about keeping people away from where this crime, economic crime, is being committed by foreigners and locals. You mind this gold, diamond, everything? And one of the governors was saying, oh, even Central Bank said we'll be buying from the state. What? Natural resource that you don't allow us? With the degradation we are having in the environment, the poorest part of Nigeria are where we get the oil from. The poorest. And worst of all, whatever is given as meager 13% derivation is being used by some of the governors like money from the kiosk that they are managing, struggling to make sales and live their lives. So don't ask questions about it. The earlier we engage our leaders intentionally, because they are very intentional about whatever they do and why they want to remain in power. Citizens must be very intentional in engaging them. They can't withstand coming on air with people like you or herself, or say, oh, let's bring Citizen MKO, Matthew O'Connor, to be part of the conversation. I've tried it on my program, invited some of them to my program, they won't come. Why? don't engage. Government is a masquerade. We are just covering. Don't expose government. This thing you are saying, you are anti-government, you are exposing government. You are helping government to show them the way. And somebody says, government is about corruption. Don't do it. A new Nigeria was born on February 25. I keep saying it. The sad part, which I want to appeal to our youth, not just our youth, Nigerians generally. Somebody made a video and said, you have just radicalized hundreds of thousands and millions of people instantly by depriving them of their voice. They made a statement and they were sure they were heard. And suddenly, you just pretend as if nothing was said. You have radicalized them. You can't control them again. You can't. The joy is that people like us, we preach. Now, please, I practice what I call transmutation of energy. Like you heard what Victor said. Victor saw death. He managed to escape. I escaped in one day 3 times. The 4th time, no, I escaped. It was only once that I wasn't caught. It was 4 times. I was caught 3. The last one that I was rescued when I was to be hacked to death. I was rescued. I couldn't even run again. 8 people that rescued me, they held the young man that had caught me and called on others to come and kill me. He was held, and then I was rescued. All people ran faster than me. Said, remove your accessories on my shoes. My blood, my fluid, my joints, everything had gotten worn out completely, and I was hit somewhere. And what's the outcome of that? Ask me the outcome. Even at the police or the state government or state government have been crying, begging them to please just find out what happened so you can address it. And you find that nothing has been done, and the same people are flourishing. Man that is facing an assassin does not look at the shirt, the tear on his shirt or the mud on his trouser, or whichever way he said it. I'm maybe just paraphrasing somehow. Don't look at the mud on your shirt or the tear on your trouser. That's exactly it. So, Nigerians are facing an assassin. They must not look at the tear on their shirt or the tear on their trouser or the mud on their shirt.
All right.
No, we must engage our leaders and would-be leaders, because if we continue like this, Nigeria will be a failed state, and God forbid that a country had people like you and I and millions of others, then it became failed because of few people that are not productive. It's time to make people give account.
Of course, it's our hope that Nigeria will not degenerate into a state of chaos, and that's why we in the media continue to do our role and do right by the people as well. And let's hope it will be a true reflection of Nigerians. Elections are still taking place according to reports across different parts of the country. So expect that by later this evening, results must have been concluded, but collation is expected to, of course, take place tomorrow from the respective state collation centers. But keep an eye on what happens in Akwa Ibom State. Keenly would have our reporter at the INEC headquarters, where the collation for Akwa Ibom State governorship elections will be taking place. So do well to join us tomorrow. But thank you so very much, Citizen Matthew Kofi O'Connor, for joining us on this segment of the program.
It's been my pleasure.
Thank you.
Wonderful time with you. Thank you for having me.
Rachel, quickly before we go, it's been a very exciting trend of events with all that we saw from the morning. As I was putting to Citizen Matthew there, it's not like it has come as a surprise to us. Somehow we expected all of these things to happen.
I was on my program. I told my guests that, well, Nigeria is actually... we had a conversation, and then someone said Nigeria is a predictable place. So I said I go with that person's assertion. I think sometimes Nigeria is quite predictable. Like you would predict who is going to win, where the party is going to come from, or and where people's heart or people's vote went to, and it comes out just the way you predicted. So people already predicted the governorship election, especially predicted the chaos happening right now in Lagos State. So it was like, get ready, Lagos is going to be hot. Yeah. So I think Nigeria is
let's hope it's hot enough to be doused eventually, so calm can actually return to the streets of Akwa Ibom and Nigeria. Well, stay with us. That's our part on election duty coverage for today, but there's more to come right here on Spectrum Television. Francis Edet and Oyai Anyekan will be taking you through the final leg of today's broadcast. But from me, Raymond Eta, Rachel David White was here with us as well, and to all the wonderful hands behind the crew, thanks for joining us. Nigeria Decides 2023 studios right here on Spectrum Television does continue. Please stay with us.
Every day, we bring you up-to-date information on topical issues affecting the common Nigerian. From issues on politics,
Hello Nigeria, I remain committed
security.
Education, health,
lifestyle, and so much more. Join Janice Kobum and Uyai Anyeken
every weekday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Rise and Shine Daily, exclusive on Spectrum Television.
One truth not often told is about the transformation that Africa has undergone in recent decades. Africa is shaping its own destiny and should be referred to as the African opportunity. On Spotlight Africa, we paint the African picture the African way, laced with truth, detail, and the color of the African continent. Join Uyai Anyekan every Tuesday and Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Spotlight Africa, telling the African story.
The Presidential and National Assembly elections, which was held on Saturday, February 25th, witnessed reactions from different people across the country. Join us as we sample some of the reactions.
Elections, which are forms of choosing leaders where the citizens have rights to vote and be voted for, started in 1959 with different political parties. For 2023, Nigeria's Presidential and National Assembly election was held on February 25th to elect the President, members of Senate, and House of Representatives of the country. A total of 18 presidential candidates took part in the election, but 4 were considered major contenders. They include Atiku Abubakar of PDP, Bola Tinubu of APC, Peter Obi of Labour Party, and Rabiu Kwankwaso of NNPP. The elections, which were supposed to start at 8:30 a.m., did not start early in many polling units across Nigeria. However, the few polling units where the election started on time, voting ended as scheduled by INEC at 2:30 p.m. The general election, despite fuel and currency scarcity, was noted by initially high projected turnout and mainly peaceful voting, but was marred by reports of vote buying, voter intimidation, attacks on polling units in certain areas, and unpunctuality of electoral officials, along the accusation of outright fraud to compound issues with trust in the election. Aside the challenges of delay of electoral materials and technical issues, polling station allocations were also problematic, as some polling units had just a handful of voters, while others had more than 2,000.
Initially, when they brought the beaver, it wasn't used. So we, as a coordinators, took the beaver to the collation center, which is the ward center, and the things was rectified. We now took it to the unit, and it was counted. It was functioning very well. But later, in different ways, in different polling units, said they have not been using the beaver. So I don't know, but by own they made use of it, and it was successful.
As a teacher, as a proprietor, I find it difficult to pay my teachers. I wish that the government should do something about, so that the money will enter into a common person on the street, so that life will be, because life have lost, a lot of lives have lost because of the issue of cashless policy.
I think the beavers function because some polling units, like my polling units, the beavers was used throughout the election. So I think the beavers function. Though I was not, I couldn't divide myself to go around to monitor what happened. But I think the beavers work, like the case in my polling units. It's a matter of a network problem. Like today I went to a fuel station, removed my card. They said there is no network. I have to, at least at that point, I was so frustrated. So this is as a result of the cashless policy. Though the timing is not very okay, what we are looking for, if they can bring up this cashless policy to the beer and everybody should go cashless, in fact, it could be okay. It will check excessive, it will check corruption in the other hand. So I think it's the best policy, sir.
Well, the election was, by the special grace of God, it was free and fair. Here in Akwa Ibom State, we found out that we saw everything, that the election was free and fair. And there's nothing we can do about it. He that the crowd thinks they give to. So the nation have seen that it was Tinubu alias Jagaban of Africa. So they don't have anything tough to say. Everybody has seen it, so they have given it to him, and we wish him all the best. Though the beavers in some units, here in Uyo, some units, it was not working, but immediately, like 8 or like 3 units I was, in the next 10 to 15 minutes, the INEC replaced the beavers back. So I'm talking about based on where I was. The beavers were not working, but they have to replace it with the new one, which they use the beavers.
I went to the bank to withdraw money. There was no money, and I was very, very hungry. Only 1,000. Look at what I bought. I bought this one, 100 naira. I can't buy this one, 50 naira. I was trying to do if I can manage 1,000 naira to feed. So this country is not good for us. We are suffering.
Cashless policy, personally, I thought the cashless policy was for the politicians who stash out the whole lot of money from the banking system to keep it in their private home. But now that cashless policy, I don't think the thing is really working well because the whole lot of masses are suffering because of it. So I think that if the CBN wanted to do something, you understand, to affect people, to affect those people that have stashed out those money from the economy, I think they would have stopped using, they wouldn't have print 500 and 1,000 naira again. They would have just print only 200 naira, 200 naira, 100 naira, 50 naira, 20 naira, 10 naira, and 5 naira.
Another issue raised by the civic group was the INEC Result Viewing Portal (IREV), which was designed to provide real-time transmission of election results from polling units to the Central Collection Center in an attempt to enhance the transparency of the electoral process and reduce the incidence of vote rigging and election manipulation. The Independent National Electoral Commission officials failed to upload polling unit results to the INEC Result Viewing Portal in accordance with the law as of February 26, where election results were announced at the National Collection Center in Abuja. Most people aside the civic group also complained of INEC delay in uploading the election results in the IREV.
The result sheet was uploaded on the BFAS because I followed up to the INEC office and I saw how it was uploaded. But a situation, we were expected that if I vote, my vote will register on the BFAS and the results will go up automatically. That was the expectation of my own, unlike other people also. But as the result was announced early this morning, well, INEC have announced, as a person, I will not make any statement on the outcome, but this is not how the process were expected. I believe that by next election, if we were to use electronic voting, let it be a situation whereby I put in my card and my result is registered, and not a situation whereby a third party will be there again to upload the result again.
The BVAS issue is an apology. Nothing concerning BVAS was what we expected. Look at what they do when football is played. They say VAR. When there's something wrong, they get back to the VAR, isn't it? But can we run back to the BVAS right now to see if what was done was really exactly what happened? So it's unfortunate that whatever had been done, how much has been sunk into it, is now something that we can, in fact, cry and shed a lot of tears about.
The reason why people came out en masse to vote was the reason that the election will be free and fair, that every vote will be counted. But it was a greatest surprise that the machines, they have not been using the machine. And at the end of it, they're using hands to count.
I think that the BVAS was not used at all because there was high expectation for the BVAS to use during the 2023 I can say that the BVAS was not used at all. How can someone, a returning officer, just come out to call the results manually? Whereas people were thinking that they will display the thing, as they were saying that they will display it, but they did not display anything.
Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission had on the 1st of March 2023 declared the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, the winner of the 2023 polls.
Kachuku Dumebi of the ADC, age 1,919. Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Obi Peter Gregory of the LP, 6,101,533. Musa Mohammed Rabiu Kwankwaso of the NNPP, 1,496,687. Abubakar Atiku of the PDP, 6,984,520. That Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
The presidential candidates of the People's Democratic Party and Labour Party have officially made a statement in regards to the just concluded presidential election.
The election that we just witnessed have been conducted and results announced as programmed. It is a clear version from electoral rules and guidelines as we were promised. This election did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, transparent, credible, fair election. It will go down as one of the most controversial elections ever conducted in Nigeria. Let me reiterate, and I assure you that good people of Nigeria that will explore all legal and peaceful action to reclaim our mandates.
Dreams and aspirations of Nigerians who brace all the challenges to go and cast their votes on Saturday, 25th of February 2023, were shattered by the conduct of the Independent National Electoral Commission, which failed woefully to live up to expectations. The weekend election was neither free nor fair. Preliminary assessments indicate that it is the worst conducted election since the return to democratic rule. The manipulation and fraud that attended this election was unprecedented in the history of our nation. I can still not understand why the electoral umpire was in such a hurry to conclude collation and announcement of the results, given the number of complaints and irregularities of bypassing of the beavers, failure of uploading to the IRVE, and unprecedented cancellations and disfranchisement of millions of voters in breach of the Electoral Act and the Commission's own guidelines. It was indeed a rape of democracy.
Saturday March is set aside by the Independent National Electoral Commission for the gubernatorial and State House of Assembly elections. With different reactions from people on the just concluded elections, which is presidential and NAS elections, will Nigerians move out en masse to cast their votes?
The presidential election was in the hands of God, and March 11 election, so it will still be in the hands of God.
It's my call on my people, the people of Akwa Ibomites, to join hand and then let us have a peaceful. I also call on INEC to still keep on the free and fair election so far. This is a test run on our nascent democracy. So if we could give peace a chance, me and you could give peace a chance, we go out to vote a candidate of our choice, and then I think Nigeria, we will have a sustained democracy in Nigeria.
I have to vote. It's my duty to vote. If I don't vote, another person will vote for me.
The governorship election affects a great deal because people now will feel that the thing is just, they will rig the election because for presidential, they feel that they have rigged. So for governorship, they will still feel that they will rig, and they will not have the whole number of people that will come out to vote. So I believe that the thing will affect governorship election a great deal.
Residents of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State Capital, have solicited with the Independent National Electoral Commission to ensure that the March 11th election will be free, fair, and credible. I am Esther Otoyo. Enjoy the rest of our programs on Spectrum Television.
Calm down. Calm down.
We are now at Alpha Fion Unit 12 Ward 1, and as you can see, people are voting. Voting is going on here. It had started since 7 o'clock in the morning as reported here by someone. So people are voting. Some have finished voting.
Here at Ward 8, Unit 5, Ikole Poitam. The election processes are going on smoothly, peacefully, quite orderly, as it is right now. You can see voters are coming in, getting accredited, and afterwards move on to the voting lines. They're doing it one step at a time, at proper order. And as you can see, supervisors are all around, watching the processes. For the agents for various parties are also around, comfortably sitting and watching the processes as the process is taking place at the moment. No hitches in this particular election, and it's quite orderly. For others outside, the people are still coming in while others are going, and the process is orderly.
Yes, I'm from this unit, and then this is unit 12, just Ward 1. My assessment is that relatively we have a degree of peace here, and a degree of orderliness, and there is transparency. It's here. Accreditation is being done on the instance you move ahead and then cast your vote at the same time. But what I notice is that it's only one person that is doing the clearance, and the machine is only one person on the beaver. You cannot be on the beavers as a person. It would have been up to 2 people, so that if this machine has to run them, the other machine would equally continue. It's slow. That's the only observation. It's slow. It would have been dual, not a single. INEC can rushly bring a sane beaver. What I mean, I mean not a corrupt beaver, and then hand it over here and then 2 people could run it immediately, and we have a better result. But that deadline of 2 o'clock might not be a reality because of the slowness. One person cannot really handle the crowd. Look at the crowd there. I have not yet voted. Look at my hands. The presidential election was quite sound. The presidential election, the materials were on board, and the staffs on board worked as well. But here, there is a lapse in the sense that the beaver is just one. Just because it's only one person handling the beavers. My advice is, yes, not on the outcome of the result. I can't jump to the outcome. The only thing is that what can be done at this very moment is to get to the INEC office, get a nice beaver, and then run the stops. And then we all live here before too.
Interests me most is peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the place. They just told me now one Rita Okie-Menseh, a DC president, that came in from Abuja with a truck of police. She's all over Ike now, disrupting elections. Rita Okie-Menseh, I've reported her to the AIG. I hope the police authority will take serious action against her. Police is made to ensure free, fair, and credible election. But what she's doing right now in Naked, if people want to follow about that, it's going to create a whole lot of problems. But I've reported accordingly, and I expect action to be taken. But outside that, and few issues, also here and there, no system is 100% perfect. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think it will still be excellent. I mean, as far as the system is run by human beings, it can never be 100%.
You saw quite to please them, and there are harassments in this particular unit. We don't know what's happening in the other units, but as far as this unit is concerned, you can see how peaceful it is.
What is your expectation from INEC today?
I'm expecting them to be accountable, to put their integrity to work. For once, there's a lot of. I'm looking at social media. I'm seeing a lot of rancor and chaos going on, a lot of irregularities. I'm hoping that for once they're able to redeem themselves with this election, because Nigerians at this point are at the point where we have totally lost confidence in the INEC body, and it's very unfortunate. So I'm hoping that they're able to, at least to some level, redeem themselves today. So I want to encourage them to please just do the right thing, because the world is watching, and besides, this country is ours. If we leave it in the hands of the wrong people, then we'll have ourselves to blame.
Okay, please, you were also here during the last election, the presidential election. Have you noticed any kind of striking difference between this and that of the presidential election? Especially in the area of turnout and the responses from the INEC and all of that?
Well, when we came out for the presidential, it was, I think we came quite early, a lot earlier than this. It was a little more crowded than this. Like I said, I believe that, with time, because, as hours coming and going, we're having more and more turnout. I know that the people may feel a bit discouraged considering what happened after the presidential election, but I'm still sure that people will come out in their numbers.
Right.
Senator, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
All right. We've just witnessed you voting in your unit, Unit 6, Ward 10. I hope I got that correct.
What is Ward 6?
Ward 6, Unit 10. Okay. So I'd like for you to comment on the general atmosphere of the election here.
No, listen, it has to do with individuals. Like now, I am not overzealous. I am not forcing people to vote my party. I have allowed the process to go on. We have signed peace accord. Some people have, will I say, keep to the terms of the peace accord. Some have forgotten that the peace accord is to allow citizens to decide who should be their governor, should be their House of Assembly member. This is their right. I'm not forcing it. This is my village. I allow people to vote. The Igbo people are here. You know, the mechanic village is here. And people have bought land here. They build their houses. So they can exercise their citizenship rights by voting for whoever they want.
Okay, so do you see any breakdown of order going on here?
It is overzealousness of the candidates or those who want to prove a point to their principal. Once you remove that, citizens will vote the way they want.
Okay, earlier we saw you having a conversation with the INEC officials. There seemed to have been a problem. What was the situation like?
The arrangement, I was not comfortable with the fact that after accreditation, you stand online. I'm worried, how will you identify those after taking the beavers this thing? You verify. When they now say to me, you have to verify your name. It's now left for them to be sincere. You know, to be sincere, whether they will be, you know. So I was worried about that. That's why I asked the question.
Okay, but generally, are you satisfied with the atmosphere in your polling unit?
It's peaceful. Then it's there for the INEC to do the needful.
All right, thank you so much, Your Excellency.
My name is Tony Afia, Chairman TAP Media Group, owners of Planet Radio, Spectrum TV, and Thanks You. So this is my unit, Yakuran 001. I've just voted, see? I've just voted. I use this finger so that I will not cross the line. It's good, it's part of my job that I have to come here and vote. As you see, it's very peaceful here. I think since they started separating, creating more units, so it's not so crowded anymore. It's very peaceful. I'm sure there's not going to be any issues here. So, and I think there are a couple of security people. They don't have guns. They're just there to direct people. I've not shown any incidents. When I went, I just voted and greeted them and leave. I think it's very peaceful. This is a peaceful area. Maybe because we are here. TAP Media is here. So, yeah, very much. I just checked my section, gave it to them. They found me. I went over there, did a fingerprint. They saw me on the camera. I think that's the beavers, right? And then from there, they gave me a card and vote. Everything works. I just hope that they will transmit it here. Well, this is now we are voting. But at the end, I hope they will transmit, as we've been told, they're supposed to transmit from each of the units to INEC centers.
So the machine is working. Then, as you can see, the whole process is peaceful. The security aspects, everything is calm, and this is how election should be. I really thank the president, the INEC, they really done well. Even I also appreciate my boss, the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, for making Akwa Ibom to be a peaceful ground. As you can see, it's not like before that people will be running up and down. Before people you came here, then you can't even vote. But now everybody has that privilege. You have, when you come here, you have to vote because of the peaceful ground on the election ground. So everything is fine. As you can see, people are still. I've done my own. I finished my voting. Then other people are still voting. Yeah, I think the performance machine is okay. At least it's 80%. It's working. That's because right now I've not heard any complaint. I've not heard any complaint from those officials that our machine have given them any issue. So the process is ongoing.
It's going on well. You are the journalist. You are the ones to tell me. But from our polling unit here in Steve, I pray we now be peaceful. What's your life? I can only talk about what happened to me. That was the I want to journalist is journalist. There will be no separate time for journalism. We'll score INEC after the match. We can't score them now. But I believe they're doing their best. In this country, if institutions want to work, they work. And I just pray that INEC will live up to the billing and promises they give to Nigeria.
I hear that this polling unit has not experienced this sort of turnout before. So, do you know the reason?
This is my village, and I'm loved by my people.
Talking about your village and also your people, because voting, just like you've done, is also as important as voting education. How were you able, or how were you properly educated?
I won't campaign again.
It's not about campaigns, it's about talking about voting education.
There was a lot of voters education everywhere, on the media, everyone. There was a lot of voters education. You can even see even the old women. They know what to do. They know how to use their index finger. They know. So
there were lots of issues after the presidential election, and INEC has tried to clarify these issues and promise that this time it will be better. How confident are you in the process? Now,
life is about hope. I have hope that it will be better.
What's the
security situation? You can see for yourself. I believe it's okay. Security doesn't have. See, when you have a peaceful place and people know what they're doing, security, the people are the security. So you cannot see people, brandishing guns and no. But where the people have confidence in what they're doing, and I believe the people are the greatest security.
How anxious are you?
Interests me most is peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the place. They just told me now one Rita Okiemese, a DCP, that came in from Abuja with a truck of police. She's all over Ike now, disrupting elections. Rita Okiemese, I've reported her to the AIG. I hope the police authority will take serious action against her. Police is made to ensure free, fair, and credible election. But what she's doing right now is naked. If people want to follow about that, it's going to create a whole lot of problems. But I've reported accordingly, and I expect action to be taken. But outside that, and few issues, also here and there, the system is 100% perfect. If we can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin, I think it will still be excellent. I mean, as far as the system is run by human beings, it can never be 100%.
You saw Akwa Ibom to peace and
This is just about 12 minutes after 11 o'clock. I've just cast my vote. And indeed, voting started here at about 8:30, which is a major departure from the last experience. So it's quite early commencement of voting. And also to mention that the turnout is very massive. This is one of the one of the biggest polling units in Ipon Ward, in Cross River State here. And I'm happy that it's going on peacefully at this point. We still have challenges with the military making it difficult for people to access here, but hopefully we'll be able to get a large turnout since they've started quite early.
The allegation going across the state and even beyond that, some Bayelsa boys are not want to kill people. Is there anything like that?
Maybe in your house, or maybe you're the one keeping them, because I'm not aware. If you are keeping them, fine. Whoever is keeping them, I'm here. My house is there, open. I'm on the road, a major road. That the fence is low. You can see the compound. So whoever is harboring them, Oron is known to be a peaceful local government. In Akwa Ibom State, we stand out. So whoever was planning to bring people to disrupt the election, I don't think it will work in Oron, because we won't allow it. Thank you very much.
during the presidential elections?
Well, like I said earlier, I think it's quite there's a drastic change, drastic improvement, drastic enhancement of the process, and then the drastic and prompt responses on the part of INEC. So I commend INEC in totality. Yeah, I think the materials got on the unit before 8 o'clock, and that was quite drastic compared to what we had the last time, where material got here about after 1. So I'm sure today's exercise is an improvement of what transpired in the last exercise, and so good.
Okay, sir. On what happened in the early hours of today, what feedbacks have you been able to get on that?
I had bliss because I called the CP when I heard it. I tried to reach out to the director of SSS when I heard it. And then I think there's an SSS report to that effect. 3 people were killed and they left with the corpses just to kill the traces. But I can assure you, nobody can hide it. I believe that this death will never go in vain. Okay, so God will show up for Iberian people, because I think it was an attempt to disrupt the elections in Ghana. But I must commend the people for remaining in a state of calmness, peace, and tranquility.
How is that? No, we are just coming from a local government area where Senator Itainan is from, and the villagers there who were voting made some very spurious claims that the senator tried to scuttle the processes of voting in that particular village, that the materials were littered on the ground. People there were stopped from voting. I don't know how true that is, but then what would be your reaction?
I haven't seen pictorial evidences on that, and because I know that Senator China is the country, he should have just gone out there, exercise his franchise, and then give other Nigerians the right to do so. Because every vote you destroyed is a vote loss that would have led to a win, or maybe augment the gaps of losses. So I don't think every vote should count. That's my opinion. As you can see in my village, it's very peaceful, very, very peaceful. I just came out to vote because earlier on there were too many people. So I had to allow my people the opportunity because they're all excited. I don't want to see government come from this land. So I must commend the process. They are peaceful in nature, and I just believe and hope that at the end of this exercise, people's will happen.
You have confidence in emerging?
I think we've worked hard enough to say yes, we will win, and we will win. Yes, and we shall win. And winning is nice, yes. The hearts of the people are with us. No doubt about that. No amount of money, dollars, pounds, naira will stop Akpabio from electing their governor for the first time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, it's still Nigeria decides, and of course, with particular focus in Akwa Ibom State, as we are trying to ensure that we get the electioneering processes very well completed by selecting the crop of politicians Nigerians, Akwa Ibomites believe will be able to deliver true dividends of democracy across the respective state. We have 28 states so far conducting the governorship elections, and of course, the State House of Assembly elections, -8. And of those, it is very important to note that we've had some top contenders, being the female, who are also contesting for the #1 position. Back here in Akwa Ibom State, we have 2 also contesting, and how the fair has been said will significantly affect the turnout of women in politics as we go forward. Remember, before now, we were talking about an all-round inclusivity for the women folks in politics, and there's been a call for more than just 35% to 50%. Will that ever get to happen in Nigeria? There's a possibility it might happen when we have enough political will to ensure that we give women equal rights, equal grounds to be part of the processes involved in selecting who becomes a leader. My name is Francis Adet, and I'm delighted to be here with you. Of course, it's going to be politics all the way, as we will be bringing you up to speed with all the things that have been happening as far as today's state elections is concerned from Akwa Ibom State and across the respective states in Nigeria. I have with me live on set to have this beautiful discussion, Uyai Barak. Hello, Uyai.
Good evening, Francis. Very good to be here. Of course, Nigeria is deciding in most places as of now. I think the elections have already been concluded and counting has started. But I am a Nigerian. My name is Uyai Anyekan, and it's a good day to be alive in Nigeria. Of course, a lot of Nigerians may beg to differ because of lots of things that are happening today. But yes, blessed to be Nigeria nonetheless.
Well, blessed be Nigeria nonetheless, but as far as election is concerned, there are just certain phenomena, that just certain incidences, certain things that you cannot rule out no matter how advanced Nigeria is. I mean, if we could witness the Capitol riot in the US, then anything is possible across the respective countries. So for Nigeria, it's always been that peculiar scenario where, yes, some states will record a significant level of relative peace. At some other points, even within states that are attempted as very peaceful, you still find, pockets of violent incidences here and there. And that is just part of the things that is associated with electioneering period. And of course, a day like this, because while some persons are going to be on the path of peace, there are some persons who would say election is a do or die affair.
At all costs.
At all costs. So for those group of persons, it doesn't matter what happened. It doesn't matter who gets hurt. It doesn't matter how many people get hurt in the process. All they're interested in is just, I want my candidate, and my candidate should be the candidate. And if their candidate is not your candidate, especially in places where we don't have heavy security presence, then the people are susceptible to being harmed.
If you remember, just before the today's elections, we had Mahmood Yakubu, who is the chairman of INEC, call that for today the elections are a contest and not a war. But it looks like since we turned out our television set since morning, it's been from one news to the other. Now, the issue with politics or these kinds of activities is that we may have more areas that are actually more peaceful, with the elections today, but more like bad news travels faster, and it raises concerns with the polity of the country at this time. Are there still questions being asked with regards to how the process of the elections today have held? Yes, but let's look a little bit on the bright side. Have there been, certain kinds of improvement from the February 25th elections? Did INEC do better by themselves, during these elections? I would say yes. Because if we even just trail back to the very beginning of, the process today, we have reports that from, from several polling units, INEC went there on time. The ad hoc staff, INEC staff were there on time. Setup was done early. Voting, accreditation and voting started out early. So let's just say that in some quarters, INEC did do better, by themselves today. Some other places, they still failed themselves. But if we are looking at percentile, increase, based on how much flaws we had on the 25th of February elections, we'll say that INEC has done better. And let's scroll, further into, let's say, voter turnout. Now, I kept having this conversation with Janice, and I said one of my primary concerns for the elections today will be that most likely Nigerians will not turn out for the elections because of how the February 25th elections turned out. But it was more like, oh, let's be hopeful and all of that. But reports, almost coming in nationwide, is that there's been such a low turnout of voters. People, really didn't turn out as much as expected. Even here in Akwa Ibom State, if you look very closely, we had a lot of polling units that had, very low turnout as compared to the presidential elections. So it's more like Nigerians had, brought all their hearts to the table on the 25th of February to vote. But then the issues that happened after then, have spiraled to the fact that people didn't turn out today. If we even go to Bayelsa State, we find out that in Bayelsa, we had market women actually went out today to sell their goods because, their explanation is that they don't quite trust the system anymore. Hence, the way they reacted to the issue today. So there's a lot, there's quite a lot to look at. There's quite a lot to look at in today's, process of electioneering. But voter turnouts, Francis, what are your thoughts? Because I was concerned before today, and it turns out, if one would say you're a soothsayer, the words came true.
Well, trust is an important factor when it comes to having such processes as we have now. And I was out in the field this morning, and I saw so much that just breaks my heart, because over 87 million plus PVCs were collected according to INEC, and out of that, if you watch, as we saw during the presidential and national assemblies elections, there was massive turnout because INEC, through their promise to Nigerians, through the beavers and the innovations that were to be brought in by the beavers, had the trust of Nigerians. But that trust disappeared the moment the announcement was made for who the president-elect was. And it was literally like a graveyard in Nigeria, and it's been like that. I can literally not go back. If we go back to the different scenarios where Nigerian presidents have been announced, and you look at the atmosphere that surrounded those announcements, and you bring it down to compare with today's atmosphere, you would see that there are simply too much gap. And that is to clearly tell you that what the people wanted and what INEC delivered to the people were two different things. Now, there have been those speculations, and it has been further worsened by the fact that the international communities, the international observers had made their standpoint. As far as the presidential election and the National Assembly elections is concerned, there were multiple issues with irregularities.
Yes.
And that is aside from the fact that INEC had promised electronic transfer of result from the respective polling unit, and it did not happen. Now, you did not transmit result from the polling unit as you had promised Nigerians. You did not do every other thing that was supposed to be in place. And then the election observers had said, this is the situation, this is the standpoint, these are our recommendations. And then INEC went ahead to make an announcement without sorting out those irregularities.
Exactly.
And then shortly after that, we saw the drama playing out right in front of us. The Labour Party and the PDP went to court. They're seeking for justice to reclaim what they call the mandate the
Stolen
Nigerian
mandate.
people gave to them. Now, before then, we did not see INEC coming out to tell Nigerians there's need to reconfigure the BVAS. But after these two presidential candidates went to court and got the order to inspect the BVAS and other election materials, INEC went to court asking for an order to make sure they reconfigure the BVAS.
Yeah.
Now, from what the experts and technologically savvy persons have said, it's just like reconfiguring your phone. It's like resetting your phone to factory setting. And in as much as INEC has said that everything on the BVAS would be stored away in the server, now, what guarantee can they give Nigerians? And that question stems from the fact that just after the elections, INEC came out to tell Nigerians why they could not update election result from the polling unit because of the hitch.
Over 12,000 attempts to hack their servers on that day.
So you're looking at that attempt of hacking, but that's not even the issue. If they told Nigerians there was an attempt of hacking, but we had succeeded uploading, or Nigerians saw that at this point in time, they can actually, be able to transfer a couple of results. If INEC were able to transmit a significant number of results across polling units and then tell Nigerians, oh, because of network challenges or for some reasons that is explainable, we could not do this at these respective areas. That is something Nigerians would have, understood. But saying we did not, could not, and then we had persons within the corridors of power coming out to make counter accusations or claims as to why INEC could not. Now, they forget that when the Electoral Law, the Electoral Act 2022 was enacted, it's all in the open space.
Yeah.
And the respective provisions are well read by Nigerians. You're looking at a country with millions of learned persons, people who can read and discern, people who can interpret things. And it's not just the lawyers within the government coffers. You're also talking about learned persons outside the government coffers. And you're trying to make up excuses. Typical of what we've seen within this present administration, where today you see a statement coming from a government parastatals, and then the next day you see a disclaimer coming out to say, we did not say this, and then the next week there is something coming. It's just like what we saw during the budget issue of padding the budget, that you wake up and discover a government agency had padded budgets for the last 3 years. Who wasn't seeing? Who was seeing? Who are we fooling?
Exactly.
So the trust Nigerians gave to INEC had been completely murdered. And what we are seeing in voter turnout today is a clear indication of the fact that Nigerians have lost trust in INEC.
But to be very honest, I believe that this is going to very much affect the results of the elections, because those people, who are, there are certain persons that are behind a particular candidate that, put out all their energies and were there for them on the field. But you are discontent with those crop of candidates. You have someone you might have voted for, but you did not go. Now, truth be told, you're really not teaching INEC a lesson. You're not teaching to stretch this conversation a bit, and we'll just go on a really quick break just so our guest will join us. And then we'll keep expanding the conversations of things that have happened around the state government elections and state House of Assembly elections today. Continue. Stay with us.
me most peaceful conduct I'm seeing within my local government here. I just pray it will be the same across. And I've just also been told of a whole lot of fake people all over the place. They just told me now one Rita Okie Mese, a DCP, that came in from Abuja with a truck of police. She's all over Ike now, disrupting elections. Rita Okie Mese, I've reported her to the AIG. I hope the police authority will take serious action against her. Police is made to ensure free, fair, and credible election. But what she's doing right now in Naked, if people want to follow about that, it's going to create a whole lot of problems. But I've reported accordingly, and I expect action to be taken. But outside that, and few issues, also here and there, no system is 100% perfect. We can score 90 here with only 10% error of margin. I think it will still be excellent. I mean, as far as system is run by human beings, can never be 100%.
You saw Akwa to be
This is just about 12 minutes after 11 o'clock. I've just cast my vote. And indeed, voting started here at about 8:30, which is a major departure from the last experience. So it's quite early commencement of voting. And also to mention that the turnout is very massive. This is one of the one of the biggest polling units in Ipon Ward, in Cross River State here. And I'm happy that it's going on peacefully at this point. We still have challenges with the military making it difficult for people to access here, but hopefully we'll be able to get a large turnout since they've started quite early.
During the presidential elections?
Well, like I said earlier, I think it's quite, there's a drastic change, drastic improvement, drastic enhancement of the process, and then the drastic and prompt responses on the part of INEC. So I commend INEC in totality. Yeah, I think the materials got on the unit before 8 o'clock, and that was quite drastic compared to what we had the last time, where material got here about after 1. So I'm sure today's exercise is an improvement of what transpired in the last exercise, and so good.
Okay, sir. On what happened in the early hours of today, what feedbacks have you been able to get on that?
I had bliss because I called the CP when I heard it. I tried to reach out to the director of SSS when I heard it, and then I think there's an SSS report to that effect. 3 people were killed, and they left with the corpses just to kill the traces. But I can assure you, nobody can hide it. I believe that this death will never go in vain. So God will show up for Iberian people, because I think it was an attempt to disrupt the elections in Ghana. But I must commend the people for remaining in a state of calmness, peace, and tranquility.
How is that? No, we are just coming from a local government area where in the processes of voting. I don't know how true that is, but then what would be your reaction?
I haven't seen pictorial evidences on that, because I know that Senator China is the country.
Welcome back. It's still Nigeria Decide, and of course, is that day where we will get to choose who is going to lead us as far as the #1 position across the respective state. 28 in total is concerned for the governorship position. Of course, the State House of Assembly is also up for grabs across the 18 political parties fully registered with INEC in Nigeria. My name is Francis, and of course, I'm doing this with Uyai Barak, and we've been joined live on set Harry Udo, who is the chairman of Akwa Ibom CSO Forum. Hello, Harry. Welcome.
Hi, Francis. Good to be here.
Good to have you join us.
Yeah, it's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
I hope you did cast your vote today.
Yeah, I did, and did my bit of observing what went down, and also had opportunity to do some analysis around that. So yeah, it's been a great day today. It's very busy for me, though.
Very busy, I can imagine. But overall, if you're looking at the energy of the election in the states today, what would you say about it, especially like on a scale to 1 to 100?
On a scale of 1 to 100, probably be looking at around 50. Reason being that there's been low voter turnout, and then of course, yeah, it has a lot of implications for the electorate, for the country as well, because when you look at the turnout, it tells you that people are disenchanted with what happened. The turnout of February 25th, all right, and we feared that. We feared that the actions of INEC flouting their own electoral guidelines would lead to voter apathy, and this might go way down. And then, of course, the second reason for having that low turnout today could be because gubernatorial election is the election that is closest to the people. I mean, you're looking at state constituency elections as well as the gubernatorial elections, and these are the ones that are closest to the people. So what you find is that normally it's actually the animation is always high, the excitement, and then of course the emotions are higher, sentiments are high, and Nigerians generally, including Akwa Ibomites, are also quite sentimental. So the antecedent activities, antecedent elections have shown that there's been large-scale violence reported in the elections running from 1999 through to this moment, and then of course the lack of consequence mechanism for perpetrators of these actions has further emboldened and strengthened impunity. And that's why you find, like we got the report at Itemepo, somebody walked into a polling unit, took the BVAS machine and smashed it and walked away, and nobody could do anything about that, and nobody's going to do anything about that. And you got the last election, some people were arrested, fake soldiers and all of that. Now we are not hearing anything about that anymore. We expected that to boost the confidence of the people, for the police authorities to say, hey, we are prosecuting these guys who were reported, we've done investigations, they are actually fake, and we are prosecuting, or we've done investigations, they were actually misunderstood, and this is the situation. So the absence of the actions of requisite state actors in addressing those issues has led to the low voter turnout today, voter apathy, you may say, But another thing would be, when you look at the turnout, I listened to Obong Victor Attah say today that the turnout on the 25th was so much that if you threw a pin, it wouldn't land on the ground. But today, the turnout is abysmally poor. That's what His Excellency, the former governor of the state, said. And I'm thinking, what was the motivation for the last election that people turned out? Probably there was something they saw in one of the candidates that motivated them, that pulled them out. Could it be that they didn't find such excitement in any of the candidates, on parade? Or do they think that, like I mentioned earlier, the antecedent actions that has happened here before, where there's been incidences of massive rigging, but they get to the court goes, yes, there was rigging, yes, there was this, yes, there was that, whereas then the conclusion says the person who was declared winner is the winner. And so you just feel, hey, you know, what are we going to do? This is governorship election. We don't even care. But the truth is that it matters. They should have come out, you know, to cast their votes. And then with the reports of violence we are getting, where about in different locations, about 6 people already have been shot at. Reportedly, we can't confirm that for now, you know. But there are pictures of 1 or 2. They say the other one, they said the police shot those guys and took them away, you know. So that alone, you know, further confirms the fears that people had that there will be violence, and so let's just stay at home. All right, that could be the reason for the low turnout, but it wasn't quite encouraging at all.
Not as expected. I think something that stands out. You talked about punitive mechanism, and if we remember, while Yakubu Mahmood, you know, presided over collation of results, even when the likes of Senator Dino Melayi called out the issues, you know, at hand, he said, let us finish the process, get to the end, and then we can get to court. Like he said, there's been issues since about 8 a.m. this morning. Videos are trending everywhere, but we've not had security agencies come, like, give us back-to-back responses of these things that are happening also because of the lack of punitive measures. Is it more like, do we really have to wait for the elections to finish today before we see that certain things have been nipped in the bud? Because it has already affected, the results of today's elections.
Absolutely. Let's start with the INEC chairman. that was him misreading his own electoral guidelines. Because the electoral guidelines says where there are issues, review the issues before announcing the result. But he went on the flip and says, okay, I'll go ahead and announce the result. You go to court, and then I will review. You know, so when you review, do you come back and say, no, the announcement I made earlier was wrong. I'm not going to. I have to reverse that. It doesn't make sense. Now, and you are right. We expect that with the trending videos, sometimes, you know, the police could come out and say, oh, those were videos, we were not certain, we don't rely on hearsay, but video is sufficient evidence, you know, of malpractice. First of all, we expected, the police had proudly said that they were going to deploy to the nooks and crannies of the state. They were going to deploy 3 layers of security on armed policemen at the polling units, all right? And then they have the other ones patrolling in the patrol teams, all right? And then they had the third one, the backup, which were the soldiers, and they could call in when situations were getting out of hand. Now, of all the polling units that I went to, around the vicinity of my coverage, I didn't see any unarmed policemen in any of the polling units. But kudos to the electorate, you know, they were well behaved at the places that I went to, well behaved, orderly. When they said queue up, they queued up, and they were orderly. Right, so, but I didn't see any unarmed policemen there, assuming something happened, you know. But we've also seen pictures coming out of Lagos where there were unarmed policemen who couldn't do anything, you know, and just sat down there and watched. And then, of course, for all the period I was moving, you know, observing the elections, for all that period, what I saw were just 2 vehicles of the police going to and coming on our own road, just 2. So if there are situations in 3 polling units, for instance, you know, be able to address and I'm not sure that they are just, I'm sure they are covering all the way up to Uran on that Uran road axis, you know, probably covering downtown as well, you know, so driving just 2, and it wasn't that, and there were it was spaced the period with which I saw them. So it's a bit worrisome because take for instance the story we heard out of Ibiano, the one from Ikono, the one from Etemepo, you know, in Ni as well. You would expect that the police should be able to, you know, jump in quite early, you know, to stem the tide. But now, alas, life is lost, you know, and our lives have been lost, and elections have been disrupted. All right, there were places where the materials were strewn all over the place because because of the violence that took place. So, what will happen to those voters and the votes that were cast and those who couldn't now cast their votes. You know, these are things. So you were right. The police should have come up, you know, and given update situation reports and update of situation reports and what they are doing. So that it can boost the confidence of the people, because there are those who would have stayed at home waiting to hear, you know, that things are going on smoothly,
yeah, for
and
them
then
to come out.
You know. So when you don't have those kinds of, and then when they begin to hear, you know, the social media is makes the world a small place. So once once it's gone on social media, everybody gets it everywhere. Even outside of the country. I've had, you know, friends from outside of the country sending me videos of what is happening in Nigeria. So, you know, while I'm there, you know, that's the situation of things as it stands right now.
All right, let me still keep you on the issue with the voters turnout. Now, and part of the things I noticed, recall before now in Akwa Ibom State, for instance, INEC had said that some polling unit had to be separated. They had to recreate some more polling units so that we can have, you know, people get to those respective polling units at ease. I covered some parts of Uyo at Tanaford, Abag Road axis, Ikorokpede Road. And one of the things that have been predominant from what I've observed is that you get to a polling unit and you're told, for instance, you had 200 persons who are supposed to vote at that polling unit, and you find out that 18 persons turn out. And then you get to another one, maybe 80 something were supposed to vote. You find out just about 30, 50 persons turnout. So massive low turnout. Could this also be traced to the fact that after INEC created these other units, there was not enough awareness to let people know that your unit has been shifted to XYZ position? And even at Long Kabau, I think one of the situations discovered at Senator John James Udoyede's polling unit was we had a lot of persons who came to that unit, a lot of persons who said during the presidential election, they voted there. But coming back this time during the state elections, they are told that is no longer their polling unit. That is clearly an incident where people were not well aware of where they're supposed to vote.
Now, if that happened, then that's really, really sad, because I know that when my polling unit was changed, I received an SMS from INEC that I should check that my polling unit has been changed, and they gave me a code, you know, for me to locate my polling unit. So I went to that place, the first one I thought was my polling unit at the last election, and didn't see my name. And then I was directed to the second one and I saw my name. So if you voted at the last election at a particular place, then between then and now, they shouldn't move that.
Exactly.
You know, they shouldn't move that at all. So it would be pretty surprising. Is that, look, I've always said, you know, Joseph Stalin said, those who make the votes, you know, those who cast their votes decide nothing. Those who count the votes decide everything. I believe that no election can be rigged, you know, without the tacit connivance of INEC. And so if they did that, that's a deliberate attempt to disenfranchise the people. And I think that the people can seek redress on that note. Because you cannot vote, you know, the previous Saturday and then the next Saturday you say, no, that's not your polling unit anymore. Where I voted at the last 25th February elections, that's the same place that I voted this time around. Okay, so to now do that is to bring confusion, and that can lead, you know, to people saying, what nonsense is this, and they go back home.
Exactly.
You know, and that's the reason you have the low turnout. So a lot of factors contributing to this, and I think that after INEC has spent, you know, close to $1 billion, you know, receiving technical support from the EU, receiving all kinds of capacity building, equipment support, and then they cannot get out something as simple as getting people to go vote. What are we doing? What kind of nation are we? And then you find that there are images coming out of Lagos where, you know, bandits are going everywhere, frustrating people. You know, there's been voter suppression, there's voter intimidation, just as we got reports from different places in this state where certain political party thugs were, you know, forestalling other, you know, political party members from casting their votes within the polling unit. Those places, INEC should be proactive. Those places, those elections should be cancelled, rescheduled for another day. That's what the law says. And you would expect, but you're going to be surprised,
results are going to be announced from there. Yes, I was definitely going to come to that, because a lot of polling units have been marred with several irregularities, where you're even seeing voter intimidation on a very high side. Yeah. We've seen places where they had casted their vote and then thugs came and destroyed it. It's expected, even as the Electoral Act says, and certain guidelines in INEC, that those elections will be cancelled and rerun. But then let's even use VGC, for instance. Talking about you voted at a particular location on the 25th and you come on the 18th of March and INEC is saying we have relocated your polling unit. And the people of VGC said we are not going to accept this. For several years, we have been voting here. How can you move us to the expressway to stand? We hear that the elections have been rescheduled for tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. But what is going to happen because truth be told, there are also certain areas during this election that are underreported, that several things have also happened.
Absolutely.
Yes, because we also have, even in terms of security agencies, you're even saying in the metropolis of Uyo, you had like only 2 vehicles for, state security moving around. Some places had just 1 person as a security force. How do you man hundreds of people coming out, for the elections? So we are still looking at the fact that, a lot of things still would have affected voter turnout. But Francis made a mention of something, awareness.
Yeah.
That's a big problem that we might have seen also, adding to the fact that a lot of people had just lost interest in this particular election. How well would we have done by awareness, maybe just overall, if they had done these movements? What time did they have to make the movements when they were all clamoring about reconfiguration of beavers and counting issues? Why are we still behind, several years behind, in the process of elections?
Look, that movement is a problem for me. Why should they move people who voted? This is the election cycle, right?
Yeah.
Now, you can't move someone who voted the previous Saturday at a particular location, and then you move. It smacks of fraud, and deliberate, intentional action to disenfranchise people. So I think that the local INEC office is probably collaborating with some agents, of darkness to do that, because you can't do that. And if at all, if indeed it was INEC's decision, I don't see any reason why they would do that within this cycle. All right, I don't see any reason why they would do that. They shouldn't do that within a week, of the elections. Okay, so election was postponed the Saturday before to this one. All right, it's too short a time to do that. And if they did, there should have been massive awareness. I haven't heard INEC talk about moving polling units
after the 25th of February. Yes.
I haven't heard INEC say that. There is not on their portal. There's no report about that. The INEC chairman briefed people the other day. There is no mention of that. So I don't think it's from the INEC. I'm thinking that that's something that some people have contrived, to ensure that they're able, to rig the elections. Take the VGC, for instance. They want people to come out on the express. That express that is there by the VGC, anybody can just drive down there and then pick whatever and drive away. And that's what they want. So the residents said, no, you have to come into the estate. This is where we've been doing our elections over the years. And I think it makes sense to do that. You can't wake up one morning and decide to arbitrarily move polling unit to some other place that is unknown. If the people had gone out to vote, that vote would be void. A sharp lawyer would leverage that and just get the elections cancelled. So it's a good thing that they stayed back. Tomorrow they have their elections, and that will be good.
Okay, let's come back to still the issue of the voter turnout, because another significant thing I witnessed while still monitoring the election this morning was the fact that, irrespective of the fact that we had security officers or security personnel, we had a mixture of the NSCDC, the police, and sometimes the military at the respective polling unit. There seemed to have been these unprofessional or some laid-back mindset on the part of the security officials to ensure that the provisions of the Electoral Act are strictly adhered to. And part of the things I saw was some polling units, recall, as far as the Electoral Act is concerned, the polling booth is supposed to have some meters away from the respective party agents, but you find party agents crowding around the polling booth, where people just pick their ballot paper and head out to vote. And you'd clearly even hear party people say, number XYZ, that is the party you should vote for. Number XYZ is the party you should vote for. And you hear them arguing. And then these security operatives were just there with their guns doing nothing.
You see, it's the issue of professionalism, all right? And professionalism demands a certain code of conduct, a certain minimal standard of operations, a certain minimal standard of conduct that you must have as a professional. I'm sorry to say, and that goes across all most of the security agencies, and that goes across most of our public servants. You know, the ethos of, they are totally bereaved of the ethos of professionalism. Now, that's one. The second thing is that, you know, party A would have gone to say, oh, officer, welcome, oh, this is for you, for your day. The other one comes and say, officer, welcome, oh, this is for you. You know, and so you find people lobbying to go on election duties, you know, because they know that when they return, their pockets will be heavy. When your pocket is that heavy, it will weigh down on your hand, you know, and the ability to take the right kinds of decisions. But having said that, that could be just a conjecture. That could be just an assumption that has happened. But that usually happens before our own eyes, as we see. For a security person to be there and people are doing that, I think it's the electorates that allow that, because at the polling unit where I was the first one this morning, I saw somebody, the first person that went to vote, you know, somebody, an agent ran from the corner and ran to the person and was saying, don't use this thumb, use this thumb. You know, the person said, okay. And people shouted, don't do that again. He ran and I ran back again and said, this is where you should vote. People started shouting. You know, the voters themselves, you know, started shouting. Recall I said there's no security person there.
Yeah.
You know, so the citizens, the voters themselves were the ones who maintained the order and ensured that no polling agent went, and the other polling agents themselves, you know, because they are from the same community, you know, they are probably cousins and relations, the polling agents, all right? But the voters themselves were the ones that said, no, what you're doing is wrong, all right? And that gave power and authority to the PO to say, please don't do that again, you know, because the guy who was going to vote is a person who is, you know, visually impaired, you know, and so he casted his vote with his aide, and then he left. All right, so I expect citizens also have a responsibility, you know, to ensure that the right thing is done. All right, there was a polling unit where some guys went into. Citizens arrested him and held him until the police came, called the police to come and take him away. You know, so citizens have that responsibility. But we would have expected, you see these guys, the political talks, they do. I overheard on radio as I was coming that in a corner, some people were shot at and nothing happened to them. You know, the bullet bounced off of them. You know, so the police. So
what we used to see in movies.
There's some form of diabolism that has been attached to the elections.
They call it science, yeah. Some level of science that ensures that the bullet don't get to you. You know, so when that happens, you know, what would the police do? Who is even unarmed? All right. So what is he going to do? That's why he would sit there and tell you. For instance, in Lagos, you know, some guy was accredited, you know, he was given ballot papers, 20 guys crowded him, say, hand over your ballot paper, and then you can go away. And he was complaining to the police. Police said, what do you want me to do? I heard that over, you know, Planet FM this afternoon as I was coming down here.
To a very large extent, it looks more like even the security forces are not duly empowered for the exercise.
Yes.
Because I do not understand the rationale of having the people that are going to be manning the polling units themselves being unarmed. And if you notice, if you also, you know, do an eye observation, most of those people that are even sent to those polling units, if mayhem were to break out in those polling units, they themselves will be the first to run. Yeah. Yeah. Oftentimes, they are not well equipped. They are not enthusiastic about the process going on there. So I think, you know, they're underprepared and underempowered for, the process itself. And you were also talking about, the part of the electorate. So I just meshed that into two. The part of the electorate, we're looking at proactiveness. In some parts of the country, and even in Akwa Ibom, we've seen a lot of people, members of the public, be very proactive. We've seen people using their dogs to chase out thugs in the area and all of that. But we also see that under-education of the electorate has also affected the fact that people did not turn out. Because we do not know, the effects of turning out or not turning out, what it does. An analysis. The presidential election, the presidency is quite far from the people. The gubernatorial elections empowers the activities of your local economy. If you're not directly invested into it, whatever decisions are made at the state is going to affect you. So we now have people that just start, we can't do this because we don't trust the system. The next 4 years is going to tell everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, and that's why every opportunity we've had to call the people out to say, come out, go make your vote, because it's important not just for you, for your future, for your children, your children's future, and your grandchildren's future. Look, this country cannot continue the way it is. If we continue this way, we won't have a country in the next 10 years. You can take this to the bank. Something has to give. Some change needs to happen. So whether it will take the evil men to bring about the change, something needs to change drastically. We are on a drift right now. And all of these guys that are jostling for power, desperately jostling for power, most of them don't have the least inkling what they want to do with it, other than the bragging rights. I was also a governor. I was also a House of Assembly member. That's all. Because you find that, that's why I'm not given to titles. I'm not interested in titles and all of those things. Because, you see, until you are a chief doctor, professor this, nobody recognizes you. Until they introduce you and say, you are former counselor, that has clout. And that's the reason for all of these things. So if you can take those out and become quite Republican in our approach, you would find that things would be a little bit different. Now, having said that, the police is overstretched, as it were. Number one, they are undermanned, so you don't have enough personnel to have 3, 4. Because if you have your colleague with you, for instance, you're stronger. 2 is always going to be stronger than 1. So your colleague is there to back you up. So if you have 2, 3, 4 persons to a polling unit, they will maintain order whether they have guns with them or not. So, but they are overstretched, number one. Number 2, they are poorly trained. Poorly trained, So that professionalism, the ethos of their profession is not there. The understanding of the minimum operating standards isn't there at all. So you find that's another thing working for them. Because if you bring an American soldier, to that polling unit, is going to maintain, just one of them is going to maintain peace and order in the way he approaches the people, in the way he talks to the people. Number 3 is the issue of the society itself. Why should anybody offer himself to be used to go steal and snatch ballot box in the country where you are suffering? The reason why you can be purchased to go perpetrate crime is because the system has put you that way. So the one who has, the Stockholm syndrome has set in a lot. Your slave masters, you fall in love with your slave master and protect the slave master. When somebody is coming to take away your slave master so you can be free, you say, no, leave my master with me. That's the Stockholm syndrome. And that's a setting in many Nigerians, really. And that's why you find people offering themselves up and going to cook themselves, as they say, so that they can go fight, they can receive bullets and bullets won't penetrate. So because of that, they go do rubbish. Every nation, every society gets the leadership they deserve. And that's what you would see playing out. But I hope not. I hope not, because for the first time, we have about 7 candidates vying for the governorship position. That's a wide range of choice. In those days, we used to have the devil and the deep blue sea. So you do, how do they do it? You take this. I wanted to do the worry one to do something, So that's it, But now we have a range. You have you know, some guys there that if you don't like this one, you should be able to like this. And if you put all of that together, you should be able to see something good in one of them to go quietly vote. Because see, those guys that you're going to fight for, on the day of swearing in, they will stand there with their wives and children. You won't be there. You'll be far in the crowd. Very far in the crowd. In fact, they wouldn't want to have anything to do with you because you are known to be a tout, you know, and a low life. So why would you go do that?
That was such a strong point you raised that I would like you to unpack it. Just Nigerians do deserve.
Absolutely, because you know, during election time, they now say, okay, 70 of you, we are going to be giving you 5,000 every month. Make sure that you canvass for people that will vote for us. Then they bring a bag of rice, share with your 70 people. Imagine 70 people sharing a bag of rice. Sometimes it's not up to that, and not up to 50 kg. And so you go and fight, you know. They give you access to that of Church is my friend. You know, the gubernatorial candidate is my friend, you know, period. They will call you, where have you been? What's wrong with you? You're not keeping in contact.
It's a shock that, yes, Nigeria, it's funny.
You get the leadership you deserve because you get out to the polling unit and vote their conscience. And assuming that from you at the end of the day. And they vote him out, and they vote to Yai. And Yai performs, for instance.
And that's exactly station. Talking about Plan 101 made by Senator James Udai, the NNPP gubernatorial candidate. This morning, when I stumbled in, the military officers did not allow me to take that video the moment they saw my tag as a media personnel. But there was a very heated face-off between Senator John James Udai and the military. Now, he had just gotten to the polling unit, and he was observing things that were happening at the polling unit. He had issues with some of the things that were, were happening. For instance, we had like 4 different lines of people queuing up, and we were told 2 of the lines were people who have already been accredited. So their beavers they've been scanning the beavers, but then 2. When the line is so long, what happens to just accreditation and then allowing the person? Now that, that he raised, I'd like for you to...
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
All right, we've just witnessed you voting here.
Allow the process to be peace at all. Some have forgotten that. Allow people to vote. The Igbo people are here. You know, the mechanic village is here. And people have bought land here. They build their houses. So they can exercise their citizenship rights by voting for whichever they want.
Okay, sir. Do you see any breakdown of order going on here?
It is the overzealousness of the candidates or those who want to prove a point to their principal. Once you remove that, citizens will vote the way they want.
Okay, earlier we saw you having a conversation with the INEC officials. There seemed to have been a problem. What was the situation like?
The arrangement, I was not comfortable with the fact that after accreditation, you stand online. I'm worried, how will you identify those after taking the beavers listing? You verify. When they now say to me, you have to verify your name. It's now left for them to be sincere. To be sincere, whether they will be, So I was worried about that. That's why I asked the question.
Okay, but generally, are you satisfied with the atmosphere in your polling unit?
It's peaceful. Then it's there for the INEC to do the needful.
All right, thank you so much, Your Excellency.
As Senator John James Udai, the gubernatorial candidate for the NNPP in Akwa Ibom State, very salient issues he raised there shortly before voting. Now, he had to stay to monitor what happened shortly after he cast his vote. And then still from that polling unit, which happens to be where one of the aides to the governor is from, talking about Utang Akwa Ibom, the man known as Utang Akwa Ibom. And there has been several arguments between him and members of other political parties. It seems to have been that he was busy attempting to cajole people into voting for his party. As a matter of fact, I think one of the videos captured was him just beside the polling unit trying to talk to people while they were about thumb printing at the booth.
And that's electoral malpractice. All right, and for me, it's for that polling unit officer to accredit people and ask them to go and queue. That in itself is a breach of the Electoral Act, you know, and it's punishable by, you know, a term of imprisonment or 500,000 naira fine, you know. So I don't understand why he should be doing that. He shouldn't be doing that at all. And the military, why was the military there? It should be the police, not the military. You know, why would the military be at the polling unit with their guns? They shouldn't be there. You know, because there will be apprehension. You know, seeing you carrying gun, and people are not responsible enough to know. You know, I just talked about a minimum operating standard. You know, a standard of engagement. You know, that our people don't have the understanding of. So why go to the polling unit with Udodere was right in his quite in his remit when he asked that you accredit, you vote. In the filling station and the polling units that I went to, they accredit, you go vote. So when you see that happening, that's an intention, you know, to commit fraud. And that's what happened there. And I think that Udodere should know better, should take that matter up, you know, rather than engage the military. Just get pictures of the event, get video of what is happening, and then take it up. It's just that the INEC are not responsive to these matters. You know, like it happened the last time where the INEC chairman said, I will announce the result, you go to court. I mean, it was like saying, yeah, I'm going to announce it, you go to court, do what you like, nothing will happen. All right? And that's why I think that at some point we need to call for thorough, you know, investigation of the INEC chairman. Because we need to do that. We need to audit the process, and then if he has breached the law, he needs to be prosecuted. All right, that will serve. That's what happens in a sane climb, because that would deter others from doing that. And so I don't pity the INEC chair. I think it's going to face very tough times as matters unfold. And so for the INEC people, you know, one of the things that Igini did that I loved, Igini was the former INEC rec for Akwa Ibom State, prosecuting those returning officers, and one of them, a professor, getting jail term, should, you know, assuming that he was the one that was still around, no other professor will mess up. Supposing he was the one that was the INEC chair, they would know that this man will follow you, you know, to the end. And those are the kinds of persons we need for offices like that. And we are not finding them, or we see them, we leave them and take some other persons. You know, so that, and so the persons that will perpetuate the situation the way it is.
Systemic corruption, you know, right there.
Absolutely.
It's going on everywhere.
And that's what has messed up the country, systemic corruption.
Okay, this is what we are going to do at this time. We know that as of this hour, there's going to be a lot of polling units that are currently trying to upload their results as expected. But what's the situation of things in your area? The phone lines are going to be opened up at this time. You know, call us across Akwa Ibom State and even in other parts of the nation. Let us get situation reports with regards to the elections in your particular area. Are results being uploaded? Is it following the same system? A couple of hours just before we came on set, I watched a particular clip where the PU, the polling officer, was saying we cannot upload the results here until we get to the RAC center, because it's at the RAC center where the network is available. And I'm asking, in what country exactly are we hearing these kinds of things? The question is, you know, who told you not to upload the results at the polling units and wait until you get to the rec centers to do these kinds of things? Since the February 25th election, there's been back and forth of collision of information. Who is calling the shots? Who exactly are the polling officers, following in terms of instructions? So we'd like for you to, join the conversation at this time. Call us on the phone lines that are displayed on your screen, and then we'll take it. And also, okay, Francis, you give us the other phone lines.
All right, so for those who are joining us via sister radio station, plan is simply dial the number 0902-223-1011 or 0817-624-8565. I'll take those again, 0902-223-1011 or 0817-624-8565. 8565. Let's get to hear the situation of things at your respective polling unit and what is currently happening. I particularly would be excited to hear that a lot of... Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good
welcome.
evening. Good evening. Your name and where you're calling from. Good evening. We can absolutely hear you. Go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, I think
that person is having a difficulty
hearing us. So
Hello.
please, let's leave that and try and reconnect us back so that we can have this conversation. Probably some network, poor network reception there. But the numbers again is 0902-223-1011 or 0817-624-8565. Hello, welcome to Nigeria Decide. Your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, good evening, please.
Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies in the studio.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I call you from Port Harcourt. I'm Dr. Becky. I call from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, doctor.
Yes. What is there is that, please, gentlemen and ladies, there was no election in Obiakpo. To be very honest to you, we finished the election. We have finished everything. We have finished counting everything. The party agents have finished signing. It was just to upload. The guy was connecting it, but unfortunately, from the states they disconnected the system. From the states, from the collection, they disconnected that guy. They did it several places. And the funniest of all was that police, you see this country is spoiled though. This country, police in police vehicles filled up with about 3 of them filled up with policemen came to us, collected the whole materials, dragged the INEC guys into their vehicle and drove off. And that was what they did in every place.
Dr. Becky, do we have videos to this effect?
If they didn't have any result from Obiakpo, because I have our own results. In fact, they almost seized my phone and they tear gassed us in our country. It's very unfortunate. Anybody that brings up any result from Obiakpo here, I'm telling you the truth, it's not a correct result.
Okay, Dr. Becky. Dr. Becky, we are wondering, do you have videos to this effect? And let's not also forget, even from the February 25th election, even from the February elections, we can remember that we had some policemen that were dressed like policemen and were actually not policemen. So we
Hello, my sister, do you know what? God will help us. Some other people that we are in several places will call to this studio to tell you what happened today. I tried to video, but they collected my phone. I later, dragged it with them. They tear gassed us. So how can you get this video of the whole thing? But if you call in or you allow people to call in from Obiakpo, you see all over.
Wow.
What kind of country is this?
Thank you very much, Dr. Becky, for bringing that up.
It's very unfortunate. I'm waiting for them to upload, Mahmoud, to upload anything Obiakpo as a result today. It is a false one.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Becky.
All right, thank you very much, and I will be very delighted to hear a lot more of such report coming from Obiakpo, either to further verify what Dr. Becky has just said or to give a counter information. But regardless, pretty much would like to hear from people all the way from Obiakpo. Hello. Hello, welcome to Nigeria This Side. Your name and where you're calling from?
Hello, I'm from Okpaigu.
All right, your name?
Yeah. Okay, my name is Ukemo.
All right, welcome, Ukemo. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hello?
Yes, I'm with you. Go ahead.
Okay. In our polling unit, there was no election in our polling unit.
Where is your polling unit located? Where in Uyo is your polling unit located, and what's the unit number? Okay, I think we lost that call.
So something I'd like to address just before we give Mr. Harry the floor is the fact that if we remember quite clearly from the February 25th elections, we had people that were dressed as police officers those informations were out there also. So just so that we do not also heat up the polity, let's not be in a haste to summarily say that it was the police or the military that we saw in trucks, you know, carrying out some of these activities. We are not trying to water down, you know, the reality of things on ground, but we are also saying that there are possibilities that people, you know, gained access to these uniforms, and just so that they could also, you know, find access to these polling units and carry out these activities.
During the presidential elections, you had one.
So
yeah, sure. So yeah, to follow the thread of your intervention just now, you would recall that we had the same thing happen in Uyo, where some fake military personnel were arrested, you know, with some other guys. So yes, while I agree that we should be careful to be sure that is the police. You remember in Lagos the other day, I think on Thursday, a woman was arrested with tags, security tags, you know, being printed at a cafe, and intelligence report got to the police, and they went in there, arrested her, got her laptop from where she was printed that from, and they took her in to interrogate to find out how she got that to be printing at the cafe. So these things happen, and this tells you the level of desperation of political actors. And that's why you find what's happening in Obiakpo, that Dr. Beke just called in to say, you know, about to upload, then they shut down, you know. So the question you asked was key. Who shut down? Who authorized the shutting down? You know, and for me, this shouldn't be a big problem if the INEC were up to their task, because once that is done, the election becomes nullified. But the good thing is that they got the result. You know, people have gotten the result. INEC has given a WhatsApp portal where the results could be sent in if they couldn't upload. You know, and I think that the polling agent should be able to leverage on that, send it to that WhatsApp. The individuals that have caught because Dr. Beke was saying he has the result in his phone.
Yeah, and he's waiting to see if, you know, INEC chairman is going to upload anything
something different from that, because that's definitely what is going to happen. Right, they will try to upload what and you know, mutilate the result sheet and then upload. The good thing is that I think so. The key question is, so I have the result. I've taken the picture of the result. What next?
Well, just shortly before we know, because Victor Anilaju is on the phone just waiting from Lagos. We saw a similar thing played out where people, you know, across the respective polling unit had pictures, snapshots of the respective, ballot paper, the polling unit result, and they uploaded it across social media platform when INEC now uploaded or gave their own result, okay? But INEC came out to say those results were not results from INEC. Regardless of the fact that we saw they were well stamped, they were signed by the respective returning officers.
And that's just the fear. That's why I asked what next, you know, because they say take the pictures. So if we've taken the pictures, what next? It's for forensic experts to now prove to INEC that was their result. That's easy to do, and I think that a good lawyer will be able to put that through, because it's very, very simple. Is to take that result, take the result number, look for they should have a master list of the results. You know, so take the result number and just match it with what is there. You know, so it's very easy. You know, they will say what they have to say. We expect that the lawyers at the court should be able to do their work very well. All
right. So at this time, we do have Victor Anilaju on standby to speak with us from Lagos State. It's no news that since morning Lagos has been heating up in, from different areas. So let's join Victor Anilaju now. He will be bringing us situation report from Lagos. Of course, he is the founder of IPE and himself a presidential aspirant in this cycle of elections. Good evening, Victor Anilaju. Good to have you on the show.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Good.
Thank you.
I don't know if how is Lagos is a very good place to start right now, but really, how is Lagos this evening?
Well, I would say Lagos currently, as we speak right now, has been undergoing a lot of voter suppression. I myself, I could not vote today. I was at the polling.
Okay, we think the network has gotten right there. Voter suppression is something he has just spoken about, and that has been a widespread in Lagos today.
It's been widespread in Lagos.
Okay, we have Victor. Okay, go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, so I was at the polling unit. I've done my accreditation. They gave me my voter's paper to go and vote before the APC members came and pushed me out of the polling units and took my voter's paper and said they will not allow me. Can you hear me? They said they will not allow me to vote. And I insisted. I even beckoned on the security agency that was there. I just saw one policeman that was standing by. He himself advised me that I should leave there so that I don't get injured by the thugs, the APC members that came to the polling units to disrupt non-APC members from voting. Right before me there, they took my voter sheet that was already given to me, thumbprint APC on it, and put it inside the ballot box.
Real time. This is something that happened to you.
Yes. I'm not talking about this. Me now that it's talking. I can show you my finger so that you will know that I was accredited. If you can see it, I was accredited, but they took my voter sheet and they thumbprinted on it and voted for APC and put it inside the box. So it's like they allow people to come once you are accredited. I even saw a lady that they even gave her a paper. She thumbprinted. Immediately she wanted to put it inside the ballot box. They took it from her because she was not voting for APC and tore it.
So we see that we see that Mr. Leo Akinsanya, popularly known as MC Oluomo, 2 days back, I think now, he had sent out a threat, instigating that Igbos in Lagos will not be able to vote. And we've heard widespread, even people that are not of the Igbo extraction. You just get to a polling unit and you're told you do not look like a Yoruba man, you cannot vote. We did not hear that security agents took up that particular case against MC Oluomo. And truth be told, that particular threat has held sway in the Lagos elections today. What are your thoughts about this?
It's APC. APC, the sitting governor is an APC member. Oluomo is an APC member. The touts that came today, they were all APC members. In fact, let me tell you what even happened. So my polling unit during the presidential election, the picture, the result that they snap on the beavers is not clear. So I was even asking the youth corpers then, why did you people not upload a clearer results? And the agent, the APC agent that was standing there was like asking, why will I be asking that kind of question?
Okay, network glitch right there. I'm sure he'll be able to rejoin us at any point at this time. But Sahari, MC Oluomo had put out a threat. The whole of the country had seen it. And then we saw that, truth be told, that threat held sway.
Yes, and it was sad to see the first PRO
Benjamin Hundeyin?
coming to the one in Abuja.
Oh, yeah.
Coming to say that let's just take it that he was joking, because Oluomo came back to say, oh, he was just joking, that was a joke, and then the police PPRO say, let's just assume that he was joking. But look at it, it has played out.
Nigeria has become a joke.
It has become a joke.
Issues of life and death is now comedy. That even the Nigerian police force will come out to issue a disclaimer on behalf of another individual.
And this is actually the attitude we are seeing with some of these thugs. They will go into the polling units, do whatever they want to do, and they have this confidence because it's like they know who is backing them.
Yes. So that's the situation, and that's why I said earlier, where there is no consequence mechanism,
exactly,
and there won't be deterrence, and where there is no deterrence, impunity is enlarged, is emboldened, and that's what is happening. That's why a tout, will go on air or will go address a town hall, of men and women men and women who are people's parents to say that a particular race, a particular tribe shouldn't come out to vote, or that nobody should come out if you're not going to vote for his party. And
Mr. Harry,
that political will to act.
My brother, I just sometimes you sit back and you think. Tomorrow they'll give you an alternative narrative. They'll tell you, no, it wasn't so. He actually didn't say that. One lady came out and someone wasn't talking about, any other person. He was talking about me. That's how he jokes with me.
If Syrians would not get to hear
not
it,
what you
it
address
would
a
not
group
be
of
in the
people.
public
Yes,
space.
yes.
We have Victor on standby, so let's just get right back to Lagos and, fact that the first secretary had come out to say that it was a mere joke. But
Hello?
Yeah, Victor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. So now to our leaders, it's for the benefit of the poor. Everybody will suffer from it. Even the thugs that deprived me from casting my votes. I don't think there are limits that cannot arrest someone who goes on the tax in Lagos. They own 60% of the businesses in Lagos and they pay tax. Most of the what are we talking about here? And it's beyond the Igbos. There were a lot of Yorubas out fighting against ourselves. And because of who? Someone or the sitting party. There is no way. There is no way. Even the police were passed by their vehicle to feed their children. The cool is that the people from even the federal government, they're not coming out to say anything when we see progress.
All right, Victor, let's look at the implication of the force the federal government made with the East. Now, do you not be elections in their respective locality?
Why I said that the APC government does means a country that is working. When you oppress people, hey, you can't expect me to go market that buy things. You collect your VAT. Who stays in Lagos are not Lagosian. They pays their tax. How many of them own business?
About the fact that what are the expected results of these kinds of activity held today? But are we looking at a season where we begin to have, for the first scale through the quote-unquote cool like result?
A number of citizens too, but...
All right, no problem. Victor.
Lagos is of my own country. If it was one in their houses, in their offices, it would pull what on.
Lots of questions.
John F. Kennedy said those,
where going on, but I don't think I heard that over 10 polling units has been cancelled within
and help him to vote for.
Thank you. So I've always said out with it. Proud sage, we will follow you for never been on.
I'd like to ask, available responsibility that is needed for us.
For the older want to go to, they were 5,000 today. Is the young man
generation?
But except that is at the head. Suddenly, it was like the Japan said you couldn't. Everybody when that administration was over, as we were here talking, the owner of Lagos talked him to close his eyes. Who is good that Lagos is done for? So was saying that a leader we need to policy and
time we're just going videos trendy.
Today, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Rise and Shine Daily.
Truth, not often told, is about the we pay Thursdays. as Nigeria prepares all political changes of legality, decency and truthfulness, and not later than 24 hours. Announcer Management.
Live on Spectrum Media reacts. House of Assembly Spectrum TV to use the hashtag SpectrumT, as today was decision day. There 4 strong as well as Instagram and tweet.
Man of Etiosa local government, I told you of the last time and started pointing at me. Ashamed of yourself. And this is and you rile people, and your people are better than that. I thought you were came to rile. You thought I don't hear you. You should be so.
Kate Hensher say coming in our live feeds of what is happening state, which has gathered 13 times. That is Governor Seyi Makinde for maintaining literally that Lakwal across from Oyo State to this. The good wasn't forced and every intimate. If you are even unless he was free, it seems to be Real Madrid to cause some tension. I mean, a lot of netizens are hashtag Igbos to Twitter to just cry out. Me.com tweeted Roman Catholic Church awards. I agree. And honestly, but if you are 11th team, you should kill the idea. Please, Igbos, allow them lead erection for their tribes. Or are we talking about? But all the restaurants keep a year's time. That a Yoruba man for both. I was the only Yoruba on content, but this preach love at Red Cap Blondie people. The video from my time, policemen in just take them and then more trendy. Nigeria Decide Studio of Elections in Ward 6. Violence broke out. INEC officials and the PDP are doing all manner of evil to frustrate brought back to that PDP thought why might. The man, like just before I wrap up tonight, Bong at UD Annie tweeted, if you're doing the right, don't impose someone. 23. Lazy writer at there's been such a mixture of 2023 studio election result. Please don't spread, and I am signing out. Au revoir.
The general elections holding from 25th February 2023, broadcasting code and other record campaign, jingle prohibited. Be professional.
The governorship position 28
Anya can good evening
across the respective states direct as Free-Nana, Bayelsa State. But before we thinking to myself, it's calling on INEC to prove out. It just so seems that INEC position itself may happening. They are now intentionally employing.
There's a whole lot of issue with the way to some other people in the country, I must say. 25th of February. We do have great shots and Finana have you on the show this evening.
Kat is the one who just spoke to you.
In some places, I think the local government area, I don't find, Syria actually on ground, and they started by a bit, because of 2 p.m. and say 4 p.m. everything was like, and some other words, men, they were all done.
Very sad to hear elections respective unit. What would be your assessment?
But not where I was. The comparing to it was for the arrival day for electorate to come to be there. Even the put on the queue to vote for that beavers. I think the even though electorate to cast their vote to see if they are actually voting, that it helps more than the nation.
In Nigeria,
turnout was unit because voters fight for, and yes.
Okay, so we also around today. Did you have such situations? Is around the country been moved, and then the electors were
no, we didn't experience it. Was is that some persons experience walking about
before we let you go and but levels.
Nobody said anything. Like come to stay that
electors in big markets with Empire. That's
a report. No, up until
polling unit.
No, there were one some units. Yes, was there.
Go back to the state. And so, and even says the money to pay.
Gets people widely reported for a bit. State, what was the city? Biono had violence within your metropolis,
And as a be result to vote.
Because there's like we've even heard musician Waje today, and she's like, there is.
And where you're calling from?
Give us your name
to Nigeria.
Okay. After the voting,
is reporting from Lagos at his poll. He said, will results be announced from these areas?
Friend polling units where situations people do not get to. Sorry, quick. It seems it is even these SAs and position.
Please do well to, when we announce to the president. My opinion, I keep saying it.
State.
All right, with Akwa Ibom, please.
Then when they look back and look at the authority behind
Azubike calling from Agbo. Governor conducted people come out, but everywhere was peace. Hello?
They're not the election result. Welcome back.
Calling from Lives.
Information making the rounds, activeness on the part of more like whenever people decide February 25th election, and we just expect that this week.
Please, just socials. We'll be back doing this. Akwa Ibom State is bleeding. We are looking for what many would call the Messiah who would save Nigeria, who would save Akwa Ibom, coupled with voter access that Akwa Ibom people are. But is currently just stopping. Currently, fine we go. One of the
we'll call that up before we leave. But then the conversation has always trying to push for 50. It's good to see that in Akwa Ibom, our super and also one of the women in the community. But then this season of election is we've had this in our country to the place where we are that we cannot step up to the platform and ask to at this time. But if
women always remember those days, not helping, but so afraid to allow their wives to
attempted to step up to our polling is reported nationwide in Akwa Vision and Planet Radio. It's for staying safe. I think the studios will open areas of Akwa on set. My name is Ianeka, and it was great sleep.